and human interface. 1 Introduction. 1 Ethics in private and public relationships. 8 Morals. 10 Human values. 12 Ethics, morality, and values. 12 Role of family in inculcation of values. 13 Role of educational institutions in inculcation of values. 13 Ethical issues in news. 16 Moonlighting culture. 17 Ethics of influencer celebrity endorsements. 17 Ethics of migration. 18 Doping in sports. 18 Social reform, a matter of law or ethics. 19 Making Bhagavad Gita teachings mandatory in schools. 19 Surrogate advertising. 20 Child artists. 21 Key terms and their meanings. 21.2 Attitude. 24 Introduction. 24 Characteristics of attitude. 24 Structure components of attitude. 24 Formation of attitude. 24 Functions of attitude. 25 Influence of attitude on behavior. 25 Difference between attitude and behavior. 26 Categories of attitude. 26 Explicit attitude and implicit attitude. 26 Opinion and attitude. 26 Belief and attitude. 27 Value and attitude. 27 Cognitive dissonance. 27 Moral attitude. 28 Social attitude. 28 Prejudice. 29 Political attitude. 29 Democratic attitude. 30 Bureaucratic attitude. 30 Difference between democratic attitude and bureaucratic attitude. 31 Social behavior. 31 Social influence. 32 Persuasion. 32 Administration and the public. 33 Key terms. 34.3 Aptitude. 36 Introduction. 36 Relationship of aptitude with other qualities. 36 Difference between attitude and aptitude. 37 Aptitude for civil services and its role. 37 Foundational values for civil services. 38 Ethical issues in news. 38.4 Integrity. 40 Introduction. 40 Second Arcade on integrity. 41 Difference between honesty and integrity. 41 Integrity Pact. 41 Ethical issues in news. 41 Impartiality. 43.5 Impartiality and nonpartisanship. 43 Nonpartisanship. 43 Difference between impartiality and nonpartisanship. 44 Neutrality. 44 Neutrality of constitutional offices. 45.6 Objectivity. 46 Objectivity. 46 Neutrality. 47 Difference between objectivity and neutrality. 48 Anonymity. 48 Public image of civil servants. 48 Dedication to public service. 49 Tolerance. 49 Empathy and compassion. 50 Empathy. 50 Compassion. 51 Comparative account of antipathy, apathy, sympathy, empathy, and compassion. 52 Discipline and sincerity. 52 Perseverance. 53 Courage. 54 Responsiveness. 54 Prudence. 55 Temperance. 55 Confidentiality. 56 Openness. 57 Selflessness. 57 Ethical issues in news. 58.7 Emotional intelligence. 60 Introduction. 60 Functions of emotions. 60 Emotional intelligence. 64 Steps of EI. 61 Components of emotional intelligence. 61 Difference between EQ and IQ. 61 Qualities of an emotionally intelligent person. 62 Importance of emotional intelligence. 62 Challenges in the development of EI in administration. 63 How to develop emotional intelligence. 64 Development of EI in civil servants. 64 Issues with emotional intelligence. 64 Social intelligence. 65.8 Moral thinkers and philosophers of the world. 67 Introduction. 67 Western philosophies and Western thinkers. 67 Classification of Western philosophies and thinkers from the context of ethics. 67 Socrates. 68 Plato. 68 Aristotle. 68 Immanuel Kant. 69 Utilitarianism. 70 Jeremy Bentham. 70 J. S. Mill. 70 Contractarianism. 71 Thomas Hobbes. 71 John Locke. 71 Rousseau. 72 Contemporary Contractarianism. 72 John Rawls. 72 Descriptive ethics. 72 Applied ethics. 73 Indian philosophies. 73 Indian philosophers. 75 Kautilya. 76 Tiruvalluvar. 76 Swami Vivekananda. 76 M. K. Gandhi. 77 Rabindranath Tagore. 79 Kabir. 79 Mother Teresa. 80 Adi Shankaracharya. 80 Administrators. 89 Ethics in Public Administration. 85 Basic characteristics of public administration. 85 Public administration versus private administration. 85 Administration and leadership. 86 administrator, manager, and leader. 86 difference between manager and leader. 86 ethical issues in Indian administration. 86 ethical dilemma, understanding value conflicts. 87 ethical dilemma in government and private institutions. 88 laws, rules, regulations, and conscience as source of ethical guidance. 89 conscience. 91 accountability and ethical governance. 92 responsibility. 94 governance, good governance, and ethical governance. 94 ethical issues in international relations and funding. 95 corporate governance. 97 committees related to corporate governance in India. 98 corporate social responsibility. 99 ethical issues in news. 100 changing work culture. 101 ethics of protest. 102 policing ethics. 102 probity in governance. 105 what is public service. 105 probity. 105 philosophical basis of governance and probity. 105 approaches in public administration to improve quality of service delivery. 106 transparency in governance. 107 mechanism to ensure probity in India. 108 whistleblowing. 110 code of ethics. 110 codes of conduct. 110 citizens charter. ILL corruption. 113 corruption laws in India. 114 institutions for dealing with corruption. 114 how to bring probity in governance. 115 e-governance. 115 ethical issues in news. 117 opinion polls and ethical issues. 119 current affairs from ethical point of view. 119 ethics of election funding and electoral bond. 120 global agreement on ethics of artificial intelligence. 120 Neuralink ethical perspective. 121 refugee crisis. 122 bodily rights of women and abortion law. 124 marital rape and conjugal rights. 125 ethics of pharmaceutical ecosystem. 126 ethics of war. 126 the ethics of war, Hamas-Israel conflict, proportionality, and nationalism. 127 1-2 how to approach case studies. 129 what are case studies. 129 different types of case studies. 129 how to read case studies. 130 identifying different aspects of case studies. 130 case studies. 131 ethics and human interface. For man without ethics is a wild beast loose upon this world. Albert Camus, in just about every area of society, there's nothing more important than ethics. Henry Paulson introduction, ethics are a field of study that explores moral questions and principles. It helps us distinguish between good and bad behavior. In simple words, ethics refers to what is good and the way to get it, and what is bad and how to avoid it. In philosophy, ethics outlines the nature of the obligations that people have towards themselves and one another, as well as what is good for the individual and society. It seeks to understand the character of individuals, which is manifested through their habitual conduct. Ethics can also be termed as a science of character and conduct. Importance of ethics ensures individual as well as social good. Ethics guides human conduct and helps man in leading a good life by applying moral principles. It aims at individual good as well as social good. For instance, farmers in a water-stressed region adopt water-saving irrigation techniques that conserves precious water resources, collective good, and ensures the long-term viability of their own farms, personal good. Attainment of highest good. Ethics helps in achieving summum bonum, the highest good, the definitive happiness. Provides moral map. Ethics provides us with a moral map, a framework that we can use to find our way through difficult issues. Frees from bias and prejudices. Application of moral principles and ethical values in our life helps to deconstruct the wrong conceptions, attitude, and helps to avoid bias and prejudices. Effective decision-making. Ethics guides us to make right, just, and inclusive decisions aimed at personal as well as societal interest. Implication of absence of ethics. Absence of ethics causes various ethical and moral concerns in individuals as well as society. Individual level, partialism, apathy, egoistic behavior, domestic violence, selfishness, cheating behavior, unemphatic, bystander apathy, etc. Bureaucratic level, social apathy, insensitivity to weaker sections, conflict of interest, abuse of power, corruption, nepotism, trust deficit, punishment postings, red tapeism, poor decisions, personal gains, favoritism, neglect of public welfare, etc. Political level, use of money and muscle power, criminalization of politics and politicization of criminals, defections, instability to government, violence, communalism, abuse of constitution, power abuse, power concentration, etc. Social level, corruption as a norm, gender gap, commodification of women, increased materialism, unsurpassed means, drug addiction, violence, communalism, gender crimes, disrespect towards poor, elders, and disabled, etc. Environmental level, pollution, illegal mining, deforestation, encroachment of natural water bodies, animal torture, illegal mining and depletion of natural resources, wildlife crime, etc. International level, trade monopoly, cross-border terrorism, drug trafficking, human trafficking, ceasefire violation, encroachment at border areas, organized crime, safe tax havens, protectionism, vaccine nationalism, nuclearization, conflict war, erodes legitimacy of international institutions, etc. Evaluation of ethical conduct means to respect the rights of participants and ensure minimization from the potential harm. It can be done on the basis of free will. A choice is evaluated for ethical or unethical when it is chosen from available options freely. For instance, consider recent controversies in India regarding the right of Muslim girls to wear hijab in schools. This involves a clash between a student's free will to express their religious identity and the school's right to enforce a uniform dress code. Value system. Following the Bushido honor code, a captured samurai might choose ritual suicide over torture. This aligns with his core values of honor and dignity. Knowledge. Ethical choices require understanding the consequences. For example, a baby's actions lack an ethical dimension because they don't grasp the repercussions. Mental impairment. A husband with schizophrenia who mistreats his wife might not be held ethically accountable. His mental illness could impair his understanding and free will. Self-defense. Killing in self-defense, driven by fear for your life, is legally justifiable, but the ethical implications might be more nuanced depending on the specific situation. Cultural upbringing. In Japan, profuse apologies are deeply ingrained from a young age. This ingrained habit might lead to apologies even in situations where blame isn't necessarily present. Scope of ethics. The scope of ethics is a free human act, voluntary actions, which is a major subject matter of ethics. We can distinguish between human actions and the actions of humans. Human actions are those actions that are done by humans consciously, deliberately, and in view of an end, e.g. Slapping a person. Actions of humans may not be willfully, voluntarily, consciously, and deliberately done, but all the same they are done by humans, e.g. sleeping, walking, etc. In ethics we deal only with human actions. Ethics is concerned with political, sociological, cultural, psychical, economic, environmental, religious problems in pursuit of the highest good. So, these problems also come under the scope of ethics. The scope of ethics is widening with the emergence of new technology such as artificial intelligence, social media and OTT content regulation, gene editing, etc., which have given rise to new ethical issues. Nature of ethics, universality of ethical principles. Everyone in a society has a set of ethical guidelines, outlining right and wrong across all aspects of life, not just business or politics. Social evolution and ethics. Our capacity for social interaction and memory led to the development of ethics as humans evolved. We recognize each other and consider past actions when determining ethical behavior. Cultural variations in ethical standards. What's ethical can differ across cultures. For instance, surrogacy, accepted in some developed nations, might be considered unethical elsewhere due to concerns about exploitation or commercialization. Ethics as a value-based system. Unlike science is focused on what is, ethics deals with what should be. It evaluates standards and norms to judge human actions as right or wrong. Ethics, the science of moral value. By identifying behaviors with a moral dimension, ethics acts as a science of values, analyzing what constitutes ethical behavior. Dimensions of ethics. There are 4 branches of ethics, and they deal with following types of questions. Branches. Descriptions. Descriptive ethics. What do people think? Descriptive ethics is the study of moral beliefs held by different societies and cultures. It explores how these beliefs translate into ethical practices, customs, and laws. This branch of ethics uses empirical methods to examine the foundation of moral beliefs within a society. It considers how legal codes, customs, and historical trends have shaped these beliefs. Kohlberg's theory of moral consciousness is an example of descriptive ethics. Descriptive ethics acts as a record keeper, documenting the history and evolution of ethical thinking across cultures. It tracks changes in societal taboos, customs, and moral codes. For example, consider the ethical implications of using facial recognition technology, FRT, for public surveillance. While some see it as a tool for improving safety, descriptive ethics would involve examining how this impacts individual privacy and potential biases in the technology. Metaethics. What does right even mean? It is the subdiscipline of ethics mainly concerned with the nature of ethical theories and moral judgments. Meta means about the things itself. So, metaethics is ethics about ethics, i.e., evaluation of ethics itself. What is meant by a wrong action? Why is stealing immoral? Why is charity moral? It investigates the origin and meaning of ethical concepts. It studies where our ethical principles come from and what they mean. It tries to analyze the underlying principles of ethical values. For instance, in the case of Santhra practice by Jain, metaethics studies the reason for such beliefs. Normative, prescriptive ethics. How should people act? Normative ethics is concerned with the norms, standards, or criteria that define principles of ethical behavior. It is the study of ethical theories that prescribe how people ought to act and behave in society. It examines standards for the rightness and wrongness of actions, and it is more concerned with who ought one be rather than the ethics of a specific issue. Example: normative ethical theories are utilitarianism, deontology, and consequentialism. Applied ethics: how do we take moral knowledge and put it into practice? The applied dimension of ethics is known as applied ethics. It refers to the practical application of moral considerations. It is concerned with the philosophical investigation of specific moral dilemmas in private and public life, including moral judgments. Example: bioethics, which pertains to euthanasia, abortion, or research on human embryos. Business ethics, which includes good corporate governance, protection of whistleblowers, etc. Examples of applied ethics: bioethics. Bioethics is the study of the ethical issues emerging from advances in biology and medicine. The field of bioethics has addressed a broad range of issues like debates over the boundaries of life, abortion, euthanasia, surrogacy, allocation of scarce healthcare resources, organ donation, healthcare rationing, right to refuse medical care for religious or cultural reasons. The scope of bioethics is expanding with new developments in biotechnology, including cloning, gene therapy, life extension, human genetic engineering, astroethics, and life in space. Business ethics. Business ethics refers to implementing appropriate business policies and practices with regard to arguably controversial subjects. It encompasses various issues like corporate governance, insider trading, bribery, discrimination, social responsibility, and fiduciary responsibilities. For example, India generates a massive amount of e-waste, and ethical e-commerce companies Namo e-waste, Karma Recycling, etc. ensure environmentally responsible disposal of old electronics instead of dumping them in landfills. Environmental ethics. Environmental ethics deals with the ethical problems surrounding environmental protection and conservation. It aims to provide ethical justification and moral motivation for the cause of global environmental protection. For instance, following sustainable clothing practices by choosing to buy from brands committed to using recycled materials or organic cotton over fast fashion, which causes high environmental footprint. International ethics. It refers to upholding ethical values and application of ethical principles in international relations. It helps to resolve some of the major international problems, issues, and provide insight into international conflicts. For example, refugee crisis. Turning away refugees fleeing war violates international human rights principles. Cyber warfare. Launching cyber attacks against critical infrastructure of another nation raises ethical concerns. Unequal trade deals. Developed nations imposing unfair trade deals on developing countries hinders economic justice. Climate change in action. Refusal of some countries to address climate change disproportionately harms vulnerable nations. Debt traps for developing nations. Predatory lending practices that burden developing nations with unsustainable debt are unethical. Media ethics. Media ethics is concerned about the question of what is right or wrong, good or bad, acceptable or unacceptable about the means and ways that the media collects and presents information and news. Ethical media plays many positive roles. It tries to prevent any monopoly over information diffusion. Maintains objectivity by providing different sides of an issue, which empowers audiences to formulate their own judgments. Increases levels of truthfulness in reporting. Issues of media ethics. Irresponsible live telecast of combat operations. For instance, the Supreme Court highlighted that live TV coverage of 2,611 terrorist attacks put national security in jeopardy. Fake news swaying elections. Fabricated news stories shared on social media mislead voters and undermine democratic processes. Paparazzi harassing celebrities. Aggressive paparazzi tactics for photos invade celebrities' privacy and raise ethical concerns. Conflicts of interest in reporting. Journalists with financial ties to companies they cover raise questions about biased reporting. Unethical gotcha journalism. Trapping public figures with manipulative questions can be unfair and unproductive. Digital media ethics. Digital media ethics deals with the ethical problems and ethical issues of digital news media. New ethical issues are emerging out of digital media, such as plagiarism, digitally altering images or video using anonymous sources, omnidirectional imaging, digital intrusion and violation of privacy, fake news and rumors, deepfake, etc. Artificial intelligence ethics. Artificial intelligence, AI, is rapidly transforming our world, but its development raises a number of ethical concerns. Ethics of AI focuses on the ethical issues raised by the design, development, implementation, and use of AI. Ethical issues in AI. A bias. AI can inherit and amplify biases from the data it's trained on, leading to discriminatory outcomes, e.g., biased hiring algorithms. Accountability. As AI takes on more responsibility, who is accountable for its actions and errors? E.g., self-driving car accidents. Privacy. AI systems that rely on vast amounts of personal data raise concerns about data collection, storage, and potential misuse, e.g., facial recognition in public spaces, job displacement. Automation through AI could lead to widespread unemployment, requiring societal adaptation, e.g., rise of low-skilled jobs versus high-skilled jobs. Surveillance. AI can be used for pervasive monitoring, raising concerns about individual liberty and freedom, e.g., constant social credit tracking. How can these issues be resolved? Developing ethical guidelines. Creating clear ethical principles for AI development and deployment. Promoting transparency, encouraging explainable AI models and fostering public trust. Building accountability, establishing clear lines of responsibility for AI systems and their actions. Protecting privacy, ensuring strong data privacy regulations and user control over personal information. Upskilling the workforce, preparing people for an AI-powered future through education and retraining programs. Global collaboration, developing international frameworks for responsible AI development and governance. Normative ethics theories. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is an ethical theory that determines right and wrong by focusing on outcomes. It is a form of consequentialism. It holds that the most ethical choice is the one that will produce the greatest good for the greatest number. For example, utilitarians might advocate building a large dam project despite displacing some communities. This could be seen as justified if it provides long-term benefits like irrigation and electricity for a larger population. Limitations. It's impossible to quantify, compare, or measure happiness or well-being. It does not account for things like feelings and emotions, culture, or justice. Utilitarianism ignores the welfare of minorities. For instance, utilitarian arguments might prioritize using Hindi in education or administration for national unity. However, this ignores the rights of linguistic minorities to access education and participate in society in their own language. In utilitarian ethics, there are no shades of gray. Either something is wrong, or it is right. It cannot predict with certainty whether the consequences of our actions will be good or bad, as the results of our actions happen in the future. It also has trouble accounting for values like justice and individual rights. For example, a hospital has 4 people whose lives depend upon receiving organ transplants, i.e., a heart, lungs, a kidney, and a liver. Deontology. Deontology is a duty-based system of ethics which holds that some acts are intrinsically right or wrong regardless of their consequences, and that moral agents have duties to follow moral commands or rules regardless of their consequences. Unlike consequentialism, which judges actions by their results, deontology doesn't require weighing the costs and benefits of a situation. Example, as per the deontological approach, a civil servant needs to follow the given rule and regulations without thinking about the consequences. Deontology is an ethical theory that uses rules to distinguish right from wrong. Deontology is often associated with philosopher Immanuel Kant. Kant believed that ethical actions follow universal moral laws, such as don't lie, don't steal, don't cheat. Limitations. As per this theory, there is no place for human inclinations, emotions, and consequences. However, in some situations, emotional intelligence, empathy, is required to bring harmony or achieve a greater good. It may produce consequences that can be unacceptable the most. For example, a doctor, bound by patient confidentiality, deontological principle, might refuse to report a contagious disease due to privacy concerns. However, this could endanger public health. One possible way of resolving this problem can be through an idea called threshold deontology, which says we should always obey the rules unless in an emergency situation, at which point we should revert to a consequentialist approach. For instance, free speech is a right, deontology, but hate speech incites violence. Threshold deontology allows restricting hate speech to prevent harm. Ethical relativism posits that moral standards are not absolute but vary across cultures and societies, shaped by their customs, traditions, and practices. Examples include diverse views on polygamy, child labor, and alcohol consumption. Ethical universalism contends that despite cultural differences, there exist universal moral values recognized across various societies, such as prohibitions against theft, deceit, and invasion of privacy. Virtue ethics. Ethical actions ought to be consistent with certain ideal virtues that provide for the full development of our humanity. For instance, certain virtues like justice, equality, compassion, altruism, empathy, honesty, integrity, respect for law, wisdom, courage, etc. are basic tenets of human society. It is a character-based approach to morality developed by Aristotle and other ancient Greeks. It is the quest to understand and live a life of moral character. Virtue ethics addresses not only the rightness or wrongness of individual actions, but also the characteristics and behaviors that a good person should strive for. For example, many doctors in India displayed exceptional courage, a key virtue, during the COVID-19 pandemic, treating patients despite risks to their own health. Their actions embody the virtue of putting patient well-being first. According to Aristotle, by honing virtuous habits, people will likely make the right choice when faced with ethical challenges. Virtue and vice. A virtue is a morally good disposition to think, feel, and act well in some domain of life. Similarly, a vice is a morally bad disposition involving thinking, feeling, and acting badly. For example, Efforts to normalize discussions around mental health show empathy, virtue, while societal stigma surrounding it remains a vice. Some examples of virtues include courage, temperance, justice, prudence, and generosity. Some examples of vices include cowardice, intemperance, injustice, imprudence, and selfishness. Virtues and vices are not always clear-cut. There can be times when it is difficult to decide whether a particular action is virtuous or vicious. For example, is it courageous to stand up to a bully, or is it reckless? The answer may depend on the specific situation. Limitations: lack of specific guidance. Virtue ethics tells you to be a good person, but it doesn't give clear rules for what to do in specific situations. You might wonder, is lying ever virtuous? Disagreement on virtues. There's no universally agreed upon list of virtues. What's considered virtuous can vary across cultures and even within societies. Focus on character, not consequences. Virtue ethics emphasizes developing a good character, but it doesn't directly address the outcomes of your actions. This might be tricky in situations where consequences are crucial. Relative ethics explores the concept that moral standards are not universal but vary across cultures, societies, and historical contexts. Basic tenets of relative ethics. Relative ethics posits that moral judgments are inherently linked to the cultural, temporal, and historical contexts in which they arise. It suggests that ethical standards evolve and adapt, emphasizing that morality is shaped by societal norms or folkways. Examples of ethical evolution: sati practice and slave trade, once a revered tradition in India, now banned and widely condemned. Female circumcision, child labor, divergent sexual practices, their acceptance varies significantly across cultures. Illustrations of ethical relativism. Capital punishment. The legality of capital punishment varies across states in the USA. Same-sex marriage, legalized in 14 states by the U.S. federal court, reflecting changing societal norms. Acceptance of cultural diversity. In face of globalization, moral values are also being dictated from West. Relativism helped justify cultural diversity and its underlying moral values. Challenges to ethical relativism. Critics argue that certain practices, such as slavery or infanticide, cannot be justified under the guise of relativism. They contend that some ethical standards should transcend cultural and historical boundaries. In essence, relative ethics underscores the notion that ethical standards are not static, but evolve in response to cultural, societal, and historical changes. It emphasizes the importance of understanding and respecting diverse ethical perspectives, fostering a more tolerant and open-minded approach to moral judgments. Universal ethics. Basic tenets of universal ethics. Universal ethics proposes that certain ethical principles are universally applicable, transcending cultural, societal, and historical differences. Unlike ethical relativism, universal ethics argues for the existence of moral values that are inherent to human dignity and rights. Examples of universal ethics. Right to human dignity. Every individual, regardless of background, has an inherent right to live with dignity. Equality of suffering. Physical suffering is universally recognized for both humans and animals, emphasizing compassion across species. Privacy laws. The invasion of privacy is universally condemned, reflecting a global consensus on individual rights. Universal ethics in action. Universal ethics is exemplified by the concept of universal human rights, advocating for inherent human dignity that must be respected and protected worldwide. This perspective has inspired international efforts and legislation, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to uphold these values globally. Universalism and cultural relativism. Universalism contends that despite cultural differences, there exist fundamental ethical principles applicable to all human beings. It acknowledges cultural diversity in the interpretation and practice of these principles, but maintains the universality of core values, such as the sanctity of life and the rights to freedom and security. For example, protecting human infants worldwide, regardless of cultural practices. Prohibitions against theft and murder, etc. These norms and practices are seen as universal norms essential for societal existence. Universalism argues for fundamental ethical values that underpin human society, while acknowledging that the expression and understanding of these values can vary significantly across cultures. This perspective encourages a balanced view that respects cultural uniqueness while upholding universal ethical standards, aiming to foster a more inclusive and equitable global community. Determinants of ethics. Determinants of ethics are the sources from which an ethical standard arises. Following are factors: determinants, which determines whether human action is good or bad, ethical or unethical, just or unjust. Religion and culture. Culture, along with the ancient religious texts, also influences the ethical principles of a person. Culture acts as prescriptions for correct and moral behavior. For example, consider the Indian tradition of Ati Devo Bhava, which translates to "the guest is equivalent to God," an emphasis on Indian culture of respecting guests. Conscience. Conscience is a person's moral sense of right and wrong, viewed as acting as a guide to one's behavior. Example: Gandhiji withdrew the non-cooperation movement after the violence in Chaudhary Chowra incident. Law. Law often incorporates ethical standards. But laws can deviate from what is ethical, thus we cannot equate ethics with the law. For instance, misuse of sedition laws to suppress dissent and criticism of the government has raised concerns about freedom of speech and expression. Family and teachers. Any child is like a clean slate in childhood. Its family and teachers play the most important role in shaping their attitude, behaviors, and inculcating values in their children. But sometimes children can deviate from the family teachings. Role models. Role models also can influence ethical values of individuals. Example, PM Modi's gesture of picking up a mini national flag lying on stage at BRICS Summit promotes values like respecting national symbols. Time. The passage of time represents the evolution of collective and individual thought, transforming what was once ethical into what may now be considered unethical, and vice versa. For example, the abolition of slavery in the 19th century across many parts of the world reflects a significant shift in ethical standards regarding human rights and freedom. Society. In any society, most people accept standards that are, in fact, ethical. But ethics is not doing whatever society accepts. Standards of behavior in society can deviate from what is ethical. An entire society can become ethically corrupt. Nazi Germany is a good example of a morally corrupt society. Ethics in private and public relationships. Ethics act as a guiding compass in our lives, shaping how we interact with others. This plays out in both our close, personal connections and our broader interactions in the public sphere. In private relationships, ethics focus on fostering trust and respect, while public ethics emphasize principles like fairness and accountability. Ethics in private relationships, it refers to ethical values that a person follows values in his or her personal life while dealing with various relations such as family relations, friendship, etc. There are no formal moral ethical standards for private relationships. Rather, they are informal in nature and vary from person to person. Following are some important values in a private relationship. Trust. This is the foundation of any strong relationship. It involves being honest, reliable, and keeping confidences. Respect. Treat others with dignity and consideration, even when you disagree. This includes respecting their boundaries and opinions. Honesty. Be truthful in your interactions, even when it's difficult. This builds trust and strengthens the bond. Compassion and empathy. Try to understand and care about the feelings of others. Offer support and be there for them during tough times. Tolerance. Accept that people have different beliefs and values. Be open-minded and willing to compromise. Ethics in private relationship are generally directed by personal qualities. Traits like honesty and truthfulness play a key role in ethical decision-making within our personal relationships. Religious beliefs. For religious individuals, divine commandments act as ethical guidelines in their personal lives, followed to achieve salvation. Example, the 10 Commandments offer guidance for Christians in their interactions with family, neighbors, and society. Social influences. Values can also be shaped by our social environment, including family, friends, and society as a whole. Example, parents who share household chores and promote equal opportunities for children demonstrate the value of gender equality. Legal framework. Certain ethical principles are enshrined in laws and constitutional values. Example, respecting women's modesty is a fundamental duty enshrined in the Indian Constitution. Importance of ethics in private relationships. Character development. Adherence to good values such as honesty, integrity, equality, etc. help in character development. Right decision-making. Enables us to make right decisions, especially in the situation of conflict of interest. More tolerance for imperfection. People used to have a high index of tolerance for imperfection in private relationships because of mutual trust, love, and dependence. Ethical lessons for children. Ethical living in private relations, especially within home, influences the behavior of children. It works as first lessons of ethics for them. Acceptance in public life. Ethics in personal relationships makes a personality more acceptable in public life. Ethics in public relationship. Public life is anything that is situated in, occurs in, and interacts with the public domain, whether in public places or through the media. Ethics in public relationships includes ethical values or moral standards followed by an individual in respect of interactions and business dealings in his or her professional life. Sir M. Visvesvaraya, before accepting the position of Dewan of Mysore, he invited all his relatives for dinner. He told them very clearly that he would accept the prestigious office on the condition that none of them would approach him for favors. Such things are unheard of these days. It is said that he used to have 2 sets of candles. One privately purchased, which he used for his private work, and other, provided by the government, which he used only for the official work. Lal Bahadur Shastri, on a visit to a textile mill as Prime Minister, when the owner offered to give him expensive saris, Shastri insisted on buying and paying for only those he could afford. He also had an undue promotion for his son overturned. After the Uriyalur train accident in 1956, Shastriji tendered his resignation to the PM while claiming moral responsibility as a railway minister. Nolan Committee. 7 Principles in Public Life Committee on Standards in Public Life, or occasionally referred to as the Nolan Committee, has outlined the following 7 principles of public life. 1. Integrity. It is the practice of being honest and showing a consistent and uncompromising adherence to moral and ethical principles. Example: Mahatma Gandhi and Abraham Lincoln were exemplary leaders who were famous for their integrity. Both in times of crisis adhered with their values, like Lincoln sticking to abolition of slavery and Gandhi towards nonviolence. 2. Objectivity. It means taking decisions based upon established facts and figures rather than personal opinion or bias. Example: Justice D.Y. Chandrachud's reputation for impartial judgments in landmark cases like right to privacy strengthens public trust in the judiciary. 3. Accountability. Holders of public office are accountable for their decisions and actions to the public and must submit themselves to whatever scrutiny is appropriate to their office. Example: as Railway Minister under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, Lal Bahadur Shastri tendered his resignation after a major railway accident in Andhra Pradesh. 4. Openness. Holders of public office should be as open as possible about all the decisions and actions they take. They should give reasons for their decisions and restrict information only when the wider public interest clearly demands. Example: Vinod Rai, former CIG, turned the office of CIG into a powerful force for openness and transparency by unearthing a 2G scam. 5. Honesty. It can be defined as being trustworthy, loyal, fair, and sincere. An honest person is free of deceit, is truthful and sincere, and does not tell a lie. Example: a tax advisor encourages their client to declare all income, even though it might lead to higher taxes. 6. Leadership. Holders of public office should promote and support these principles by leadership and example. For instance, IPS officer Harsh Potter's innovative policing strategies have won him widespread acclaim. His unique Youth Parliament Championship created some 2 lakh young leaders against crime and terror in Maharashtra. A leader is someone who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. John C. Maxwell. 7. Selflessness. Holders of public office should take decisions solely in terms of public interest. They should not do so in order to gain financial or other material benefits for themselves, their family, or their friends. For example, in Delhi, firefighter Amit Kumar lost his life rescuing residents trapped in a burning building, prioritizing saving lives over self-preservation. These 7 principles are the most comprehensive statements of what constitutes ethical standards for holders of public office and are of general applicability in every democracy. Importance of ethics in public relationship. Public relationships are ones that are a result of one's profession, such as the civil service, or status in society, such as that of prime minister or president. Ethics in public relations serve as a guide for one's actions, decisions, and behaviors. Ethical decision-making. Developing a strong moral compass helps public servants navigate ethical dilemmas and avoid conflicts of interest. Equality and fairness. Article 14 of the Indian Constitution emphasizes equal treatment for all citizens. Public servants should uphold impartiality and avoid bias, nepotism, or other situations that could compromise fairness. This is evident in practices like Janta Darbar, where everyone gets a chance to voice concerns without favoritism. Transparency and trust. Ethical public relations require transparency in handling all information, regardless of sensitivity. Blurring lines between fact and fiction undermines public trust and damages the credibility of the institution. Balanced and equitable decisions. Ethical decision-making leads to fairer and more balanced outcomes for all. This fosters public trust and strengthens relationships with stakeholders. Following a code of ethics is crucial for building this trust. Respectful interactions. Treating everyone with basic courtesy fosters a sense of belonging among the public. For example, Prashant Nair's IAS respectful engagement with citizens earned him the title of Collector Bro. Relation between public and private ethics. Private relation, public relation. In private relations, people expect intimacy, loyalty, love, and affection. Duties are voluntary, self-imposed, and informal. If you fail, the relationship may remain intact. One involves people sharing similarity in the value system. Example: standing by your friends or loved ones in the good and bad times, providing good facilities to your children, etc. In public relations, respect, attention, power, authority, and materialistic benefits are expected. Duties externally imposed and formally mentioned in codes. Failure to oblige usually ends the relationship. One has to deal with people having completely different temperaments. Example: all India Civil Service Conduct Rules. How to ensure that both lives remain separate. Selective disclosure. Share only necessary personal information in public spaces. Boundaries with colleagues. Avoid sharing overly personal details with work colleagues. Time management. Dedicate specific times for work management and avoid work intrusions on personal time. Double life avoidance. Don't engage in activities that would contradict your professional image. Open communication. Discuss expectations of privacy with friends, family, and colleagues. Why tight separation isn't possible. Private life does have bearing on the public life of a person, and thus, the tight separation in public and private relationship is not possible because of following reasons. Personal life often affects the work of the individual and affects her role in public spheres of life. For instance, if a person becomes bankrupt because of his lavish private lifestyle, then he is morally ineligible for holding public posts in India. Because if such a financially distressed person is holding a public office, he is more likely to accept bribes. Ethics in private relations helps in humanizing public relations and plays an important role in forming the moral system of a person. Certain values like honesty, respect, empathy, trust, equality, and efficiency, etc., which are considered to equally guide our actions in both professional and private spheres. The dichotomy between public and private ethics poses intricate challenges. While the two areas are distinct, they are not mutually exclusive. Ethical conduct in one's personal life often sets the foundation for behavior in public roles, and conflicts can arise when the values inherent in each sphere collide. It is the interplay between these two realms that shapes an individual's overall ethical integrity. Conclusion: ethics provide a framework for dealing with complex situations. By understanding ethical principles and their applications, we can make informed decisions that promote fairness, respect, and the well-being of ourselves and others. This ethical framework empowers us to build a more just and responsible world. Morals, derived from the Latin word moralis, derived from other word mos, meaning traditional customs. Morals are essentially guidelines that people use to distinguish right from wrong. They act like an internal compass, helping us navigate complex situations and make choices that align with our values. For instance, beliefs like always telling the truth, respecting the elders, helping the poor, etc. promotes moralistic behavior in individuals. Moral codes are not static. As societies change and new ideas emerge, our understanding of right and wrong can evolve. What was considered immoral in the past might be viewed differently today, and vice versa. For instance, once considered an acceptable practice in many cultures, slavery is now universally condemned. Similarly, the right to vote and own property were once denied to women in many societies. Today, gender equality is a widely recognized moral principle. Why be moral? Social glue for a cohesive society. Morality acts like social glue, promoting tolerance and acceptance of diverse viewpoints. This reduces conflict and fosters a peaceful, stable society where everyone feels they belong. Creates a positive ripple effect. By behaving ethically, you inspire others to do the same, creating a more positive social environment. Contributes to a just society. Morality underpins justice, ensuring everyone is treated fairly and with respect. Building a better world. Ultimately, it's in everyone's best interest to cultivate a good society over a bad one. Morality encourages cooperation and positive behaviors that benefit everyone. Traditions and laws, rooted in moral principles, guide us towards this goal. Fulfilling our inner compass. Deep within each of us lies a desire for good. Morality allows us to act on that desire, pursuing what's truly best for ourselves and aligning our actions with our conscience. Constitutional morality. Constitutional morality means adherence to or being faithful to bottom-line principles of the constitutional values. It's the spirit that guides how the Constitution is interpreted, implemented, and upheld by both citizens and government institutions. It goes deeper than just following the written words of the Constitution. It emphasizes the spirit and intent behind the document, ensuring actions uphold its core principles like justice, equality, and freedom. The major elements of constitutional morality in the context of Indian Constitution are rule of law, right to equality, social justice, unity and integrity of nation, secularism, individual liberty and freedom of expression, etc. Example: the Indian Supreme Court's decision to strike down the practice of triple talaq, which was deemed unconstitutional and violated the fundamental rights of Muslim women. Differences between ethics and morals. Morality describes what is, whereas ethics describes what ought to be. Ethics and morals relate to right and wrong conduct. While they are sometimes used interchangeably, they are different. For instance, helping a friend cheat on an exam might be seen as morally okay by some due to loyalty, moral obligation to friend, but it is ethically wrong as it undermines fairness, ethical principle of honesty, and promotes wrongdoing. Ethics morals. Source: external guidelines, principles established by a group, profession, or society. Internal compass, personal beliefs and values. Shaped by upbringing, culture, religion, and what are they? The rules of conduct recognized in respect to a particular class of human actions or a particular group or culture. Principles or habits with experiences, respect to right or wrong conduct. While morals also prescribe do's and don'ts, morality is ultimately a personal compass of right and wrong. Focus group behavior and professional conduct. What is the right thing to do in this situation, considering the group profession? Individual conduct and personal choices. What is right for me? Enforcement may be enforced through external mechanisms like disciplinary actions or legal repercussions. Relied on internal conscience and social pressure. Where do they come from? Social system, external, individual, internal. Flexibility ethics are dependent on others for definition, and it largely stays universal. Example, truth, compassion, nonviolence, etc. Usually consistent, although can change if an individual's beliefs change. Example, views of homosexuality change from individual to individual. For instance, your personal driving habits are morals. You might believe it's okay to speed slightly on an empty highway, while traffic laws are ethics. These are the established rules that promote order and safety on the road for everyone. Thus, morals often describe one's particular values concerning what is right and what is wrong. While ethics can refer broadly to moral principles, one often sees it applied to questions of correct behavior within a relatively narrow area of activity. Ethics must trump personal morals for the greater good of maintaining the integrity of a system. Human values. Human values are core principles that guide our decisions and actions. They reflect what we consider important and desirable in life. For instance, a civil servant must value honesty and integrity, guiding him to always speak the truth and uphold moral principles, even if it means facing personal consequences. This value is intrinsic to the individual's sense of right and wrong, irrespective of societal norms or pressures. These are individual beliefs that motivate people to act one way or another. These values can be ethical moral values, religious values, political values, social or aesthetic values, etc. Types of values, relative and absolute values. Relative values differ between people, and on a larger scale, between people of different cultures. Example, materialistic values are individual and society-specific. An absolute value can be described as philosophically absolute and independent of individual and cultural views, as well as independent of whether it is known or apprehended or not. Example, nonviolence, equality, non-discrimination, etc. Intrinsic and extrinsic values. Intrinsic value is something that has value in itself, with inner meaning that can be recognized. Example, feeling connected to friends and family, caring about others, being comfortable with oneself, etc. Extrinsic value refers to values that are not inherently valuable and valued based on their appearance. Examples include pursuing wealth, striving for material success, being concerned about one's image, etc. Protected values. It is one that an individual is unwilling to trade off no matter what the benefits of doing so may be. Example, some people may be unwilling to kill another person, even if it means saving many other individuals. Sacred values. Some values are considered sacred and are moral imperatives for those who believe in them. Sacred values will seldom be compromised because they are perceived as duties. Example, for some people, their nation's flag may represent a sacred value, but for others, the flag may just be a piece of cloth. Personal and community values. The values that are prescribed by the individual alone, irrespective of his or her social relationships, are termed as personal values. Example, dignity of labor, sensitivity, cleanliness, politeness, honesty, etc. The values which are regarded in the whole community are called community values. Example, caring and respecting elders. Importance ophilos guides human behavior. Values are the principles and fundamental convictions which act as general guide to behavior. Internal reference for good living. Personal values provide an internal reference for what is good, beneficial, important, useful, beautiful, desirable, and constructive. Differentiate what is right and wrong. All values are effective, cognitive, and directional aspects. They guide us, shape our priorities in deciding what is right and wrong, driving force in ethical decision-making. Values are universally recognized as a driving force in ethical decision-making. Identification of the goals. Value education helps us accurately identify our wants and goals, as well as how to go about achieving them. Ethics, morality, and values. All ethics and morals are values, but all values are not ethics, such as, bravery is a value but not an ethics, and the people who are not brave cannot be considered as unethical. Punctuality is a value but also ethics in some countries like Japan. Hard work is a value but not an ethic. There can also be conflict between personal values, morality, and professional ethics. For instance, consider the example of a vegetarian doctor who promotes the value of nonviolence and believes it's morally wrong to consume meat. However, his professional ethics might advocate using all available resources for patient well-being, potentially including animal-derived medication. How to navigate honesty in a corrupt system. Live your values. Integrity starts with personal action. Be honest because you believe in it, not out of fear or pressure. Speak your truth. Have the courage to voice your honest opinions to superiors and subordinates. Dare to make difficult decisions based on your principles. Embrace sacrifice. Honesty can come with consequences. Be prepared for potential job changes. Remember, a clear conscience provides true comfort. Be the change. Inspire others by embodying the honesty you advocate for. Be the example you wish to see. Stand strong. Truth remains true even with few believers. Find the courage to be that voice of integrity, even if you stand alone. Take ownership. Don't shirk responsibility. Be a leader who tackles issues directly, holding yourself and others accountable. Role of family in inculcation ofalus. There is nothing called a self-made man. We are made up of thousands of others. George Matthew Adams, a man is usually the five closest to him. Jim Rohn, social institution. A family is a social institution with the bond of common belief, religion, customs, culture, language, and a way of life. It carries on the heritage and traditions as legacies from the earlier generation to the next generation. First school of value learning for children. Family and parents act as a first school of value learning for children. Values such as honesty, truth are passed on to children by them. For example, parents involve their children in budgeting groceries, which fosters financial responsibility and honesty. Family provides an informal way of learning. Love, compassion, self-sacrifice, and values of sharing and caring develop implicitly within a child. For instance, sharing their lunchboxes with their friends develops the spirit of charity and brotherhood in them. Role model for children. Parents and family members are role models for children, and they often imitate the actions, behavior of them. Example, if family members treat women equally and respect them, children also are likely to do the same in the future. Provide the necessary emotional support, such as caring and counseling to get them out of such negative thoughts. Example, spouse offers a comforting hug after a stressful day at work. Role of grandparents in cultural transmission. Grandparents preserve family traditions, passing down values and customs. Their life insights complement parental guidance, offering unique perspectives. They also provide intergenerational bonding. For instance, a child often learns to communicate in her regional language because of communication with their grandparents in their native mother tongue. Role of educational institutions in inculcation ofalus. Intelligence plus character. That is the true goal of education. Martin Luther King, education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make man a more clever devil. C.S. Lewis. If a country is to be corruption-free and become a nation of beautiful minds, I strongly feel there are three key societal members who can make a difference. They are the father, the mother, and the teacher. APJ Abdul Kalam. Education is regarded as the most potent tool to inculcate values in children. School is a place where systematic learning takes place in the earlier year of life, which enables the child to learn how to regulate his behavior in society. Building a foundation of values. Throughout history, education has been rooted in a value system, fostering growth in physical, intellectual, moral, and spiritual well-being. For example, many schools organize community service projects such as beach cleanup drives, volunteering at orphanages, or tree plantation initiatives. This fosters empathy, social responsibility, and a sense of giving back. Moral learning through curriculum and philosophy. School curriculums can actively promote moral development by incorporating lessons on ethical dilemmas and a dedicated subject like moral philosophy. Examples within these lessons could include a world history, French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity. Modern history, Gandhi's train to Pretoria, standing against injustice. Literature, it helps us understand the human nature and prevalent social values of a given era. Sportsmanship and teamwork. Participating in various sports at a young age provides opportunities to develop valuable skills like teamwork and sportsmanship among students. Holistic development through education. Education plays a crucial role in shaping well-rounded individuals by fostering qualities like compassion, truthfulness, and peaceful coexistence amongst diverse cultures. For example, schools can empower student groups to organize anti-bullying campaigns. These initiatives promote respect for all and encourage students to intervene in bullying situations. Social control. Values like obedience, respect, and discipline should be taught in schools. By encouraging kids to be good students, productive future employees, and law-abiding citizens, schools promote uniformity. Recommendations for value education. A serious defect in the school system is the absence of provision for education in social, moral, and spiritual values. Kothari Commission, 1964-66. Every effort must be made, therefore, to teach students true moral values from the earliest stage of their educational life. Sri Prakash Committee on Religious and Moral Instruction. Value-based education. Make value education an essential part of education, emphasizing core human values in everyday classroom teaching. Learning through playful activities. teachers can use engaging games to instill values like fair play, honesty, cooperation, and courage. For instance, teachers can present case studies related to copying in exams, bullying in schools, etc. Encouraging student debate fosters critical thinking and ethical decision-making. Technology for value education. Equip future leaders with a balanced understanding of technology's positive and negative impacts. For example, utilizing VR experiences to cultivate empathy and understanding of diverse cultures in children, challenging negative influences, counteract prejudices like gender bias, hatred, or casteism by promoting rational thinking and positive values. Teachers as role models. Teachers set a high standard of ethical conduct, acting as facilitators of knowledge and shapers of character. Role of society and inculcation of values. The society is a place of informal learning that inculcates core ethical values and nourishes the whole personality of individuals as community members. Society can promote a lifelong love of learning that goes beyond academics. Encouraging critical thinking, open discussions on ethical dilemmas, and exposure to diverse perspectives helps individuals develop strong moral reasoning skills. When individuals participate in their communities, they develop a sense of responsibility and empathy for others. This can be through volunteering, social justice initiatives, or even local government involvement. Constructive role of society. Society can play an important role in the development of an individual's personality. By widely upholding ethical values, it can encourage individuals to be ethical. For instance, societies upholding ethical religious values like truthfulness, satya, nonviolence, ahimsa, and compassion, karuna, fosters tolerance and peaceful coexistence. Destructive role of society. Similarly, society may play a deciding role in developing a crime as a subcultural phenomenon. If it does not disapprove of unethical behaviors acts, it may lower the standards of ethics in the society, and it may result in an increase in criminal activities. For example, the casual acceptance of small bribes for basic services reinforces a culture of corruption that erodes trust in institutions. Society helps to imbibe conformity to ethical values. For instance, a society prioritizing cleanliness and environmentalism will force its members to maintain their surrounding neat and clean. Society plays a major role in removing the evils of social indifferences like caste through collective struggle. Importance of society. INSHAPNGVLUES. Nurturing diversity. Society encourages a variety of values, ensuring well-rounded individuals. This diversity also provides individuals with choices and the freedom to select values that resonate with them. Cultural norms and traditions. Shared customs and practices passed down through generations implicitly convey societal values, e.g., holiday celebrations, shared values for cohesion. Society fosters values that promote stability and harmony by encouraging members to respect established traditions and customs, creating a sense of shared identity. Role models and credibility. Certain individuals within society, such as teachers, leaders, celebrities, and religious figures, hold significant influence due to their credibility. Their values and teachings often have a profound impact on individuals. Reinforcement mechanisms. Society employs both formal laws and informal, social pressure methods to incentivize adherence to certain values, while penalizing or discouraging violations of others. Examples of value erosion: drug abuse, disrespecting elders and women, greenwashing factors contributing to the erosion of moral decline, rising cynicism, disconnect between rights and responsibilities, materialism, and increased violence are weakening societal wisdom and ethical behavior. Example: increased online bullying and trolling despite anonymity and potential consequences highlights a decline in empathy and a sense of personal responsibility. Weakened social fabric. Vested interests, terrorism, societal disruptions, and excessive focus on worldly pursuits are creating a void in social cohesion and stability. Materialistic culture. The relentless pursuit of material wealth combined with rampant commercialization is eroding ethical values and traditional priorities. Example: fast fashion trends that prioritize low prices and high turnover over ethical labor practices and environmental sustainability. Social media misuse. The spread of misinformation, deep fakes, and the general misuse of social media platforms are contributing to the erosion of values. Example: the spread of conspiracy theories and false information about vaccines on social media platforms, eroding trust in science and public health experts. The bystander effect. The tendency for people to be less likely to intervene in emergencies as the number of bystanders increases creates a climate of apathy and undermines social responsibility. Example: cases where bystanders film a crime happening instead of intervening to help the victim or calling for assistance. Moral erosion in civil servants. In recent times, there has been observed rising moral apathy in civil servants also. Reasons for moral erosion. Strategies to combat moral erosion. Bureaucratic inefficiency. The ever-expanding size of government departments and institutions creates confusion in the chain of command. This often leads to slow decision-making and a lack of transparency, hindering accountability. Evasion of responsibility. There's a tendency for individuals to take credit for successes but avoid blame for failures. This fosters a culture where no one takes ownership of problems, hindering progress and ethical conduct. Social tolerance of corruption. Society's growing acceptance of corrupt practices is a worrying trend. The silence of good people emboldens those who engage in unethical behavior. Materialism over values. A growing emphasis on materialism and worldly success is causing people to whistleblower protections, implementing and enforcing laws that protect individuals reporting wrongdoing by officials, encouraging transparency and accountability. Ethical decision-making training, equipping public relations professionals and officials with knowledge of best practices and research in managing ethical dilemmas. Transparency initiatives, enacting clear laws requiring government officials to provide justifications behind their decisions, fostering public trust and scrutiny. Ethics review processes, regularly conducting internal and external audits to identify and address potential vulnerabilities that could threaten integrity in key processes. Accountability measures, establishing clear disciplinary procedures and enforcing penalties for violations of ethical codes, ensuring consequences for misconduct. Prioritize these over ethical principles, leading to a decline in integrity and spiritual well-being. Chasing materialistic achievements only has led to the decline of values and increased greed, corruption, as well as exploitation and degradation of the environment. There is a need to inculcate human dignity and social harmony to make economic growth more sustainable and societies more peaceful. Other philosophical schools. There are some philosophies and doctrines which advocate principles which provide alternating views about ethical standards and morality. Determinism. This theory argues that our choices and actions are predetermined by external forces beyond our control. As a result, people cannot be held morally responsible for their behavior. Moral relativism versus moral objectivism. Moral relativists believe there are no universal moral truths, and what's right or wrong depends on the cultural or societal context. Moral objectivists believe there are objective moral truths that apply to everyone, regardless of time or place. Some actions are always right, and others are always wrong. Situation ethics. This approach, associated with existentialism, emphasizes the unique circumstances of each situation rather than relying on universal rules. Morality is determined by the specific context and its potential consequences. Moral subjectivism. This theory proposes that moral truths are subjective and based on individual beliefs. What's right for one person may not be right for another. Psychological egoism. This theory suggests humans are naturally inclined to act in their own self-interest, and true altruism is impossible. Ethical egoism, a form of hedonism. This theory argues that maximizing personal happiness and minimizing suffering is the ultimate moral good. Conclusion today, the importance of ethics is felt in every sphere of human living. The situation in the present world is characterized by an increasing rate in crime, violence, conflict, etc. There seems to be hardly a few areas in life that remain untouched by growing demoralization. Thus, the relevance and need of ethics is felt more than ever in our society today. Ethical issues in news. People's right versus animals' rights. The Supreme Court of India stated that a balance between human safety and animal rights must be maintained in light of the increasing number of stray dog incidents. The court also stated that those who feed stray dogs could be held financially accountable for immunizing them and covering costs if animal attacks someone. Why is it important to preserve a balance between human and animal rights? To address the core problem, the rights of wild animals in society, which is controlled by humans in general and within the parameters of the Indian Constitution in particular, are raised even more by this issue. India has a culture that values acceptance of all people and respect for all living things. Cows are revered as sacred animals by Hindus. Animal punishment is wrong. Punishing animals is immoral since they lack the mental capacity to discriminate between right and wrong, and that doing so would be ineffective. The current legal system punishes pet owners for any damage brought on by the careless treatment of their animals. Why ahead, there is a need to maintain adequate balance between human rights and animal rights with special focus on preventing cruelty towards animals, for which various measures can be taken. Advocate for stricter laws protecting animals in research, farming, entertainment, and as companions. There is need for stringent implementation of laws like Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, PCA, Act, 1960. Integrate animal welfare education into school curriculums at all levels. This fosters empathy and understanding of animals' needs from a young age. Thus, the urgent requirement is to achieve a balance between protecting human safety and well-being without sacrificing the interests of animals. Moonlighting culture. The term moonlighting describes the practice of working additional jobs beyond regular business hours. This second work is taken without the knowledge of the employer and is typically a weekend or evening job. Motivations behind moonlighting. Concerns regarding moonlighting. Culture of home-based work. Due to work from culture, employers could no longer evaluate the efficiency of their personnel using clock-in, clock-out timesheets that encouraged more people to moonlight. To have more money to spend. If their primary job pays poorly and they need additional income to satisfy their needs. To obtain more work experience. to develop new abilities or pursue careers that more closely align with their interests. To avoid boredom, to keep them occupied in their primary employment, employees may choose to moonlight in order to make use of the available free time. Legal but maybe unethical. There is no general legislation that forbids someone from doing more than one job. An individual with similar types of occupations, however, can cause confidentiality problems. Inefficiency. Employees who are physically exhausted from working long hours may be distracted, ineffective, and negligent in their work duties as a result of their second job. Utilization of corporate resources. Employees that work a second job may utilize corporate resources, which raises operating costs. Health compromise. Poor diet, insufficient sleep, and lack of exercise can have an effect on employee health. Why ahead, employers may advise against working a second job out of worry for potential conflicts of interest, effects on primary job performance, abuse of corporate resources, absenteeism, inattentiveness, or exhaustion. Employers should conduct regular salary reviews to ensure employees feel adequately compensated for their skills and experience. Offer competitive benefits packages that address financial concerns, reducing the need for additional income sources. Employees should have the option to moonlight unless doing so compromises the effectiveness and integrity of their core job duties. Ethics of influencer celebrity endorsements. Endorsements are a type of advertising that makes use of well-known figures or celebrities that enjoy a high level of public awareness, respect, or recognition. Advertisers and clients believe that a celebrity's endorsement or stamp of approval will positively affect consumer behavior. For instance, Sachin Tendulkar's endorsement of sport gadgets may have an impact on young boys or kids who look up to him as a role model. Ethical issues. I9 fel UNCRENDRC celebrity endorsements are a huge part of Indian advertising. While they bring glamour and recognition, there are ethical concerns to consider. Misleading claims and lack of knowledge. Fans trust influencers, but endorsements can be misleading if the product doesn't match the celebrity or they lack knowledge about it. Example, a celebrity endorsing a fairness cream, despite having naturally fair skin. They might not understand the product's ingredients or potential side effects. Irresponsible promotion of unhealthy products. Promoting unhealthy products to young fans who trust celebrities can negatively impact their health. Example, cricketers endorsing sugary drinks or unhealthy snacks targeting young fans who idolize them. This can lead to poor dietary choices. This is especially true with the high prevalence of diabetes in India. Exploiting fan adulation and trust. Blind trust in celebrity endorsements, especially by young fans, can lead to impulsive decisions without proper evaluation. Example, actors endorsing education apps they might not have personally used. Fans, especially young people, trust their judgment and might enroll without proper research. Way forward, stricter regulations. Advertising bodies can enforce stricter guidelines for celebrity endorsements, requiring disclaimers and proof of product knowledge. Increase celebrity awareness. Celebrities should be more selective about what they endorse and understand the product's impact. Media scrutiny. Media outlets can hold both celebrities and brands accountable for misleading advertising. Consumer awareness. Educating consumers to be critical of celebrity endorsements and do their own research before buying. By addressing these concerns, influencer endorsements can be a more ethical and responsible marketing tool. India's laws against deceptive advertising. The 2019 Consumer Protection Act, which was passed to safeguard consumers against unfair business practices and misleading advertising, is in line with the new regulations. Guidelines for the Prevention of Misleading Advertisements and Endorsements for Misleading Advertisements, 2022, were released by the Department of Consumer Affairs. Ethics of migration. Throughout history, human migration has been a defining force, shaping societies and cultures. However, the movement of people across borders raises complex ethical questions. On one hand, the freedom of movement is a fundamental human right. People have compelling reasons to migrate, seeking safety, opportunity, or family reunification. On the other hand, countries have legitimate concerns about managing their borders and ensuring the well-being of their citizens. Ethical issues in migration, rights and obligations. Migrants often face challenges accessing basic rights and fulfilling societal obligations in host countries. Deontological, balancing rights of migrants with those of citizens, integration and social cohesion. Integration of migrants can be difficult, leading to social tensions and challenges to social cohesion. Brain drain and unequal development. Migration of skilled workers from developing countries can hinder their growth. Teleological, achieving long-term development goals for sending and receiving countries. Exploitation and human trafficking. Vulnerable migrants are at risk of exploitation and trafficking. Deontological, protecting basic human rights and dignity. Environmental impact. Large-scale migration can strain resources and contribute to environmental degradation in both sending and receiving countries. Utilitarian, balancing economic benefits of migration with environmental impact. Way forward, international cooperation. Global agreements are needed to ensure fair treatment of migrants, address root causes of migration, and promote responsible migration policies. Integration strategies. Host countries need to develop comprehensive integration strategies that support the social and economic inclusion of migrants. Human rights framework. A human rights framework should guide all policies and practices related to migration. Sustainable development. Addressing global issues like poverty and conflict can reduce the need for migration. By addressing these ethical issues and adopting a comprehensive approach, countries can create a more just and humane system for cross-border human migration. Doping in sports, the use of illegal substances, pills, or therapies by athletes with the goal of enhancing sports performance is referred to as doping. Ethical issues involved in doping in sports, unfair advantage and level playing field. Doping creates an unfair advantage for athletes who use them, undermining the spirit of fair competition and equal opportunity. Example, Lance Armstrong's cycling victories were later stripped due to doping, showing how it can distort results and diminish the achievements of clean athletes. Health risks and long-term effects. Many PEDs, performance-enhancing drugs, have serious health consequences, both short-term, e.g., liver damage, and long-term, e.g., cancer. Athletes are pressured to use them despite potential health risks. Pressure Tawin and the culture of doping. Intense pressure to win at all costs can lead athletes and support staff to resort to doping, creating a culture that normalizes its use. Example, the uncovering of systematic doping programs in countries like Russia demonstrates how a win-at-all-costs mentality can corrupt sports institutions. Ethical measures to address doping. Stronger anti-doping programs, increased funding and stricter testing regimes with more sophisticated methods can deter doping and catch offenders. Educational programs, educating athletes, coaches, and support staff about the dangers of doping and promoting clean sportsmanship. Independent oversight, establishing independent anti-doping agencies free from national or political influence to ensure unbiased investigations and sanctions. Focus on health and wellness, promoting a culture that prioritizes athlete health over winning at any cost, focusing on long-term well-being. By implementing these ethical measures, we can create a fairer and healthier sporting environment for all athletes. Measures taken to deal with sports doping. WADA's key initiatives include raising awareness of the health concerns associated with doping, researching the practices, developing anti-doping tools, and creating testing procedures for doping detection. Further, the National Anti-Doping Bill was approved by the Indian Parliament. Social reform, a matter of lower ethics. A huge tragedy in Bihar claimed the lives of over 70 individuals. Bihar has banned alcohol for the past 6 years. These catastrophes don't just occur in Bihar. They occasionally occur throughout much of India. It is debatable whether changing behavior is a legal issue or merely an ethical one. Another crucial issue is whether a state should restrict a person's freedom in the name of welfare. Need for stronger liquor laws in India. Constitutional obligation. Article 47 of the Indian Constitution calls for improving public health and living standards. Regulating alcohol consumption could contribute to achieving this goal. Protecting vulnerable groups. The social contract theory suggests the government has a moral duty to safeguard citizens' well-being. In India, where men often dominate households, excessive alcohol use can negatively impact families, particularly women and children. Restricting alcohol access could promote justice for these vulnerable groups. Utilitarian perspective. Utilitarianism emphasizes the greatest good for the greatest number. Alcohol abuse can negatively affect entire families, not just the drinker. Limiting alcohol consumption could potentially benefit society as a whole. Challenges in implementing liquor laws. Stakeholder involvement. Effective laws often emerge from comprehensive discussions with all relevant parties. For example, the law banning sooty practice succeeded due to community support. Conversely, laws passed hastily without public discourse, like some anti-alcohol laws, might fail to achieve their goals. Justification and legality. Strong justifications, such as the inherent inhumanity of slavery, can lead to successful legislation, like anti-slavery laws. Conversely, laws lacking clear justification or legal basis, like some anti-corruption measures, might be less effective. Thus, laws such as liquor ban can be successfully implemented if these factors are taken into consideration, and ethical issues can also be resolved in such initiatives. Making Bhagavad Gita teachings mandatory in schools. The Gujarat government's decision to incorporate the Bhagavad Gita into the curriculum for grades 6 to 12 from the 2022-23 academic year has sparked discussion. Proponents highlight the Bhagavad Gita's timeless values of ethical conduct, which extend beyond academic settings. These principles are seen as relevant in various fields, including business ethics and administrative ethics, offering guidance for individuals and systems alike. Ethical issues involve freedom of religion. Deontological ethics. India is a secular state with a diverse religious population. Mandating religious scripture could violate the right to freedom of religion. Interpretation and bias. Virtue ethics. The Bhagavad Gita is open to interpretation. Whose interpretation would be taught? Would it favor a specific Hindu denomination? Academic freedom. Deontological ethics. Does mandating the Gita infringe on the right of educators to design their own curriculum and choose materials that align with their teaching goals? Alternative religious teachings. Utilitarianism. If the Gita is mandatory, should teachings from other major religions also be included to promote religious tolerance and understanding? Way forward. Offer Bhagavad Gita as an elective course. Allow interested students to study it alongside other philosophical or religious texts for a broader perspective. Focus on universal ethical values. Extract and teach universal ethical principles present in the Gita that resonate across religions. Develop a secular ethics curriculum. Implement a broader ethics curriculum that incorporates principles from various sources, including the Gita, but not limited to it. Teacher training and sensitivity. Provide teachers with appropriate training to handle diverse religious backgrounds and interpretations of the Gita. Ultimately, a well-rounded approach that prioritizes ethical values, inclusivity, and intellectual freedom can be more beneficial than solely mandating religious teachings in schools. Surrogate advertising. Recently, a Bollywood actor faced criticism on social media for endorsing a brand associated with tobacco products. In response, the actor withdrew from the endorsement deal. This incident has reignited discussions about the lack of ethical principles in advertising and the need for stricter regulations on tobacco advertising and surrogate marketing. Surrogate advertising is a marketing strategy used to promote products that are restricted or banned from direct advertising. This is typically done by advertising a different, legal product made by the same company, with the intention that consumers will associate the advertised product with the restricted one. For example, a brand known for cigarettes might sponsor a racing event and have their logo displayed prominently. A liquor company might place a branded water bottle in a popular movie. Ethical issues involve deception and consumer manipulation. Surrogate ads mislead consumers by disguising the actual product. Deontology argues it violates honesty and causes long-term harm to consumer well-being and public health. Targeting vulnerable groups. These ads often target youth or those susceptible to addiction, maximizing profit but neglecting their potential harm. Undermining public health efforts. Surrogate advertising for tobacco or alcohol can undermine public health campaigns aimed at reducing consumption. From a utilitarian perspective, the societal cost of increased health problems outweighs any economic gains. Global versus local regulations. The effectiveness of regulations can be hampered by differences in laws across countries. Way forward, strengthen regulations. Implement stricter regulations on surrogate advertising, clearly defining permissible content and placement. Industry self-regulation. Encourage advertising agencies and media companies to adopt ethical codes that reject surrogate advertisements. Global collaboration. Develop international agreements and regulations to address the cross-border impact of surrogate advertising. Promote ethical alternatives. Encourage marketing strategies that focus on product features and benefits without resorting to deceptive tactics. Public health initiatives. Prioritize public health campaigns that counter the influence of surrogate advertising by promoting healthy lifestyles and responsible choices. By addressing these issues and implementing these solutions, we can work towards more ethical and responsible advertising. Child artists. Recently, the National Commission on Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR, has issued guidelines for child and adolescent participation in the entertainment industry or any commercial entertainment activity. Nowadays, child artists face a complex challenge, balancing their well-being and development with the opportunities performing arts offer. This raises many ethical concerns regarding their well-being. Ethical issues involved exploitation and abuse. Child artists can be subjected to long working hours, physically demanding routines, and emotional manipulation. This raises concerns about exploitation and potential abuse. Education and development. The pursuit of a career in the arts can come at the expense of a formal education and overall development for the child. A loss of childhood. Child artists often miss out on normal childhood experiences like playtime and social interaction with peers. Objectification and sexualization. Child artists can be portrayed in ways that are inappropriate for their age, leading to objectification and potential sexualization. Privacy and media intrusion. Child artists' privacy can be compromised by constant media attention and the pressure to maintain a public image. Way forward regulation and oversight. Government agencies and industry bodies can establish clear regulations regarding working hours, education requirements, minimum age limits, and financial transparency. Independent representation. Child artists should have independent representation to negotiate contracts and ensure their rights are protected. Parental education. Educating parents about the potential risks and benefits of a career in the arts can help them make informed decisions for their children. Ethical media practices. Media outlets should develop ethical guidelines for portraying child artists, focusing on respecting their privacy and well-being. By implementing these solutions and promoting ethical practices, we can create a safer and more nurturing environment for child artists to pursue their talents. Key terms and their meanings. Terms meaning. Moral muteness. Moral muteness occurs when people witness unethical behavior and choose not to say anything. It can also occur when people communicate in ways that obscure their moral beliefs and commitments. Moral myopia refers to the inability to see ethical issues clearly. The term, coined by Manette, Drumright, and Patrick Murphy, describes what happens when we do not recognize the moral implications of a problem or we have a distorted moral vision. An extreme version of moral myopia is called moral blindness. Cognitive bias people generally believe that they are mostly rational in their thinking, decisions, and actions. But even the smartest and best educated people often commit cognitive errors as they make financial, medical, personal, and ethical decisions. These errors in thinking, also called cognitive bias, affects all people in virtually every situation. Bounded ethicality is the idea that our ability to make ethical choices is often limited or restricted because of internal and external pressures. For example, outside pressures, such as the tendency to conform to the actions of those around us, can make it hard to do the right thing. So can internal biases, such as the self-serving bias, which often causes us to subconsciously favor ourselves at the expense of others. The conformity bias is the tendency people have to behave like those around them rather than using their own personal judgment. For X, when we see others succeed by cheating, it makes us more likely to cheat as well. Ethical fading occurs when the ethical aspects of a decision disappear from view. This happens when people focus heavily on some other aspect of a decision, such as profitability or winning. Moral cognition, it is the study of the brain's role in moral judgment and decision-making. As a social science, it involves understanding the rationalizations and biases that affect moral decision-making. Moral cognition also involves the scientific study of the brain that is evolving along with technology. Role morality, it is the notion that people sometimes fail to live up to their own ethical standards because they see themselves as playing a certain role that excuses them from those standards. For example, say a person views herself as a loyal employee of a company. In that role, she might act unethically to benefit her employer in ways that she would never do to help herself. Moral absolutism asserts that there are certain universal moral principles by which all people's actions may be judged. It is a form of deontology. Previous year's questions. 1. Differentiate moral intuition and moral reasoning with suitable examples. 2023. 2. Do not hate anybody, because that hatred that comes out from you must, in the long run, come back to you. If you love, that love will come back to you, completing the circle. Swami Vivekananda. 2023. 3. The simplest acts of kindness are by far more powerful than 1,000 heads bowing in prayer. Mahatma Gandhi. 2023. 4. Corruption is the manifestation of the failure of core values in the society. In your opinion, what measures can be adopted to uplift the core values in the society? 2023. 5. Online methodology is being used for day-to-day meetings. Institutional approvals in the 2022 administration and for teaching and learning and education sector to the extent telemedicine in the health sector is getting popular with the approvals of the competent authority. No doubt, it has advantages and disadvantages for both the beneficiaries and the system at large. Describe and discuss the ethical issues involved in the use of online method, particularly to the vulnerable section of the society. 2022. 6. It is believed that adherence to ethics in human actions would ensure in smooth functioning of an organization system. If so, what does ethics seek to promote in human life? How do ethical values assist in the resolution of conflicts faced by him in his day-to-day functioning? 2022. 7. Discuss the role of ethics and values in enhancing the following three major components of comprehensive national power, CNP, viz. Human capital, soft power, culture and policies, and social harmony. 2028. Education is not an injunction. It is an effective and pervasive tool for all-round development of an individual and social transformation. Examine the new education policy, 2020, NEP, 2020, in light of the above statement. 2020. 9. Distinguish between laws and rules. Discuss the role of ethics in formulating them. 2020. 10. What are the basic principles of public life? Illustrate any three of these with suitable examples. 2019. 11. What is meant by the term constitutional morality? How does one uphold constitutional morality? 2019. 12. State the three basic values, universal in nature, in the context of civil service and bring out their importance. 2018. 13. What is meant by public interest? What are principles and procedures to be followed by the civil servants in public interest? 2018. 14. With regard to morality of actions, one view is that means are of paramount importance and the other view is that the ends justify the means. Which view do you think is more appropriate? Justify your answer. 2018. 15. The crisis of ethical values in modern times is traced to a narrow perception of the good life. Discuss 2017. 16. Explain how ethics contributes to social and human well-being 2017. 17. Law and ethics are considered to be the two tools for controlling human conduct so as to make it conducive to civilized social existence. A. Discuss how they achieve this objective. B. Giving examples, show how the two differ in their approaches. 2016. Ethics. Thix Andy's SH Course 20. June 24, 2024. Copyright 60 hours. Price. M5000, offline. 710000 online. Essay. Ethics discussion in question answer format K underscore 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 underscore. Coverage of 150 plus ethics and 50 plus essay questions. Theme-wise essay coverage. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length test with evaluation. Evaluation by faculty. 1-to-1 sessions with faculty for personal doubts K underscore 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 Y. Special focus on time management, tackling philosophical essays, case studies 2. It is our attitude at the beginning of a difficult task which, more than anything else, will affect its successful outcome. William James' attitude is a psychological tendency that is expressed by evaluating a particular entity with some degree of favor or disfavor. Eagley and Chaikin, you can often change your circumstances by changing your attitude. Eleanor Roosevelt, attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. Winston Churchill introduction, attitude is an evaluation people make towards persons, objects, ideas, or events. For instance, consider an example of half-full glass theory. A person's attitude determines whether it is half full or half empty. Attitudes are the perspectives on a situation based upon the values held by a person or organization. It is a psychological tendency of evaluating a particular object either in favor or disfavor. Characteristics of attitude, cognitive, affective, and behavioral components. Attitudes have thoughts, emotions, and actions. Evaluation and judgment. Attitudes involve positive or negative appraisal. Context-dependent and subjective. Attitudes can vary in different situations and also vary from person to person. Psychological construct. Attitude is a mental evaluation and predisposition. Learned and acquired. Attitudes are acquired through socialization. Structure components of attitude is made up of 3 main components: affective, behavioral, and cognitive. Cognitive. This component of attitude involves our thoughts and beliefs about something or someone. It's based on the information we have gathered and our understanding of it. We form judgments and opinions based on what we know. For example, consider the example of person X who believes that individual actions can make a positive difference in environmental issues and understands the consequences of unsustainable practices. Affective. The affective component of attitude deals with our emotions and feelings towards something or someone. It's how we feel about a particular object, person, issue, or event. It can include emotions like fear, hate, pleasure, or even love. For instance, person X feels happy and fulfilled when engaged in eco-friendly practices like using reusable bags or conserving water. Behavioral. The behavioral component of attitude is about how our attitude influences our behavior or actions. It's the way we tend to act or behave based on our attitude. For example, same person X regularly recycles, uses public transportation, and actively participates in environmental cleanup drives. Example: Portugal's football player Ronaldo sat down for his first pre-match press conference of the tournament before Portugal's clash with Hungary and noticed that 2 bottles of Coca-Cola were put directly in front of him. He promptly removed the soft drinks from the view of the cameras and replaced them with a water bottle. In the given example, the cognitive component is the knowledge of Ronaldo that Coca-Cola is bad for health. The affective component is the feeling of disgust towards Coca-Cola, and the behavioral component is the removal of the Coca-Cola bottles. Formation of attitude. The following theories are used to explain the formation of attitude. Instrumental conditioning. According to this theory, positive outcomes strengthen behaviors while negative outcomes suppress them. Example: a person who is continuously ostracized for smoking eventually will quit smoking by developing a negative attitude towards it. Classical or Pavlovian conditioning. It involves pairing a previously neutral stimulus with an unconditioned stimulus to elicit conditioned response. Example: citizens develop a positive attitude towards civil servants who consistently work for the betterment of people. Ivan Pavlov discovered classical conditioning. He paired previously neutral stimulus, sound of bell, which did not elicit any response from dogs, with unconditioned stimulus, dog's food, to elicit conditioned response in dogs. Because of the conditioned response, dogs produce saliva just by ringing bells. Observational learning. This theory says that a person modifies his behavior thought by observing the rewards or punishments that others get. Example: best employee awards are given in companies so as to change the attitude of the employees. Social norms. Norms are group-held beliefs about how members should behave in a given context. These are informal understandings that govern society's behaviors. Example, touching feet in Indian society is considered as a sign of respect. Genetic factors. It plays an important role in shaping and developing attitude toward anything or entity. Example, variations in genes like the oxytocin receptor gene might influence empathy levels, impacting how we connect and respond to others' emotions. Culture. Culture exerts enormous influence on an individual. Culture in itself includes religion, tradition, customs, prohibitions, rewards, and sanctions. Example, in Japan, elaborate gift-giving is a cultural norm, shaping business etiquette and emphasizing respect for hierarchy. Functions of attitude. Following are the main functions of attitude. Decision-making function. Our decisions are based on how we evaluate situations. Attitude facilitates decision-making. Example, environmentally conscious person chooses reusable grocery bags over plastic, reduces waste. Utilitarian function. Utilitarian attitude leads to behavior that optimizes one's interest. Positive attitude towards objects that are associated with rewards and negative attitude towards those associated with punishment. Example, awards such as Bharat Ratna, Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan, etc. are bestowed by the government to develop a positive attitude in the citizens towards their respective works and social service. Value expressive function. It helps to demonstrate one's self-image to others. It expresses our basic values. It helps in securing social approval for an individual. Example, standing in solidarity with victims of injustice, even if one is not directly related to it, demonstrates the values of courage and equality for all. Social adjustment function. Attitudes help us in social adjustments. Attitudes help us in simplifying our perception about the world and make it more manageable to us. Example, Michael's open-minded attitude allows him to adapt to diverse cultural perspectives, facilitating social interactions and fostering understanding in a globalized world. Social identity function. It helps in displaying the information of attitude of an individual to others. Example, people celebrate their LGBTQ+ identity, promoting inclusivity and challenging social stigma. Ego defensive function. It protects an individual from acknowledging the basic truths about himself or harsh realities of life. It helps an individual to psychologically isolate him from groups perceived as hostile or threatening. Example, persons may not be able to play football like Messi. Instead of accepting this reality, he can claim that he doesn't like football to maintain his self-image. Self-awareness function. Attitudes can help people to approach things that are beneficial to them and avoid things that are harmful to them. Example, person X's positive attitude towards healthy eating leads her to choose nutritious foods and avoid harmful dietary habits. Influence of attitude on behavior. Our attitudes, which are sets of beliefs, feelings, and predispositions we hold towards things, have a significant influence on our behavior, the way we act in different situations. For example, if someone enjoys exercise, positive attitude, they might be more likely to go for a run, behavior. In short, attitude is a personal trait, whereas behavior is a social trait. Difference between attitude and behavior. Attitude behavior. Attitude is an internal component of our cognition, knowledge, or information. Behavior is the manifestation or exhibition of such an attitude. Factors like environment, experiences, and moral values mainly influence attitudes. Attitudes, character traits, biological factors like endocrine and nervous responses influence our behavior. It is more personal. It is more social. Attitude reflects one's emotions, opinions, and thoughts. Behavior reflects one's attitude, as actions are the reflection of our thoughts. Example, teenage have an attitude of respect towards elders and poor people. Example, this attitude can be seen in his behavior, offering seat to elders in bus or helping them in crossing the roads. Categories of attitude. Attitudes can be grouped into various categories, reflecting how individuals perceive and respond to people, events, or ideas. Attitudes can be mainly distinguished between explicit and implicit attitude. Explicit attitude and implicit attitude. Explicit attitude, also referred to as the self-reported attitude. This attitude is embedded in our conscious cognition, or in simple words, the person involved is aware of his or her attitude. Implicit attitude, mostly governed by past memories. This attitude is embedded in our unconscious cognition. It arises unintentionally due to our experiences. Explicit attitude. Implicit attitude. A person is aware of his attitudes. A person is unaware of implicit beliefs. It is formed consciously. It is a subconscious attitude. It reflects values, beliefs, and desired responses. It reflects experiences based on social conditioning. Example, positive attitude towards a product which was manufactured in an environment-friendly manner. Example, positive attitude towards products used by parents during childhood days. Opinion and attitude. It is an individual's thought or belief about something, whether good or bad. It can vary from person to person. Example. There are conflicting opinions on the possession of nuclear weapons, historical responsibility of climate change in the developed and developing world. Opinion attitude. It is the expression of judgment. It is a predisposition to act in a certain way. Opinion is generally advisable in nature to others. It is related to more to self-like or dislike towards person, place, environment, etc. It may or may not be based on facts or knowledge. It is generated from own belief system. Example. An author expressing positive opinion on democracy through an article. Example. The author having positive attitude about democracy by studying various forms of government. Belief and attitude. Belief is being certain about something that exists or is true. Example. The belief in living modestly and avoiding waste leads to an attitude of saving and mindful consumption. Belief attitude. It is an idea that a person holds as true. It is a mental disposition that results in a particular behavior. It can arise from past experience, cultural and societal norms, or education. It arises out of values and beliefs we hold internally. Changing belief can change attitude. Changing attitude can also lead to change in belief. Example. The belief in nonviolence towards animals. Example. This belief of a person leads to a vegetarian diet. Value and attitude. Values are deeply held beliefs and principles that guide individuals' behaviors and decision-making, reflecting what is considered important and desirable in life. Example. A person's value of honesty compels him to always speak the truth, even when it is difficult or uncomfortable. Value attitude. It refers to personal belief or principles that guide behaviors and decision-making. It refers to personal feeling, negative, positive, or neutral feeling about persons, object, situation, or environment. It helps in deciding what is right and wrong. It is our likes, dislikes for things, people, and objects. They represent a single belief that guides actions and judgment across objects and situations. They represent several beliefs focused on a specific object or situation. Showcase a particular person's moral ethics and his or overall character. Highlight a person's behavior through the personality. It is derived from social and cultural conventions. It is more of a personal experience. Example. A student possessing the value of patience and perseverance. Example. A student faces setbacks during preparation for exams, but continues to study and succeed. Similarity between value and attitudes, guiding principles. Both values and attitudes act as internal guides that influence our choices and actions. Direction and evaluation. Both provide direction and a way to evaluate things as good, bad, important, or unimportant. Basis for behavior. Both values and attitudes can shape our behavior and how we interact with the world. Influence on perception. Both can influence how we perceive situations and the people around us. Cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is a psychological concept that describes the uncomfortable tension we feel when our behaviors don't match up with our beliefs or attitudes. This feeling of discomfort can lead us to change either our attitudes or our behaviors to reduce the inconsistency and restore harmony within ourselves. For instance, when you act in a way that contradicts your beliefs, it creates a kind of mental discomfort. For example, if you believe that smoking is harmful to your health but continue to smoke, this contradiction between your belief, smoking is bad, and your action, smoking, produces cognitive dissonance. Dealing with dissonance, people employ various strategies to reduce cognitive dissonance and restore internal harmony, changing attitudes or behaviors. The most straightforward way to reduce dissonance is to either change your behavior to align with your beliefs or adjust your beliefs to better match your actions. For instance, a smoker might quit smoking to align with their health beliefs. Seeking justification, gathering new information that supports your behavior or attitude can also reduce dissonance. If a person learns about a study suggesting moderate wine consumption may have health benefits, they might feel less guilty about drinking wine despite health concerns. Minimizing the importance, some might downplay the significance of the inconsistency. A person might think it's just one cigarette, to lessen the tension between their actions and their health beliefs. Self-consolation, rationalizing behavior by considering the circumstances or focusing on one's positive actions can also ease dissonance. Someone might justify a lie by thinking about the times they were honest or by believing the lie was necessary to avoid hurting someone's feelings. Moral attitude. It is based on the moral conviction of what is right and wrong. Moral attitudes are deeply rooted in strong emotions, which are essential for a truly moral life. Without these emotions, morality becomes accidental and inconsistent. Moral attitudes encompass our moral judgments, right and wrong, and reflect an individual's core values. Socrates and Plato, for example, held a moral attitude that suffering injustice is preferable to committing it. Similarly, Gandhi's belief in nonviolence as a response to injustice stemmed from his strong moral stance. However, not all our attitudes have a moral dimension. For example, a person's fear of snakes isn't inherently moral. However, an attitude towards democracy can have strong moral implications. Qualities of moral attitude. Moral attitude is neither permanent nor universal. There are many factors which shape moral attitudes. They are veracity. It implies truthfulness, fidelity, or constancy, and the awareness of responsibility. For example, a business owner, despite market pressure to cut costs, prioritizes fair wages for employees, reflecting a commitment to honest and ethical treatment. Reverence. Deep respect for others is essential for justice. It requires acknowledging their rights and curbing one's own desire for power. Without reverence, submitting to authority or self-sacrifice becomes impossible. Responsibility with awareness. A responsible person has internalized values. This includes recognizing a higher power that guides decision-making, leading to careful consideration and courage in difficult situations. Faithfulness. Loyalty to a person or cause, expressed through consistent action, defines faithfulness. The stronger this loyalty, the more substantial and capable one becomes of embodying moral values. Goodness. Rooted in love, goodness is the fundamental attitude that allows us to practice kindness and generosity. Implication of moral attitudes. Positive implications, negative implications. Tied up with strong emotions. Hence prevents deviant behaviors due to fear of social ostracization. Example, despite being economically debt-ridden, farmers do not follow unethical practices like stealing. People can use it to justify violent behavior and lunacy, and still society will accept it because moral attitude is strong emotions. Example, motivates a person towards riots, genocide, and terrorism to justify religious, regional issues. Motivates a person towards altruism, volunteerism, social service. Since moral attitude is tied with strong emotions, people don't get along with those who don't share their moral attitude. X. Intolerance. Social attitude. It is the outlook of a person towards social entities like society, culture, organizations, institutions, etc. It is a feeling and belief that a person holds towards certain issues. These attitudes can shift over time and can vary based on factors like culture, generation, and media influence. It is a behavior pattern, a conditioned response, or anticipatory tendency towards a social stimulus. It is shaped by personal experiences and observations. Significance for civil servant. Understanding vulnerability. A positive attitude towards issues like poverty, deprivation, and discrimination reflects a civil servant's empathy and concern for the underprivileged. It shows compassion for those facing marginalization and hardship. Example, increased focus on ramps, braille signage, and inclusive public spaces signifies a growing social commitment to the inclusion of people with disabilities. Combating bias. Unbiased treatment is crucial. Civil servants must avoid letting stereotypes or prejudices influence their interactions with individuals. Example, IS Officer Amit Gupta's Dalia Jaleo initiative exemplifies successful action against manual scavenging in Badon district, demonstrating a commitment to overcoming prejudice. Sarvodaya and Antyodaya. Civil servants should be guided by the principles of Sarvodaya, welfare for all, and Antyodaya, upliftment of the most disadvantaged. Their work should strive for the betterment of society, with a particular focus on empowering the poorest sections. Tolerance. Civil servants should be tolerant to cater to the needs of weaker sections. Prejudice. Prejudice involves negative preconceptions about entire groups of people, often based on stereotypes. These judgments are not based on reason or personal experience, but solely on a person's belonging to a particular social group. People with prejudice tend to assume all members of a group are the same, ignoring individual differences. This can lead to discrimination. Examples include prejudice against women driving, doubting the capabilities of Dalits, or unfairly assuming poor hygiene among tribal communities. How to counter prejudice? Target the root. Identify the source of prejudice to tackle its underlying causes effectively. Limit exposure to bias. Reduce opportunities to encounter biased information or environments that promote prejudice. Promote shared identity. Encourage individuals to consider a broader social identity, like national or global citizenship, instead of focusing solely on narrow group affiliations. Increase intergroup contact. Promote interactions between different groups to build trust and reduce mistrust. For example, organizing interfaith dialogue where people from different religions discuss their beliefs fosters understanding and dismantles religious prejudice. Education and information dissemination. Utilize education and dissemination of information to challenge stereotypes and promote understanding. For instance, school curriculums that celebrate diversity and highlight contributions of different communities can counter prejudice from a young age. Political attitude. It refers to a person or group's perspective on political figures, institutions, events, and issues. It reflects their stance on different ideologies. Political attitudes represent how individuals view political parties, topics, and belief systems. People's existing ideological leanings shape how they analyze political issues from specific angles. Factors which affect our political ideologies. Family influence. Children often follow in their parents' political footsteps. Example, children of prominent political figures frequently enter politics themselves, carrying on their family's ideology and support base. Role of caste. A person's caste background can influence their political leanings. In some countries, e.g., India, elections are still heavily influenced by caste. Politicians often choose candidates based on the dominant caste in a constituency to secure votes. Religion's impact. Religious beliefs can shape moral values, which in turn can influence political views. Example, religious tensions and controversies, like the Ayodhya dispute in India, can be exploited by political parties to mobilize voters along religious lines. Education's influence. A school's curriculum and underlying ideology can play a role in shaping students' political beliefs. For instance, educational systems that promote a particular ideology, like China's emphasis on communism, may influence students' views on other political systems. Social media. In the age of IT, social media has become a prominent tool of propaganda influencing the political ideologies of the people. Example, political parties use social media handles to attract vote bank. Economic status. Poor people align towards socialist ideology and rich people align towards capitalistic ideology. Example, poor people are more likely to vote for parties who promise them subsidized food, healthcare, education, etc. Significance of political attitude shapes voting behavior. Political attitudes influence to whom person vote and the policies he support. People tend to align with candidates who share their values and priorities. Informs political participation. Person's political views can determine how actively he engage in the political process. This could involve voting, volunteering, or protesting. Public opinion and policy making. The collective political attitudes of a society influence public opinion, which can shape government policies. Identity and community. Political views can shape person's sense of identity and connect him with like-minded people, fostering a sense of community. Democratic attitude. The democratic attitude is characterized by a set of values that promote fairness, respect, and inclusivity within a society. It gives space to difference of opinion and appreciates participation of stakeholders. Or in case of public service, it refers to those attitudes possessed by civil servants who promote the participation of people in decision-making. They promote the delegation of power or authority. In place of rule and regulation, there is more focus on compassion, tolerance, and inclusiveness. It has following characteristics. Decision-making, guided by the will of the people, often reflected in public opinion polls or elections. Respect for majority, recognizes the legitimacy of decisions made by the greater number of people involved. Focus on public welfare, aims to create policies that benefit the largest portion of the population. Representative governance, relies on elected officials to voice the concerns and interests of the people they represent. Merits demerits. It promotes the active participation of people. So, it will promote and strengthen the democratic institution at the grassroots level. There will be more transparency and efficient public service delivery. It will make the governance system more accountable as there is active participation of people. Decision-making process will become slow and time-consuming. There is difficulty to satisfy every section of society. Sometimes, such an attitude becomes a hindrance to the development process. Example, delay in clearance of mining and industrial development project in scheduled area because of mandatory consultation under Forest Act 2006. Bureaucratic attitude. Bureaucratic attitude refers to a mindset or approach characterized by excessive adherence to rules, procedures, and formalities within an organizational or institutional setting. It prioritizes strict adherence to guidelines and regulations. This approach is grounded in principles of neutrality, objectivity, and impartiality. Characteristics of bureaucratic attitude. Decisions by the book. Choices are made based strictly on existing laws and regulations. Following every step, all established procedures and rules are adhered to, regardless of extenuating circumstances. Public opinion takes a back seat. Public opinion or feedback may not be a major consideration in decision-making. Friction with elected officials. A strict focus on rules can sometimes create tension with elected representatives who are responsive to public sentiment. Merits demerit. Strict compliance of standard operating procedure. It is easier to fix responsibility for decisions because of the hierarchical decision-making process. Since consultation with the public is not needed, decisions can be taken quickly. Red tapeism. As there is no urgency in achieving targets, it is rigid. Hence, public service delivery may not be effective. They are opposed to changes in the system, leading to stagnation. Apathy towards common people as rule is supreme and not citizens. Difference between democratic attitude and bureaucratic attitude. Democratic attitude, bureaucratic attitude. It is based on participatory, humanistic, and flexible approaches and bottom-up decision-making. It reflects hierarchical discipline, implicit obedience to orders, top-down instructions, and rule-bound approaches. It promotes the active participation of people. Apathy towards common people as rule is supreme and not citizens. It focuses more on accountability, people participation, transparency, the flexibility of law, and public interest. It focuses on strengthening and adhering to rules, procedure, top-down, and centralized decision-making. Based on the values of transparency, inclusiveness based on objectivity and neutrality. Example, Institutions for public service delivery like banks and PDS shops require democratic attitude. Example, bureaucratic attitude is needed in areas needing quicker decision-making and dealing with the question of national security and sovereignty of the country. Social behavior. Social behavior refers to the way individuals interact and engage with others within a society. It encompasses a wide range of actions, reactions, and communication styles that influence how we function within a group. It is said that behavior of a person is difficult to change. It is due to the following reasons. Deeply rooted traditions. Centuries of established practices, like building outhouses instead of indoor toilets, create resistance to change because they're seen as the norm. Cultural norms. Cultural hierarchies, where some groups hold more power than others, like the subjugation of women, can be difficult to dismantle. Preconceived biases. Existing stereotypes and prejudices, like the belief that women should be subservient, can hinder progress towards equality. How behavior can be changed? Following can be done to change the behavior of people. Leverage cultural norms. Successful campaigns often integrate cultural and societal conventions. For instance, the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Save the Girl, Educate the Girl campaign could reference scriptures where women are revered as powerful figures. Encourage public commitment. Pre-commitment strategies, where people pledge to specific goals in the presence of government agents, can be effective. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Clean India Mission, could utilize this by having swachhagrahis, cleanliness volunteers, guide citizens towards sanitation commitments. Showcase success stories. Highlighting real-life beneficiaries of the program through testimonials or examples can motivate others to participate. Foster emotional connection. Transparency and active engagement from the government create an emotional bond with citizens. This builds trust and a sense of shared responsibility for societal progress. Social influence. It refers to how individual thoughts, actions, and feelings are influenced by social groups. It is a quality that can lead to changes in a person's actions, attitudes, and feelings as a result of interactions with other people in society. Social influence can lead us to do positive things, like helping others or volunteering. But it can also lead us to do negative things, like following fads or bullying someone. Individuals respond to social influences INDFFERENTWAYS, compliance, public agreement without conviction. X. Someone stays silent when a friend makes a racist remark. Identification, adopting behavior to mimic someone admired. X. A young fan drinks a brand endorsed by their favorite athlete. Internalization, aligning with someone due to shared beliefs. X. Two friends both express racist views. Types of social influence. Normative influence. An individual follows the crowd in order to be liked and accepted. By agreeing on common beliefs, values, attitudes, and behavior, an individual increases his chance of acceptance and survival possibilities. Informational influence. An individual goes along with the crowd because he thinks that crowd knows more than him. Two types of situations produce informational influence. A. Ambiguous situations, when individuals don't know what to do. B. Crisis situation, when an individual doesn't have time to think what to do. For example, during Stampede, public spirit tragedy in Odisha, public responds with overwhelming blood donations. A train accident in Balasore, Odisha, left nearly 200 dead and many injured. In response to the disaster, the community rallied behind the tireless medical staff. Villagers displayed remarkable compassion by forming long lines outside hospitals to donate blood. Civil society groups also joined the effort, resulting in an abundance of blood donations exceeding immediate needs. Principles of social influence is reciprocity. People tend to give back what was received. Example, reciprocating smiles between individuals. Consistency. Generally, people try to be consistent with their previous actions, opinions, and assertions. Example, Virat Kohli's dedication to fitness and hard work on the field inspires aspiring cricketers. Social proof. People often decide what to do by looking at what similar others have done. Liking. People are often influenced by those people whom they like. Example, if an influential person in function picks up litter and puts it in dustbins, many people also follow him and do the same. Scarcity. Items and opportunities become more desirable when they are less accessible. Example, use of slogans like limited edition or last week for sale have immediate effect. Persuasion. Persuasion refers to the process of changing the attitudes and behaviors of the target group towards some event, idea, object, or another person's in the intended direction by using written or spoken words to convey information, feelings, or reasoning, etc. For example, public service announcements, PSAs, against smoking, discouraging people from smoking for their health and the health of others. Energy Star rating system, persuading consumers to choose energy-efficient appliances to save money and conserve energy. Meatless Mondays, encouraging people to reduce their meat consumption for environmental and health reasons. Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, to change the attitude of people towards girl students. Persuasion can also result in more submission and obedience. It is a receiver-centric exercise. It is not what the source says, it is what the receiver understands. Functions of persuasion, moral conditioning. Persuasion can bring change in the social attitude of people. For example, regular announcements to keep the station clean persuade people to change their behavior. Intensify attitude. When the audience has the same attitude, persuasion can amplify the current attitude. Minimize resistance. When the audience has moderately opposed ideas, persuasion can move the audience towards neutrality. Change attitude. When the audience has a contrasting attitude, persuasion can help in making the audience less comfortable with the current attitude, gain behavior, when the audience is strongly in sync with the persuader. The final objective is to make the audience act. Ways to resist persuasion, attitude inoculation. Imagine getting a weakened version of a virus to build immunity. Similarly, exposure to counterarguments can make someone resistant to persuasion attempts. Backfire effect. When someone strongly resists persuasion, it can backfire. Like a boomerang, the persuasion attempt might be met with an even stronger opposing response. Think of the medical staff getting attacked during COVID. Some people develop such a negative view of treatments that they lashed out. Forewarned is forearmed. If someone knows they're being targeted for persuasion, they might build up resistance beforehand. This forewarning allows them to prepare counterarguments. Knowledge is power. People with strong knowledge and resources, like being well-read, are better equipped to resist persuasion attempts. Think of a healthy person with a strong immune system fighting off an illness. How to make persuasion effective? Crafting persuasive messages, vivid language, data, and logic are key, along with finding common ground with the audience. The message should fit the audience's comfort zone, using appropriate channels, e.g., street plays for social issues in villages, emotional connection. Emotional appeals can be powerful, e.g., ads featuring neglected animals to encourage shelter donations. Fear appeals with delicate balance. Moderate fear can motivate, but strong fear can backfire, e.g., anti-smoking campaigns with graphic imagery. The power of social proof. Highlighting others' success with a proposed change can be persuasive, e.g., Haryana government using female athletes to combat female foeticide. Appealing to intelligence. Logical arguments backed by facts resonate with analytical thinkers. Scarcity principle. Emphasize limited availability to create a sense of urgency, e.g., limited offer sales. Administration and the public. The administration formulates and implements policies that affect the public's lives. The public has a stake in these policies and relies on government services for their well-being. However, many times conflicts arise between these two due to mismatch of expectations and reality, leading to strained relations between these entities. Why public officials have negative attitude towards masses. Frustration with complexity. Public desires can be contradictory and addressing everyone's needs can feel overwhelming. Information overload. Public officials are bombarded with opinions, making it hard to gauge true public sentiment. Short-termisms. Long-term, public pressure often focuses on immediate solutions, while officials might prioritize long-term benefits. Constant criticism. Public officials face relentless scrutiny, even for well-intentioned decisions. Unrealistic expectations. The public might have conflicting desires or unrealistic expectations about what an official can achieve. Why masses have negative attitude towards public officials. Perceive corruption. A sense that public officials are lining their own pockets or influenced by special interests can breed distrust. Ineffectiveness. If people don't see progress on important issues, they may blame officials for a lack of action or results. Excessive pay benefits. Public perception of overly generous salaries and benefits for politicians can lead to resentment. Scandals and misconduct. High-profile scandals involving public officials can taint the entire profession. Media portrayal. Negative media coverage of public officials shape public opinion. How to improve the relationship between public and administration? Public should shed its negative role and adopt a positive role. Citizen support and cooperation is essential for the success of any government program. Creating a public relations agency in the administration to serve as conduit between the public and the administration. Administration should maintain constant contact with the public, especially those from the rural areas. HOTA Committee. Increasing accessibility to civil servants by making public meetings compulsory. Use of e-governance, which helps in making the government reach the doorstep of the citizens. Social audit, which involves auditing of the project from the beneficiaries. Citizens Charter to make the citizens aware about the quality of service they receive and grievance redressal mechanism. A healthy administration should be receptive to public feedback and concerns. This feedback helps the administration improve its policies and services. Key terms. Terms meaning. Attitude, psychological tendency of evaluating a particular object either in favor or disfavor. Behavior, way a person conducts oneself. Our behavior is largely shaped by our attitude. A positive attitude manifests in good behavior. Opinion, an individual's thoughts or beliefs about something, whether good or bad. It can vary from person to person. Belief, being certain about something that exists or is true. Prejudice, unreasonable dislike towards a particular person or a group of persons and preferences. Stereotype, preconceived notions about a specific group based on sex, gender identity, race and ethnicity, nationality, age, socioeconomic status, language, and so forth. Persuasion, an attempt to bring about a change in the attitude of a person. Keywords: classical or Pavlovian conditioning, instrumental conditioning, observational learning, utilitarian instrumental function, volunteerism and social service, positive attitude, compassionate attitude, tolerance, proactive empathy, stereotypes and prejudices, anarchism, authoritarianism, communism, conservatism, liberalism, fascism, Nazism, environmentalism, feminism, identity politics, normative and formative influence, reciprocity, consistency. Students note. Previous year questions. 1. Attitude is an important component that goes as input in the development of humans. How to build a suitable need for a public servant. 2021. 2. What do the following quotations mean to you? Every work has to pass through hundreds of difficulties before succeeding. Those that persevere will see the light, sooner or later. Swami Vivekananda. 2021. 3. A positive attitude is considered to be an essential characteristic of a civil servant who is often required to function under extreme stress. What contributes to a positive attitude in a person? 2020. 4. Hatred is destructive of a person's wisdom and conscience that can poison a nation's spirit. Do you agree with this view? Justify your answer. 2020. 5. What is meant by crisis of conscience? How does it manifest itself in the public domain? 2019. 6. With regard to the morality of actions, one view is that means is of paramount importance, and the other view is that the ends justify the means. Which view do you think is more appropriate? Justify your answer. 2018. 7. Young people with ethical conduct are not willing to come forward to join active politics. Suggest steps to motivate them to come forward. 2017. 8. Without commonly shared and widely entrenched moral values and obligations, neither the law, nor democratic government, nor even the market economy will function properly. What do you understand by this statement? Explain with illustration in contemporary times. 2017. 9. How could social influence and persuasion contribute to the success of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan? 2016. 10. Our attitudes towards life, work, other people and society are generally shaped unconsciously by the family and the social surroundings in which we grow up. Some of these unconsciously acquired attitudes and values are often undesirable in the citizens of a modern democratic and egalitarian society. A. Discuss such undesirable values prevalent in today's educated Indians. B. How can such undesirable attitudes be changed and socio-ethical values considered necessary in public services be cultivated in the aspiring and serving civil servants? 2016. 11. Two different kinds of attitudes exhibited by public servants towards their work have been identified as bureaucratic attitudes and democratic attitudes. A. Distinguish between these two terms and write their merits and demerits. B. Is it possible to balance the two to create a better administration for the faster development of our country? 2015 Wallah DOAI Foundation OUI courses. Live recorded GS classes. CSE classes. HI Daily MCQs plus Mains question. Regular doubt sessions I. Songkalp 2026 Prahar 2025 Titan 2025. English WH and G Lease H1M English. Starts from 5.9 for 99. For extra discount. UPSC optional course 2025 English Ratful. Anthropology. Sociology. At just 8,999. For extra discount. 992-061-3613 PW. Live 3 Aptitude. Aptitude without attitude is blind. And attitude without aptitude is lame. Richard Marcel I. Genius is nothing but a greater aptitude or patience. Benjamin Franklin. Introduction. Aptitude refers to the natural or acquired abilities that indicate an individual's ability to develop proficiency in certain areas. It's like a head start you get in a certain area. For instance, someone with a musical aptitude might learn to play an instrument quickly or have a good ear for rhythm. An inherent aptitude with a positive attitude helps a person to make significant changes in people's lives and improve their well-being. Example. Entrepreneur Bunker Roy's aptitude for social innovation led him to create the Barefoot College, training rural women with no formal education to become solar engineers, empowering their communities. It is a natural propensity for some particular skills to be learned successfully. These skills can then be improved upon with the right information and instruction. It can be improved through training or formal intervention, but improvement may have limitations. Relationship of aptitude with other qualities. Aptitude and skills. Aptitude is raw native talent that can be worked upon. On the other hand, skill is acquired through training and constantly upgraded. Aptitude is not skill, but what is already there that can be nurtured. Skills are the abilities that can be acquired by way of reading, observation, practice, and training, whereas aptitude is inborn and unique. Example. A skilled mediator with an aptitude for understanding different perspectives helps resolve conflicts peacefully and fairly within a community. Aptitude and interest. Interest is an individual's preference for engaging in one or more specific activities relative to others, while aptitude is the potential to perform that activity. We are drawn to things out of interest, not because we are particularly skilled at them. Example. An educator with an aptitude for teaching and a genuine interest in working with children with special needs fosters a safe and inclusive learning environment that allows all students to flourish. Aptitude and intelligence. Intelligence is generic and refers to a broad range of mental abilities, such as comprehension, etc. On the other hand, aptitude has a narrow scope involving personal strengths and weaknesses and reflects the specialized nature of that intelligence that is directed towards something. Aptitude requires a degree of intelligence to do the job well. Example. Conservation biologists with an aptitude for animal behavior and the intelligence to design sustainable solutions can develop programs that protect endangered species in their habitats. Aptitude and ability. Aptitude indicates an individual's potential, i.e., what an individual will be able to learn to, whereas ability presents the evidence of what the individual is able to do now. Example. A young doctor, despite limited experience, demonstrates exceptional surgical aptitude during an emergency, saving a life that might have been lost with a less skilled surgeon. Aptitude and values. Aptitude refers to your natural talent or ability to learn particular skills. Values are your core principles or beliefs that guide your decisions and actions. They shape who you are and what you consider important in life. Examples of values include honesty, kindness, compassion, and hard work. Aptitude and values can influence each other. Your values can influence how you develop your aptitudes. For example, if you value creativity, you might be more likely to develop your artistic talents. Likewise, your aptitudes can influence which values you hold important. If you're good at math and science, you might come to value logic and reason. Difference between attitude and aptitude. Parameter. Attitude. Aptitude. Definition. It is a positive or negative or indifferent feeling towards a person, object, event, or idea. It is competency to do a certain kind of work. Nature. Largely mental as well as physical. Function. It defines how you work or proceed towards a goal. It defines how much potential you have to learn specific skills to achieve a goal. Change. Relatively permanent, changed and developed. Association. Associated with character or virtues and can be negative, positive, or neutral. Associated with competence or talent, e.g. Quantitative aptitude, mental aptitude, etc. Abilities and skills. It is related to existing abilities and skills with certain perceptions. It is the potential ability to acquire skills, abilities, and knowledge. Components. Components of attitude include cognitive, affective, and behavioral. Components of aptitude include attitude, skills, and knowledge. Example. An administrator may have a good aptitude in resolving the communal issues, aptitude part, but may have a negative attitude towards a particular community, attitude part, which will naturally influence his/her overall decisions. Aptitude for civil services and ITS role. Aptitude in civil services helps to understand the role, its associated responsibilities, and institutional environment easily. Broadly, following kind of aptitude is desired in a civil servant. Decision-making. Civil servants need an abundance of impromptu decision-making skills and critical thinking ability to exercise discretion with conviction. Example. Purnia, Bihar. District Magistrate Rahul Kumar arranged for medical oxygen and restarted a broken-down oxygen plant in the city with his smart planning during the second wave of COVID-19. Communication skills. A civil servant needs to have good communication and interpersonal skills, as Husha will have to bring different stakeholders on one platform for decision-making. Example. Vikas Kumar Ajval, a divisional forest officer in Jharkhand, took along the local community and transformed the Maoist-hit area into a tourist destination. Persuasive skills. Skills of persuasion and negotiation with others are required, as there might be resistance in the society against changes or any new initiative. Example. Kiran Naik, a government college lecturer in Andhra Pradesh, visits remote villages and persuades parents to get their children educated. Optimism. Civil servants need to be optimistic, which brings positivity and self-confidence in him to function under extreme stress. Example. Lunch with Collector initiative by IS Officer Saurabh Kumar in Dantewada counters the problems by helping local students to make the right career choice. Leadership skills. Civil servants need to have leadership, organizational, and collaboration skills, as they are entrusted with a diverse set of responsibilities such as decision-making, policy implementation, etc. Example. J. Meghanatha Reddy, district collector in Tamil Nadu, started Project Udhayam to build toilets for differently abled persons in their homes. Professionalism. High level of professionalism is required to maintain high standards of public administration, as they are the backbone of administration. Example. Debo na nebo na, won't give, won't take, Initiative by District Administration Culture provides drop boxes outside all government offices to stop corruption. Innovation. Since civil servants face diverse problems every day, they should be able to find innovative solutions to these problems. Challenges. Example. The authorities in East Kaming district of Arunachal Pradesh roped in religious leaders, NGOs and local influencers to counter vaccine hesitancy. Conclusion. Civil services is an important institution of the government tasked with policy implementation and ensuring effective governance and social justice. Since aptitude is an innate potentiality, therefore, one cannot develop an aptitude if it is completely absent from one's psychophysical system. To perform these essential services above, aptitudes are essential for civil servants. Foundational values for civil services. Values are individual principles or qualities that guide judgment and behavior of a person or group. Example. Mother Teresa regarded empathy as the highest value. These fundamental values form the bedrock of a civil servant's identity, essential for achieving their goals. Examples include integrity and compassion. These values define the ethical expectations citizens have of civil servants, ensuring fair treatment and upholding their rights. For example, driven by the core value of compassion, IS officer Prashant Nair initiated the Compassionate Koja Code project. Ethical issues in is freedom of speech of people holding public offices. The Supreme Court said that there is an unwritten rule for people holding public office that they exercise self-restriction and not blabber things which are very disparaging or insulting to other countrymen. Public officials have a duty to represent their constituents and uphold the public trust. However, their freedom of speech can sometimes clash with ethical considerations. Ethical issues in freedom of speech for public officials, incitement of violence or hatred. Public officials hold positions of power and influence. Their words can incite violence or hatred towards certain groups, creating social unrest and jeopardizing public safety. Example. Inflammatory rhetoric by politicians targeting minorities can fuel societal divisions and potentially lead to violence, e.g., speeches scapegoating immigrants for economic problems. Disclosure of confidential information. Public officials often have access to sensitive information. Sharing this information inappropriately can compromise national security or expose private citizens. Example. Leaking classified information to the media for personal gain can be a breach of ethical conduct and potentially endanger national security. Conflicts of interest. Public officials should avoid expressing personal opinions or stances that could be perceived as influenced by private interests or potential financial gain. Example. A politician advocating for policies that benefit a company they have financial ties with creates a conflict of interest that undermines ethical governance. Measures to address these issues. Transparency and accountability. Public officials should be transparent in their actions and accountable for their words. Clear codes of conduct and ethics training can help. Fact-checking and responsible media. Media outlets should prioritize fact-checking and avoid amplifying sensational or inflammatory statements by public officials. Public discourse and civic engagement. Encouraging open public discourse and civic engagement promotes a well-informed citizenry that can hold public officials accountable. Whistleblower protection. Creating avenues for whistleblowers to report unethical conduct by public officials without fear of retribution can help ensure transparency. By implementing these ethical measures, we can create a space where public officials can exercise their right to free speech responsibly, while maintaining public trust and fostering a healthy democracy. Keywords: aptitude, skills, interest, intelligence, ability, values, proficiency, achievement, competency, stewardship, leadership, professionalism, persuasive skills, adaptability, optimism, inclusivity. Constitutional values, nonpartisanship, constitutional culture. Students note. Previous year questions. 1. Apart from intellectual competency and moral qualities, empathy and compassion are some of the other vital attributes that facilitate the civil servants to be more competent in tackling the crucial issues or taking critical decisions. Explain with suitable illustrations. 150 words. 2022. 2. The rules and regulations provided to all the civil servants are same, yet there is difference in the performance. Positive-minded officers are able to interpret the rules and regulations in favor of the case and achieve success, whereas negative-minded officers are unable to achieve goals by interpreting the same rules and regulations against the case. Discuss with illustrations. 150 words. 2022. 3. Identify 5 ethical traits on which one can plot the performance of a civil servant. Justify their inclusion in the matrix. B. Identify 10 essential values that are needed to be an effective public servant. Describe the ways and means to prevent unethical behavior in the public servants. 2021. 4. What are the basic principles of public life? Illustrate any 3 of these with suitable examples. 2019. 5. Examine the relevance of the following in the context of civil service. A. Transparency. B. Accountability. C. Fairness and justice. D. Courage of conviction. E. Spirit of service. 2017. 6. A. Explain how ethics contributes to social and human well-being. B. Why should impartiality and nonpartisanship be considered as foundational values in public services, especially in the present-day socio-political context? Illustrate your answer with examples. 2016. 7. A mere compliance with law is not enough. The public servant also has to have a well-developed sensibility to ethical issues for effective discharge of duties. Do you agree? Explain with the help of two examples, where I, an act is ethically right, but not legally, and 2, an act is legally right, but not ethically. B. How do the virtues of trustworthiness and fortitude get manifested in public service? Explain with examples. 2015. 8. Two different kinds of attitudes exhibited by public servants towards their work have been identified as the bureaucratic attitude and the democratic attitude. A. Distinguish between these two terms and write their merits and demerits. B. Is it possible to balance the two to create a better administration for the faster development of our country? 2015. 9. The current society is plagued with widespread trust deficit. What are the consequences of this situation for personal well-being and for societal well-being? What can you do at the personal level to make yourself trustworthy? 2014. 4. Integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, but knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. Samuel Johnson. Integrity is choosing your thoughts and actions based on values rather than personal gain. Chris Karcher. Introduction. Integrity means adopting similar standards or moral principles in similar situations across time. It is the quality of being honest, having strong moral principles unwilling to change. Characteristics of person with integrity, ethical decision-making. They have a strong moral compass and choose a course of action based on what's right, even if it's difficult. Acts consistently with their values. They follow through on their choices and live according to their beliefs, even when it's inconvenient. Honest and truthful. They are trustworthy and act with integrity in their words and actions. Example. Senior IS officer, Ashok Kimka has shown professional integrity with consistency in his thought, actions and has chosen a right course of conduct. Takes responsibility for their choices. They are accountable for their decisions and actions, regardless of the outcome. Example. Abraham Lincoln and Mahatma Gandhi were exemplary leaders who were famous for their integrity, where both in times of crisis stuck to their values such as abolition of slavery and non-violence respectively. Examples of integrity. Nelson Mandela. After 27 years in prison for fighting against apartheid, Mandela emerged committed to reconciliation and forgiveness. He prioritized healing the nation over personal revenge, demonstrating integrity by upholding his values of peace and justice. Abraham Lincoln was a man of high integrity and adhered to his principles even when he faced opposition. He said, "I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live by the light that I have. I must stand with anybody that stands right, and stand with him while he is right, and part with him when he goes wrong." Colin Kaepernick. The NFL player kneeled during the national anthem to protest racial injustice, sacrificing his career for his beliefs. Importance of integrity in civil services, serving the public. Civil servants hold positions of great power entrusted to them by society. Their integrity, fairness, and honesty are essential for promoting social good and development. Example. A principled education officer enacts inclusive policies that guarantee access to quality education for all children, especially those from underprivileged backgrounds. Upholding good governance. Integrity is the cornerstone of good governance. It fosters an environment where public officials can fulfill their duties honestly, promotes efficient administration, and discourages resistance to accountability and transparency. Combating corruption. A strong commitment to integrity is vital to combat corruption in public service. Corruption not only denies citizens their rightful benefits but also hinders economic growth. For instance, Kerala doctor in government hospital refused to prescribe unnecessary and expensive medication, prioritizing patient well-being and ethical practice over potential financial gain. Managing public resources. They are responsible for managing public resources and money entrusted to them for the benefit of the citizens. For instance, a disaster management official prioritizes fair and efficient allocation of funds, ensuring timely aid reaches those affected by natural disasters. Constitutional obligation. To uphold and safeguard the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India and other constitutional principle, making it a constitutional as well as moral obligation on no misuse of power. It ensures that civil servants do not misuse his official position to further his private interest and deals with the public and their affairs fairly, efficiently, and sensitively to the best of his abilities. Performing duties. A person of integrity does his duties with conscience. For example, policemen were ordered to fire on unarmed peaceful protesters. Honest policemen will obey the order. Policemen of integrity will refuse to fire. Second Arcade on Integrity. The Second Administrative Reforms Commission, ARC, prepared a detailed blueprint for revamping the public administration system. It gave the following recommendations. A person must disclose information without authority. Misuse official positions by using information acquired in the course of his duties. Accept gifts or hospitality which might compromise his judgments. comply with law and uphold the administrative justice, fulfill his duties and obligations responsibly, make sure public money and resources are used efficiently, act in a way that is professional and deserves and retains public confidence, be transparent and open in his public dealings. Difference between honesty and integrity. Honesty, integrity. Honesty is merely being truthful or standing by what one says. Integrity is about consistency and conduct governed by an active adherence to one's values and promises. Honesty without integrity is possible. Integrity without honesty is not possible. Example: honesty means a person can lie and be honest when he says he lied. Example: integrity demands that a person should not lie in the first place and show a high standard of behavior. For instance, person X admitting that he made a mistake on a project shows honesty. Taking responsibility. A and C offering solutions to fix the mistake demonstrates integrity. Integrity Pact. Integrity Pact is a vigilance tool that envisages an agreement between the prospective vendors, bidders, and the buyer, committing both the parties not to exercise any corrupt influence on any aspect of the contract. For instance, Indian Oil Corporation's pact with suppliers requires them to adhere to ethical principles. This promotes fair competition, discourages kickbacks, and ensures the quality of supplied goods. An integrity pact is an agreement used to prevent corruption in public contracting. It is a voluntary agreement between a government agency and businesses bidding on a contract. The pact outlines common principles for ethical conduct during the procurement process, such as a commitment from both the government and businesses to avoid bribery and collusion. Independent monitors are often involved to oversee compliance with the pact and provide a channel for reporting any concerns about corruption. Conclusion: Civil Service Conduct Rules recommends absolute integrity for civil servants, irrespective of their department. Integrity is critical in civil services to ensure good governance and allow a civil servant to perform his or her duties with honesty. Ethical issues and news. Honesty shops. Recently, honesty shops were opened in nearly 15 schools in Kerala as part of the Student Police Cadet (SPC) project. It focused on some valuable lessons on trust, truth, and integrity for students. There is no salesman at these counters, and students can drop the money for each item at the collection box kept on a table. They can walk in, choose the item of their choice, and pay for it based on the price list displayed. Launched in 2008, the SPC project was conceived to inculcate better civic sense among students and mold them as responsible youth who will react positively to the demands of society. Key terms: strong moral principles, uprightness, rational principles, moral integrity, intellectual integrity, professional integrity, managing public resources, integrity pact, honesty shops, intense allegiance. Previous year questions. 1. Integrity is a value that empowers the human being. Justify with suitable illustration. 2021. 2. In looking for people to hire, you look for 3 qualities: integrity, intelligence, and energy. And if you do not have the first, the other 2 will kill you. Warren Buffett. 2018. 3. One of the tests of integrity is complete refusal to be compromised. Explain with reference to a real-life example. 2017. 4. Integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, but knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. What do you understand by this statement? Explain your stand with illustrations from modern-day context. 2014. 5. What do you understand by the following terms in the context of public service? 1. Integrity. 2. Perseverance. 3. Spirit of service. 4. Commitment. 5. Courage of conviction. 2013. Prahaar Mains Wallah. Latest data and facts enrichment. Concise Mains-oriented notes. Integrated PYQs. Interlinking of current and static topics. Keyword focus for quality answers. Our offline centers. Set of 14 booklets. Lucknow, Patna. I-992-061-3613 OnlyIAS. Com5 Impartiality and nonpartisanship. Impartiality: it is wisest to be impartial. If you have health, but are attached to it, you will always be afraid of losing it. And if you fear that loss, but become ill, you will suffer. Why not remain forever joyful in the self? Paramahansa Yogananda. Impartiality is the quality of being fair, or not being biased or partial towards anything or anyone. Impartiality means making decisions or judgments based on objective facts and evidence, rather than personal feelings, opinions, or biases. Imagine a judge in a courtroom. They should weigh the law and facts to reach a verdict, not favor one side because they like their speech. Being impartial means treating everyone involved in a situation fairly and without favoritism. This applies to people, ideas, or even things. For example, a teacher grading assignments should give everyone the same score based on their work, not because they are the star student or the class clown. Example: Sachin Tendulkar is known for his fair play and sportsmanship. He famously withdrew an appeal for a behind dismissal against Pakistan in 2004, believing the batsman wasn't out. John Lewis, the civil rights leader, advocated for equality for all, regardless of race, and used nonviolent methods to achieve social change. Universal adult franchise provided voting rights to all above the age of 18, without any partiality towards a group, sex, caste, religion, or social status. Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy, 6th President of India and twice Lok Sabha Speaker, was the first ever speaker to quit his party on being elected as a speaker. He also conducted the proceedings so smoothly that not even once during his tenure, opposition staged a walkout. Impartiality for civil servants. For civil servants, impartiality works at two different levels. Political impartiality, it implies serving governments of different political persuasions equally well, irrespective of a civil servant's own personal opinion. For example, during political transitions, civil servants provide continuity by maintaining essential services and administrative functions. They ensure smooth government operations regardless of the ruling party. Public impartiality, it implies that a civil servant carries out his responsibilities in fair, just, objective, and equitable manner without discriminating against a particular individual or interest. For example, a government doctor in a rural hospital prioritizes treatment based on medical urgency, treating all patients equally irrespective of their social status or ability to pay bribes. Significance of impartiality, fair decisions in unrest. Civil servants free from bias can make fair decisions during riots, communal violence, or other complex situations, ensuring a just response. Protecting minorities. Impartiality prevents the suppression of minority voices in a diverse nation like India. Civil servants must act as safeguards for minority rights. Accurate assessments. When evaluating subordinates, projects, or reports, impartiality allows civil servants to present a true picture, ultimately benefiting public welfare. Promoting equality. Impartiality fosters the core values of a democracy, equality, liberty, and fraternity, ensuring the needs of marginalized sections are considered alongside those of the privileged. And no, in partisanship is our great curse. We too readily assume that everything has two sides and that it is our duty to be on one or the other. James Harvey Robinson. It refers to lack of affiliation towards any political party or ideology. Nonpartisanship prioritizes objectivity and avoids favoring one political party or ideology over another. Decisions are based on merit and the greater good, rather than political affiliation. Those who are nonpartisan strive to be fair and just in their dealings with all sides. They consider all viewpoints and perspectives before making decisions. This ensures a balanced approach that takes into account the various aspects of an issue. Example, T.N. Seshan is remembered for his nonpartisan role as Chief Election Commissioner. Former President of India, Mr. K.R. Narayanan underscored his nonpartisanship by declining the United Front Prime Minister's recommendations to dismiss the BJP government of UP. Importance of nonpartisanship in public service builds public trust. A nonpartisan civil service fosters public trust in government by demonstrating impartiality and dedication to serving the public good. Ensures neutrality in decision-making. Nonpartisan approaches prioritize objective criteria like feasibility and public benefit when evaluating projects, ensuring efficient resource allocation. For example, nonpartisan civil servants evaluate infrastructure projects based on feasibility and public benefit, ensuring resources are directed towards projects with the most significant impact. Promotes professionalism and public perception. Nonpartisanship fosters a professional bureaucracy. Civil servants work with diverse groups like NGOs and citizens, prioritizing public safety over political agendas, which strengthens public trust in the civil service. Promotes equality and justice. A nonpartisan civil service ensures fair treatment for all citizens, regardless of their political affiliation, leading to a more just and equitable society. Method to ensure nonpartisanship. Nonpartisan conduct rules. The Central Civil Services Conduct Rules, 1964, and All India Services Conduct Rules, 1968, outline guidelines for civil servants. These rules emphasize full dedication to duty and prohibit delaying tactics in public interactions. Code of Ethics, 1997. This code marked a significant step towards improved governance in India by introducing the first ethical framework for public servants. Difference between impartiality and nonpartisanship. Nonpartisanship impartiality. It is a kind of attitude, it is a kind of behavior in a particular situation. It deals with the relationship of civil servants with political executives and thus a narrower concept. It deals with the relationship of civil servants not only with political executives, but people as well and thus a broader concept. Consider an example of the Election Commission of India. It ensures every candidate gets equal media coverage during elections, regardless of political affiliation, impartiality. It doesn't endorse or campaign for any political party, maintaining neutrality, nonpartisanship. Conclusion: to maintain compatibility and avoid conflicts between the bureaucracy and political leadership, nonpartisanship is indispensable. This has been proved time and again by civil servants of exemplary statutes such as T.N. Seshan, Vinod Rai, etc., who have brought various changes in election, auditing systems in India respectively. Neutrality: there is no neutrality. There is only greater or lesser awareness of one's bias. Phyllis Rose: it is the state of not taking sides on any issue, conflict, or situation. Neutrality is with specific reference to political neutrality, i.e. relationship between the civil servants and the political executives. Neutrality strives for objectivity in judgment and fairness in treatment. A neutral person aims to present all sides of an issue without bias and avoids favoring one perspective over another. Committed bureaucracy. Negative perspective. It implied politicized bureaucracy, where administrative system functions serve only the narrow interest of the political party in power, e.g. the administrative system of Nazi Germany. Positive perspective. It implies that civil servants are committed to the objectives of the state, the constitution, the laws, etc., and have faith in the programs of the political executives, if they are aligned with the objectives of the state, constitution, etc. Here they give technical advice to the political philosophy of the ruling party. Neutrality of constitutional offices. Recent context. In recent times, neutrality of various constitutional offices such as governor, e.g. Maharashtra, West Bengal, Speaker in the state legislative assemblies have come under the scanner of the Supreme Court on the grounds of doctrine of political neutrality. Importance of impartiality in constitutional roles. Maintaining public trust. Constitutional offices rely on public trust, which requires neutral actions and decisions. Preserving fairness. Any political bias in these powerful positions can disrupt the level playing field in a democracy. Cooperative governance. Cooperative federalism, where the center and states collaborate, is crucial. Lack of neutrality in constitutional offices can create conflict, as seen in recent tensions between the West Bengal government and the central government. Challenges to civil services neutrality, dependence on political influence. The lack of independent systems for job transfers, promotions, and benefits creates an environment where civil servants might feel pressure to favor specific political parties to secure desired postings or advantages. Unnecessary secrecy. Opaque government operations can foster a web of connections between politicians and bureaucrats. This secrecy allows them to pursue personal gain outside the public interest. Internal divisions. Factionalism within government services based on factors like language, religion, caste, or region can lead civil servants to prioritize the interests of their group over neutrality, seeking political backing to gain promotions or benefits for their faction. Misguided loyalty. A warped sense of loyalty to the ruling party can lead some civil servants to prioritize the political agenda of a particular party over their duty to serve the public impartially. Way forward. The political neutrality casts responsibility on the constitutional offices to uphold the democratic principles of fairness, toleration, and independence of opinion in the conduct of persons holding these offices be such that there is no political interference. Keywords: impartiality, nonpartisanship, bias, active neutrality, passive neutrality, committed bureaucracy. Students note. Previous year question. 1. Should being impartial and nonpartisan be considered as indispensable qualities to make a successful civil servant? Discuss with illustrations. 2021. 2. Why should impartiality and nonpartisanship be considered as foundational values in public services, especially in the present-day socio-political context? Illustrate your answer with examples. 2016-6 Objectivity. Objectivity does not mean detachment, it means respect, that is, the ability not to distort into falsity. Eric from Objectivity. Objectivity refers to adhering to facts rather than one's own personal beliefs and feelings. Objectivity in ethics strives for decisions based on sound reasoning and impartiality, not personal feelings or biases. Example: Verghese Kurian, founder, Amul Kurian's cooperative dairy model, and Amul empowered farmers by prioritizing objective milk procurement based on quality, not personal connections. Ethical objectivity encourages critical thinking and welcomes opposing viewpoints to arrive at the most sound moral judgment. Example: B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of the Indian Constitution, championed open debate and argumentation during the drafting process. He considered diverse perspectives to ensure a just and inclusive constitution. Importance of objectivity promotes fairness and impartiality. Objective decision-making ensures everyone gets a fair hearing and is judged based on the merits of their case, not personal connections or biases. Example: the judge presiding over a legal case considers only the presented evidence and legal code, disregarding personal opinions about the defendant or their background. Reduces bias and prejudice. Objectivity minimizes the influence of preconceived notions and stereotypes, leading to more inclusive and just outcomes. Example: a hiring manager utilizes a standardized interview process and blind resume review to assess candidates solely on their qualifications and skills. Encourages evidence-based decisions. Objectivity prioritizes facts and data over emotions or guesswork, leading to well-informed and effective solutions. Example: a doctor diagnoses a patient based on medical tests and symptoms, not anecdotal evidence or personal hunches. Increases transparency and accountability. Objective decisions are made transparently, allowing for scrutiny and ensuring actions are justified and ethical. Example: a research team discloses its methodology and data so their findings can be independently reviewed and validated. Minimizes conflict of interest. Objectivity discourages decisions influenced by personal gain or self-serving motives, fostering trust and ethical conduct. Example, a public official recuses themselves from voting on a project if they have a financial stake in a related company. Objectivity must not. Provide information and advice based on evidence, presenting facts and options. Decision based on the merit. Taking due account of expert and professional advice. Ignoring inconvenient facts or relevant considerations when providing advice or making decisions. Avoiding actions that flow from the decisions taken. Significance of objectivity for a public servant. Sound decision-making. Objectivity promotes decisions based on facts, data, and expert advice, leading to more effective policies and resource allocation. Reduced bias. Objectivity minimizes personal biases and prejudices that can cloud judgment and lead to discriminatory practices. Example, a civil servant managing a public housing project objectively prioritizes applications based on established need and eligibility criteria, not personal beliefs about ethnicity or religion. Upholding the rule of law. Objectivity ensures adherence to established laws and regulations, promoting a just and predictable system for all citizens. Example, a judge objectively presides over a legal case, basing their ruling on the law and evidence presented, not personal opinions about the defendant. Combating corruption. Objectivity discourages favoritism and personal gain, minimizing opportunities for corruption and misuse of public resources. Example, a government official objectively awards contracts through a competitive bidding process, ensuring the best value is obtained for taxpayer money, not personal gain. Efficient resource allocation. Objectivity ensures resources are directed towards areas of greatest need, based on evidence-based data and priorities. Example, a city planner objectively analyzes traffic data and resident needs before allocating resources for road construction projects, focusing on areas with the most congestion. How to develop objectivity for civil servants? Embrace transparency, disclose potential conflicts of interest, decision-making processes, and the evidence considered. Example, publicly document permit application reviews to show impartial evaluation. Seek diverse input. Actively gather information and perspectives from all relevant stakeholders before making decisions. Example, organize public hearings on infrastructure projects to consider community concerns. Uphold the rule of law. Apply laws and regulations consistently and fairly, regardless of personal opinions or political pressure. Example, enforce environmental regulations equally for all businesses. Recognize personal biases. Be mindful of personal values and experiences that might influence decision-making. Seek ways to mitigate them. Example, recuse oneself from a project with a potential conflict of interest. Nurture evidence-based decisions. Base judgments on verifiable data, research, and objective criteria over personal biases. Example, use standardized tests to grade public service exams, ensuring meritocratic selection. Maintain professional distance. Avoid personal relationships that could create a perception of bias towards specific individuals or groups. Example, decline gifts or favors from parties with interests before the government. Neutrality. Neutrality refers to taking a position that avoids favoring one side over another in an ethical dilemma. It's about remaining objective and unbiased, striving for fairness in situations where competing values or interests clash. It refers to the absence of bias or preference in ethical decision-making. It's not about apathy or indifference to ethical issues, but rather about approaching them with a fair and impartial mind. For instance, while journalists may have their own views, ethical journalism requires presenting news stories neutrally, avoiding bias or sensationalism. Significance of neutrality for a public servant. Fairness and impartiality. Civil servants ensure equal treatment for all citizens, regardless of background or political affiliation. Example, a social worker objectively evaluates all applicants for welfare benefits based on need, not political party membership. Public trust. Neutrality fosters public trust in government by demonstrating decisions are based on merit and the law, not personal gain or political pressure. Example, a judge refuses campaign contributions from any political candidate to maintain impartiality in future rulings. Professionalism. Civil servants maintain a professional distance from political agendas, ensuring decisions are based on expertise and objective criteria. Example, a scientist working for the environmental agency avoids political lobbying and focuses on presenting unbiased scientific data. Accountability. Neutrality holds civil servants accountable to the law and the public good, not to any political party or ideology. Example, a tax collector enforces tax laws consistently, regardless of the taxpayer's political connections. Continuity of governance. Neutral civil service ensures smooth transitions between governments, upholding established policies and procedures. Example, a bureaucrat continues to manage a public infrastructure project efficiently even after a change in leadership. Difference between objectivity and neutrality. Parameter objectivity, neutrality, passive neutrality. Basis of decision based on strong evidence may or may not be based on evidence, but based on political executive's order. Impact will instill confidence in public and ensure public cooperation. Particular sections of the society might not approach civil servants, facing issues due to policies of the government. Functions helps maintain equity and inclusivity sometimes. They may have to. Implement appeasement policies of the government, despite knowing it. Implementation of policies might lead to poor implementation of policies in case of civil servants' disagreement with the government of the day. Ensures effective implementation of policies. Conclusion: the values of objectivity and neutrality are complementary to each other. They are guiding principles for ethical decision-making, promoting fairness, accuracy, and trust. Anonymity is the strength of civil servants. Civil servants are like fourth lion of the Ashoka emblem, which remains invisible, yet makes its presence felt at all times. Narendra Modi, in terms of public service, anonymity refers to staying behind the curtain. IAS related to the concepts of permanence and neutrality in civil services. It means that the civil servants work from behind the screen and avoid media limelight and public gaze. Civil servants neither get credit for the success nor are blamed for the failure. It is the responsibility of the political executive. Example: a civil servant drafts a critical report on a government program. Anonymity encourages them to be honest and objective without fear of public criticism. A senior bureaucrat advises a minister against a risky policy decision. Anonymity allows them to offer frank advice without political pressure. Public image of civil servants play a vital role in the smooth functioning of society. But beyond their technical expertise, their public image also carries significant weight. This image shapes public trust, cooperation, and ultimately, the success of their initiatives. Hence, highlighting its importance as well as concerns regarding it becomes important. Arguments for importance, motivation, and public good. A positive public image can motivate civil servants and reinforce their dedication to serving the greater good. Moral leadership for youth. Civil servants can serve as role models for young people, inspiring them with ethical conduct and commitment to public service. Public acceptance and service delivery. A good public image fosters public trust and cooperation, leading to smoother service delivery and improved outcomes. Positive work environment. Strong public respect for civil servants can create a more collaborative and supportive work environment, enhancing overall effectiveness. Public communication. A trusted public image allows civil servants to effectively communicate information and manage public perception during crises, e.g., COVID-19. Arguments for caution, distraction, and short-term gains. Excessive concern for public image could distract civil servants from long-term goals and lead them to prioritize short-term popularity over sound decision-making. Populisms. Objectivity. Obsessing over public approval might lead to decisions based on public sentiment rather than rational analysis and objective best practices. Hierarchy and work culture. Undue focus on public image could potentially lead to disrespect for established hierarchies and disruption of existing work culture. Anonymity in political agendas. Public image concerns might overshadow the value of anonymity, which can protect them from undue pressure and allow them to focus on their duties. Public perception might also be influenced by political agendas. Way forward, the public image of a civil servant carries a weight of responsibility. Ideally, it should inspire trust and motivate them to serve the greater good. However, striking a balance is crucial. While a positive public image can enhance service delivery and encourage whistleblowing, an overemphasis on popularity can lead to decisions based on public sentiment rather than objectivity. Ultimately, civil servants should strive for a reputation built on competence, integrity, and dedication to public service. Dedication to public service. We should perform our duties diligently and piously, but without expectation of what the results will be. Bhagavad Gita. Dedication to public service is a core ethical value for civil servants. It signifies a strong commitment to serving the public good, prioritizing the needs and interests of citizens above personal gain or advancement. It is different from commitment, which is formally obligated bound, whereas dedication is commitment with passion and is guided by a sense of duty, inspired by some ideals. Dedication to public service ensures that civil servants act with integrity and fulfill their core responsibility to serve the common good. This fosters public trust in government and promotes a more just and equitable society. Example: a civil servant whistleblowing on corruption within their department, even if it risks their career. A bureaucrat developing innovative programs to improve public education in rural areas. A public health official dedicating themselves to disease control during a pandemic, putting their own safety at risk. A social worker advocating tirelessly for the rights of marginalized communities. Why dedication matters in public service. Motivation beyond excitement. Dedication fuels intrinsic motivation, allowing civil servants to persevere through even tedious or challenging tasks, ensuring consistent service delivery. Navigating complexities. Public service often involves unforeseen circumstances and difficult decisions. Dedication equips civil servants to handle these complexities effectively. Empathy and public focus. Dedication fosters empathy for the public they serve, leading to a genuine desire to improve their lives and address their needs. Building a just society. Dedicated civil servants are the backbone of a well-functioning government, working tirelessly to uphold the ideals of the Constitution and ensure justice and equality for all. Tolerance. I do not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to the day your right to say it. Voltaire's civilization will reach only when it learns to value diversity of character and idea. Arthur C. Clarke, in the practice of tolerance. One's enemy is the best teacher. Dalai Lama. Tolerance refers to a fair, objective, and permissive attitude toward those whose opinions, practices, race, religion, nationality, etc. differ from one's own. It involves acknowledging and understanding different viewpoints, beliefs, and backgrounds without judgment or discrimination. Tolerance is the ability to appreciate, tolerate others who have different beliefs than oneself, regardless of their race, religion, ethnicity, or other characteristics. Example, the program Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat has been initiated to celebrate the spirit of national integration and to teach tolerance. Other examples, A.R. Rahman's music seamlessly blends Indian classical with Western influences, promoting cultural appreciation and tolerance. Despite facing discrimination in Pakistan during partition, Milkha Singh competed for his new nation, India, demonstrating sportsmanship and tolerance. Role of tolerance at different levels. Level role. Individual level teaches one to respect others and maintain one's tolerant attitude irrespective of circumstances. Example, Sachin Tendulkar, facing racial slurs during matches abroad, responded with grace and exceptional sportsmanship, earning respect from fans globally. Societal level tolerance at social level promotes peace and maintains social harmony. Example, Sister Nivedita, a European disciple of Swami Vivekananda, defied societal norms by dedicating herself to India's social upliftment, fostering interfaith understanding. Government level increases legitimacy and provides a holistic view of various issues. Example, Atal Bihari Vajpayee initiated peace talks with Pakistan, a historical move towards reconciliation despite past conflicts, demonstrating governmental tolerance for dialogue. International level promotes peace and security and helps to maintain stable global order. Example, the Dalai Lama promotes peace and tolerance across cultures and religions, advocating for nonviolent solutions to conflict. Significance of tolerance, equality, and non-discrimination. Tolerance ensures all citizens receive fair treatment regardless of background, beliefs, or socioeconomic status. X. A civil servant offering equal assistance programs to all communities. Public trust. Citizens trust a tolerant government to represent diverse interests fairly. X. A leader mediating between religious groups during a festival. Effective policy making. Inclusive policy considers various viewpoints, leading to more effective solutions. X. Consulting both farmers and environmentalists before an irrigation project. Peaceful society. Tolerance fosters a climate of understanding, reducing social tensions and conflicts. X. A civil servant promoting interfaith dialogues, social harmony. Tolerance promotes a sense of belonging and reduces social alienation. X. Organizing cultural events showcasing different ethnicities, building bridges. Tolerance allows for respectful dialogue and negotiation, even with opposing viewpoints. X. A diplomat mediating a border dispute between two nations. Conclusion. Thus, tolerance is not simply passive acceptance. It's an active commitment to understanding and respecting differences. It's a crucial ethical value for civil servants, enabling them to serve the public fairly, effectively, and in a way that promotes a more just and harmonious society. Empathy and compassion. Empathy is seeing with the eyes of another, listening with the ears of another, and feeling with the heart of another. Alfred Alder, a devotee, should feel universal empathy. A person is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings, in both their happiness and their distress. Lord Krishna in the Holy Bhagavad Gita, I call him religious who understands the suffering of others. Mahatma Gandhi. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. It involves putting yourself in their shoes and seeing the world from their perspective. An empathetic point of view is achieved by setting aside our own interests, current disposition, in relation to the agent and sympathizing with the effects of a person's actions on those around him. For example, Sunitha Krishnan, anti-trafficking activist, works to rescue victims of human trafficking, empathizing with their trauma and exploitation. Need of empathy in civil services, understanding needs. Empathy allows civil servants to see issues from citizens' perspectives, leading to more responsive policies and programs. Building trust. Genuine concern fosters trust, encouraging cooperation between citizens and the government. Fairness and equity. Empathy helps identify and address biases, promoting fair treatment for all citizens. Effective solutions. Understanding challenges faced by citizens leads to more targeted and effective solutions. For example, Kiran Bedi, IPS officer, redefined prison reforms with empathy, focusing on rehabilitation and skill development for inmates. Conflict resolution. Empathy facilitates peaceful resolution of conflicts by acknowledging different viewpoints. Humanistic approach. Empathy in service delivery ensures a people-centric approach to governance. Strategies for cultivating empathy. Experiential learning. Engage in activities like fieldwork, role-playing games, and perspective-taking exercises to develop a deeper understanding of others' experiences. Nurturing values at home and school. Families and educational institutions play a crucial role in instilling strong empathy by emphasizing values like compassion, understanding, and respect from a young age. Intercultural dialogue. Promote interaction and understanding between different social and cultural groups, fostering the spirit of Sarva Dharma Sambhav, equal respect for all religions. Harnessing the power of arts. Utilize art forms like cinema, literature, and music to explore human emotions and connect with diverse experiences, e.g., Satyajit Ray's Paither Panchali evokes empathy for the struggles of rural life. Compassion. Compassion is at the root of a tree called Dharma, Bhagavad Gita. Compassion is the feeling of sympathy and care for those who are suffering. It involves understanding another person's pain and wanting to help them alleviate it. Compassion goes beyond empathy, which is simply understanding someone's emotions. Compassion commonly gives rise to an active desire to alleviate others' suffering. For example, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, known as the People's President, actively interacted with students, inspiring them with his dedication to education and development, particularly in rural areas. It plays a significant role in building strong relationships and creating a more just and caring world. Importance of compassion for RCIVILSERVANTS. Understanding needs. Compassion allows civil servants to understand the needs and challenges faced by citizens, leading to more effective solutions for public well-being. Example. A social worker with compassion investigates a family's situation to tailor assistance beyond just providing basic necessities. Fairness and impartiality. Compassion fosters a sense of fairness and impartiality, ensuring services and resources are distributed based on need, not favoritism. Example. A compassionate officer ensures everyone receives a fair hearing during a land dispute resolution. Conflict resolution. Compassion promotes empathy and understanding, enabling civil servants to mediate conflicts peacefully and find common ground. Example. A compassionate police officer de-escalates a tense situation by listening to both sides and finding a solution that addresses everyone's concerns. Motivation and performance. A compassionate work environment fosters better employee morale and motivation, leading to improved performance and service delivery. Example. A compassionate supervisor understands personal challenges faced by employees and offers support, resulting in a more dedicated and productive workforce. Human connection. Compassion in government reminds everyone that they are dealing with fellow human beings. It fosters a sense of community and shared responsibility for a better future. Example. A compassionate leader inspires public servants to go the extra mile, creating a ripple effect of positive impact within the community. Comparative account of antipathy, apathy, sympathy, empathy, and compassion. Antipathy, dislike or aversion toward a person or group, but not intense hatred. Example. If a hungry person approaches you for food, you scold him rather than helping. Apathy, lack of interest or concern for the well-being of others. This indifference can manifest as a general disregard for their needs. Example. If a hungry person approaches you for food, you remain indifferent to him or her. Sympathy, recognizing and sharing the feelings of another person's distress. However, the help offered might be based on assumptions rather than the other person's actual needs. Example. If a hungry person approaches you for food, you provide him or cold drink, fruity, etc., whereas that a person needs dal roti. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person from their perspective. Help provided is based on a clear understanding of the other person's situation and needs. Example. If a hungry person approaches you for food, you provide him or her what she needs, i.e. dal roti. Compassion, a combination of empathy and a strong desire to alleviate the suffering of others. It involves a deep concern for their well-being and a motivation to take action to help. Example. If a hungry person approaches you for food, you provide him or dal roti, but also ensure that Husha gets regular food and does not have to beg like this. Compassion is not just about feeling sorry for someone. It's about ta-dng action to alleviate suffering and promote well-being. By integrating compassion into their ethical framework, civil servants can build a more just, equitable, and humane society for all. Discipline and sincerity. Discipline is the soul of an army. It makes small numbers formidable, procures success to the weak, and esteem to a George Washington. Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles. Confucius. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. John F. Kennedy. Discipline is the ability to control yourself and follow a set of rules or expectations. It involves self-control, resisting impulses and distractions to focus on achieving goals. Consistency, sticking to routines and commitments despite challenges. Perseverance, not giving up easily and continuing to work towards your goals even when faced with setbacks. For example, Virat Kohli is renowned for his rigorous practice routines and unwavering dedication to fitness, which contributed significantly to his cricketing achievements. Sincerity refers to the genuineness of someone's words, feelings, or intentions. It means being honest, truthful, and consistent in your actions and what you say. A sincere person is someone you can trust to believe what they say and act accordingly, even when it's difficult. For example, a teacher gives extra help to a struggling student because they genuinely want them to succeed. Similarly, keeping a promise, even when it becomes inconvenient, shows commitment and sincerity. Discipline and sincerity motivate civil servants to adhere to principles of the Code of Conducts. A disciplined and sincere civil servant shows courage and conviction in dealing with injustice in the society. Aspect discipline sincerity. Meaning discipline refers to the ability to control oneself and, in some cases, others, especially in challenging situations. It involves adhering to established rules and standards. Sincerity is the absence of pretense, deceit, or hypocrisy. It reflects genuineness and honesty in one's feelings and beliefs. Source discipline can be self-motivated or externally enforced through established benchmarks and expectations. Sincere actions are those driven by one's own core beliefs and values. This internalization leads to deeper commitment and positive reinforcement. Function discipline brings order and predictability to organizations, preventing chaos and mismanagement. It ensures consistent and efficient operations. Sincerity prepares the mind for embracing other virtues. It creates a fertile ground where other positive values can flourish and grow stronger. Significance of disciplinary sincerity. FRCIVLSERVANTS accountability. Discipline ensures adherence to rules and regulations, fostering a sense of accountability to the public trust. Efficiency. Disciplined work habits lead to efficient service delivery, minimizing delays and maximizing public benefit. Example. Meeting deadlines for permit approvals ensures businesses can function smoothly. Public trust. Sincerity builds public trust in government services. Citizens are more likely to cooperate when they believe officials are genuine. Professionalism. Discipline fosters a professional work environment, promoting seriousness and a focus on public service. Example. Maintaining a professional demeanor during citizen interactions upholds the dignity of the office. Exemplary conduct. Civil servants act as role models. Discipline and sincerity set a positive example for the public. Example. Reporting observed misconduct by colleagues demonstrates commitment to ethical behavior. Perseverance. It always seems impossible until it is done. Nelson Mandela. Perseverance is not a long race. It is many short races one after the other. Walter Elliott. Every work has to pass through hundreds of difficulties before succeeding. Those that persevere will see the light, sooner or later. Swami Vivekananda. Perseverance is the quality of continuing to try to do or achieve something despite difficulties, failure, or opposition. It's about dedication, resilience, and staying focused on your goals even when things get tough. It's not just about the final outcome, but the consistent effort put in towards a goal. It requires a strong inner drive and a clear vision of what you want to achieve. Examples. J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections for her Harry Potter manuscript before achieving worldwide success. Stephen Hawking continued groundbreaking research in physics despite being diagnosed with ALS at a young age. Significance of perseverance for civil servants. Overcoming obstacles. Perseverance allows civil servants to tackle complex challenges and bureaucratic hurdles without giving up, ensuring efficient service delivery. Long-term vision. Perseverance fosters commitment to long-term projects that benefit public well-being, even when immediate results aren't visible. Example. A persistent civil servant develops a sustainable water management plan for a drought-prone region. Ethical decision-making. Perseverance helps civil servants resist pressure and stand by their ethical convictions, even in the face of opposition. Accountability and follow-through. Perseverance ensures civil servants stay accountable for their promises, following through on commitments made to the public. Example. A determined official continues advocating for improved healthcare facilities in a rural area. Adaptability and innovation. Perseverance allows civil servants to adapt to changing circumstances and innovate solutions to meet evolving public needs. Example. An officer persists in finding new ways to provide educational resources to remote communities despite limited infrastructure. Perseverance is not just a personal quality. It's a cornerstone of ethical conduct for civil servants. By persevering, they demonstrate their commitment to serving the public good, fostering trust, and building a more just and equitable society. Courage. Courage is the most important of all the virtues because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. Maya Angelou. Courage is the mental or moral strength to venture, persevere, and withstand danger, fear, or difficulty. It's not the absence of fear, but the ability to act in spite of it. Here are some key points about courage. Physical bravery, emotional resilience, standing up for what's right, taking risks, and facing challenges all require courage. It's not about recklessness. Courage involves calculated risks and thoughtful action. Example. Malala Yousafzai was shot by the Taliban for advocating for girls' education. Despite this, she persevered and became the youngest Nobel Prize laureate. Famous actor and dancer Sudha Chandran lost a leg in an accident. It didn't stop Sudha from becoming a renowned Bharatanatyam dancer, inspiring countless others. Significance. FORCIVLSERVANTS upholding the law. Courage allows civil servants to enforce laws fairly even in the face of pressure or threats from powerful individuals. Example. A tax officer standing firm against political influence on tax assessments. Whistleblowing on corruption. It takes courage to expose wrongdoing within the system, but it's vital for maintaining transparency and trust. Protecting public interest. Civil servants with courage prioritize the public good over personal gain or political interests. Example. An environmental officer stopping a polluting factory despite economic pressures, making difficult decisions. Courage enables taking unpopular but necessary actions, like budget cuts during economic hardship. Standing up to discrimination. Ethical civil servants with courage fight against discriminatory practices within the system. Example. A social worker advocating for equal access to benefits for a marginalized community, admitting mistakes, owning up to errors, and taking corrective action requires courage but strengthens public trust. Case study. The Prakash Singh Committee report revealed a disturbing trend. Numerous civil servants in Haryana abandoned their responsibilities during the Jat reservation agitation. When questioned about their actions, these officials cited fear of making difficult decisions due to a lack of courage. Courage to stand up for what one believes is of great importance for civil servants in governance, as it would have a major impact on the everyday lives of the people, and it ensures integrity by continuation of the policy of honesty in the governance. Responsiveness. It seems to me that responsiveness is a better source for understanding what moral claims are and how they work upon us. Judith Buttle, it refers to the quality of being attentive and responding to whatever new opportunities and challenges arises every day, and also to the emerging needs of the public. Example. Known for his responsiveness, IPS Officer Shivdeep Vamanland, 2006 batch, has a proven track record. He has tackled various issues, arresting criminals, promoting women's safety, taking on the pharmaceutical mafia, etc. Notably, Land prioritizes accessibility, reportedly receiving hundreds of public messages daily and ensuring each one receives attention. Customer service representative, who attentively listens to a customer's complaint and promptly offers solutions, demonstrates responsiveness. Significance FORCIVLSR of ANTS accessibility. Civil servants should be readily available to the public through designated channels, fostering trust and open communication. Example. Holding regular office hours or town halls. Timeliness. Addressing inquiries and concerns in a prompt manner demonstrates respect for the public's time and needs. Example. Setting clear turnaround times for responses and adhering to them. Transparency. Providing clear and concise information throughout the decision-making process builds public trust and allows for informed participation. Example. Publishing application statuses and decision justifications online. Accountability. Taking responsibility for actions and decisions, including addressing mistakes openly, strengthens public confidence. Example. Publicly acknowledging shortcomings and outlining corrective measures. Adaptability. Responding effectively to changing needs and unforeseen circumstances ensures service delivery remains relevant and impactful. Example. Adjusting service models in response to natural disasters or economic downturns. Prudence. It is a truth but too well known that rashness attends youth, as prudence does old age. Cicero, no other protection is needed, provided you are under the guidance of prudence. Juvenal, prudence refers to the quality of exercising good judgment, caution, and foresight in practical matters. It's about making wise decisions that consider potential consequences and planning for the future. Being prudent means making wise decisions based on principle and managing your practical affairs in a shrewd and discreet manner. Examples. Investing for retirement. Saving a portion of your income regularly to ensure financial security in your later years. Wearing a helmet while cycling. Taking a safety precaution to reduce the risk of head injury in case of an accident. Social media awareness. A prudent person tries to verify viral social media posts before reacting to them. Public finance management and prudence. Government taking steps in fiscal consolidation. RBI monetary policy rates have prudent fiscal management as their objective. Lack of prudent. We purchase something spontaneously and later realize we didn't really need it and should have saved the money for something else. Significance FORCIVLSR of ANTS sound decision-making. Prudence promotes careful analysis of situations, considering potential consequences before action. Example. A civil servant weighs the long-term economic impact of a project before approving it. Risk management. Prudent decision-making involves identifying and mitigating potential risks, safeguarding public resources. Example. A civil servant implements robust safety measures to avoid environmental damage during infrastructure development. Financial responsibility. Prudent use of public funds necessitates prioritizing essential services and avoiding wasteful spending. Example. A civil servant prioritizes allocating resources to improve public health infrastructure over extravagant office renovations. Sustainability. Prudent planning considers the long-term social, economic, and environmental impact of decisions. Example. To tackle the issue of acute water shortage in Vadodara, Shalini Agarwal, IS came up with an innovative solution of setting up rainwater harvesting in schools in the state, which in turn helped 1.8 lakh students by saving 10 crore liters of water every year. Long-term vision. Prudent leadership takes into account future needs and challenges, planning for the well-being of future generations. Example. A civil servant establishes long-term education plans to address future workforce demands. Prudence equips civil servants to serve the public interest effectively. It fosters responsible decision-making, fosters trust, and ensures the sustainable use of resources for the betterment of society. Temperance. Temperance is moderation in the things that are good and total abstinence from the things that are foul. Francis E. Willard, temperance refers to the practice of self-control and moderation in all aspects of life. It's about avoiding excess and finding a healthy balance in your actions, thoughts, and desires. Temperance is the virtue that helps us control our physical desire for pleasure. It's not about complete abstinence, but about finding a reasonable and sustainable approach. Example: the marathon runner trains diligently but avoids overtraining to prevent injury and maintain peak performance. The budget-conscious shopper creates a shopping list and sticks to it, resisting impulse purchases and staying within financial means. Significance FORCIVALSERVANTS sound decision-making. Temperance fosters clear thinking by avoiding clouding judgment with impulses or addictions. Example: a temperate civil servant avoids conflicts of interest by refusing lavish gifts. Efficient resource management. Temperate individuals prioritize responsible use of public resources, avoiding extravagance. Example: opting for budget-friendly travel options demonstrates temperance. Impartiality and fairness. Temperate civil servants treat everyone objectively, resisting emotional biases or personal agendas. Example: evaluating job applications solely on merit showcases temperance. Self-control and pressure. The ability to manage emotions and stress ensures level-headed responses to difficult situations. Example: a temperate official avoids hasty decisions during public crises. Responsible social conduct. Tempered behavior outside work upholds the civil servant's reputation and avoids compromising their position. Example: avoiding public intoxication maintains the dignity expected of a public servant. Confidentiality. Confidentiality is an ancient and well-warranted social value. K. Redfield Jameson. Confidentiality is a virtue of the loyal, as loyalty is the virtue of faithfulness. Edwin Lewis Cole. In intelligence work, there are limits to the amount of information one can share. Confidentiality is essential. Geist de Vries. Confidentiality is the essence of being trusted. Billy Graham. Confidentiality refers to the practice assurance of keeping sensitive or classified information, data, or knowledge private and preventing its disclosure to unauthorized individuals or unintended audience. It refers to maintaining or keeping secrecy of certain information, matters from the public view for larger public interest. Example: a doctor keeps all medical information about a patient confidential, except in specific legal situations. Section 8 of Right to Information Act, 2005 and Official Secrets Act provide for confidentiality in larger public interest. Non-disclosure of the identity of the victims of sexual crimes. The identity is protected so that they are not subjected to unnecessary ridicule, social ostracization, and harassment. Significance FORCIVALSERVANTS National security. Sensitive information regarding national security needs confidentiality to protect the nation from external threats. Example: classified military strategies should not be leaked to avoid compromising national security. Balancing confidentiality with public interest. In exceptional circumstances, the public interest might outweigh confidentiality. For example, exposing public health risks might be necessary. Client-citizen privacy. Civil servants have a duty to protect the privacy of individuals they interact with. This includes personal data and information disclosed during service delivery. Example: a social worker must keep a client's medical history confidential. Business negotiations. Confidential information regarding ongoing negotiations protects the government's bargaining position and prevents manipulation by external parties. Example: trade negotiations with another country might involve sensitive economic data. Internal deliberations. Open discussions within government require confidentiality to allow for honest exchange of ideas and informed decision-making. Example: cabinet ministers might debate policy options without fear of premature leaks. Privacy and confidentiality. Privacy. Confidentiality. Privacy is the state when an individual is free from public interruption and intrusion. It is the right of every individual to be left alone in his personal matters because everybody has his personal life. It is a situation when a person is free from public interference. In privacy, everyone is disallowed from interfering in the personal matters of a person. If the relationship between parties is a fiduciary, privacy is a right. Examples: personal credit card information, controlling own social media posts, person's browsing history. Confidentiality refers to a state when it is intended or expected from someone to keep the information secret. It is a situation when information is kept secret from the reach of any other person. In confidentiality, some specified and trustworthy people are allowed to have access to the information. If the relationship between parties is a fiduciary, confidentiality is an agreement. Examples: vote of a citizen, financial institutions, customers, business negotiations. Openness. Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. Lewis D. Brandeis. Openness is a personality trait characterized by a willingness to consider new ideas, experiences, and cultures. Nolan Report on openness. Holders of public office should be as open as possible about all the decisions and actions that they take. They should give reasons for their decisions and restrict information only when the wider public interest clearly demands. Examples: a business leader considering a new marketing strategy that challenges traditional methods. A listener engaging in a respectful conversation with someone who holds opposing views. Development of Cowan platform during vaccination drive for COVID-19. RTI Act 2005 enacted to bring openness in administration. Jansukna portal of Rajasthan government promotes openness significance FRCIVLSER of ANTS, public participation. Openness encourages citizen engagement in policy making, leading to more informed decisions. Reduce corruption. Openness discourages bribery and misuse of public funds by increasing public oversight. Example: publishing procurement details online. Error correction. Openness allows for quicker identification and correction of mistakes in policy or service delivery innovation. Openness fosters a culture of collaboration and innovation by encouraging sharing of ideas between departments. Example: open source software development. Global cooperation. Open data sharing between governments facilitates collaboration on global challenges. Example: sharing environmental data for international climate change initiatives. Selflessness. We are formed and molded by our thoughts. Those whose minds are shaped by selfless thoughts gives you when they speak or act. Gautama Buddha. Selflessness is the quality of being concerned more with the needs and welfare of others than with one's own. It involves acting for the benefit of others, even if it means sacrificing your own time, comfort, or resources. A selfless approach helps civil servants avoid corruption. Their unwavering dedication to the public interest makes them less susceptible to temptations of personal gain, whether financial or otherwise. The Nolan Principle. The Nolan Report emphasizes selflessness as a core principle for public officials. It states that they should always act in the best interests of the public, avoiding any actions motivated by personal gain for themselves, their family, or friends. Example: firefighters risk their lives to save others from burning buildings, putting the safety of people they don't even know before their own. Organ donors give a part of themselves to save the life of a stranger, showing selflessness with a profound impact. Mother Teresa dedicated herself to the selfless service of the suffering and tortured humanity. Significance FORCIVLSER of ANTS, public service, not self-service. Civil servants act as stewards of public trust, prioritizing the collective good over personal gain or advancement. Duty over convenience. Selflessness means choosing the more demanding but ethical path, even when it's easier to take shortcuts. Example: a public health worker going the extra mile to ensure a remote village receives vital vaccinations. Long-term vision. Selfless decision-making considers the future impact of policies, not just immediate political pressure. Empowering others. Selflessness involves building capacity within the community, empowering citizens to be actively involved. Example: a rural development officer conducting workshops to train villagers on sustainable farming practices. Leading by example. Selfless conduct inspires others to act with integrity and prioritize the public good. Example: a dedicated and honest civil servant motivates colleagues to raise the bar for ethical conduct within the department. Ethical issues in his same-sex marriage context. Recently, the central government has informed the Supreme Court that the act of cohabitation and engaging in a sexual relationship by same-sex individuals, which is now decriminalized, cannot be equated with the traditional Indian family unit consisting of a husband, wife, and children born out of their union. This statement was made in response to pleas seeking recognition of same-sex marriage. Ethical issues regarding same-sex marriage. Religious objections. Many religions view marriage as a union between a man and a woman. This clashes with the concept of same-sex marriage, raising questions about religious freedom and the separation of church and state. Traditional values. Some argue that marriage should preserve traditional family structures, potentially conflicting with the idea of redefining marriage itself. Deontology. Upholding traditional duties and social contracts, procreation, and natural families. Some believe marriage's purpose is procreation, which same-sex couples cannot achieve biologically. This raises questions about the essence of marriage beyond childbearing. Teleological, questioning the purpose and end goal of marriage. Slippery slope argument. Opponents fear legalizing same-sex marriage could lead to further redefinitions of marriage, like polygamy. Deontology, upholding traditional definitions and boundaries. Separation of law and morality. Some believe personal morality shouldn't dictate legal rights, arguing that same-sex marriage should be recognized regardless of individual beliefs about its nature. Way forward, open dialogue and education. Promote respectful conversations about same-sex marriage. Education can help people understand different perspectives and overcome biases. Focus on shared values. Highlight the importance of love, commitment, and building a family, regardless of sexual orientation. These values can resonate with people across different backgrounds. Separation of religion and state. Ensure religious beliefs do not dictate civil law. Individuals can practice their faith freely, while the state upholds equality for all citizens. Legal protections. Establish laws that protect LGBTQ+ people from discrimination in areas like marriage, employment, and housing. This promotes equality and ensures basic rights. Ultimately, building a society that respects individual freedoms and celebrates diversity is key to moving forward on the issue of same-sex marriage. Keywords: objectivity, neutrality, anonymity, dedication to public service, tolerance, acceptance, empathy, compassion, antipathy, apathy, sympathy, empathy, sincerity, perseverance, courage. Previous your question. 1. Discipline generally implies following the order and subordination. However, it may be counterproductive for the organization. Discuss. 2017. 2. Examine the relevance of the following in the context of civil service. A. Transparency. B. Accountability. C. Fairness and justice. D. Courage of conviction. E. Spirit of service. 2017. Mains marks Bustery's emotional intelligence. When awareness is brought to emotions, power is brought to our life. Tara Meyer Robson, anyone can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person at the right time and for the right purpose, that is not within everyone's power, and that is not easy. Aristotle, what really matters for success, character, happiness, and lifelong achievements is a definite set of emotional skills, your EQ, not just purely cognitive abilities that are measured by conventional IQ tests. Daniel Goleman. Introduction to emotions are generally understood as intense feelings, favorable or unfavorable, that are directed at someone or something. Example: happiness, sadness, fear, disgust, anger, surprise, etc. Emotions influence our desires and drive us to take action. For example, feeling hungry motivates us to seek food. Emotions can influence our choices, both positively and negatively. For example, feeling fear might make us avoid a dangerous situation. Emotions help us connect with others. Sharing emotions builds empathy and understanding. Difference between emotions and feelings: even though both the terms are used similarly, feeling is used to refer to a person's private emotional experience or self-perception of a specific emotion. Emotions are primal, automatic responses triggered by events or stimuli. They happen fast, like a knee-jerk reaction. Feelings, on the other hand, arise from our conscious interpretation of those emotions. Example: you see someone cut you off in traffic, event. Your body instantly tenses and your heart rate increases. Emotion: anger. You then consciously decide if this anger is justified and how strong it is. Feeling: frustration, annoyance, or rage. Functions of emotions: interpersonal functions. Emotions act as signals to others, conveying our internal states and fostering social interaction. Example: expressing sadness can elicit empathy or sympathy from those around us, strengthening social bonds. Intrapersonal functions: emotions play a crucial role in shaping our behavior and decision-making. They help us navigate challenges and function effectively in the world. Think of fear prompting us to avoid danger. Example: happiness can boost creativity and broaden our focus, allowing us to explore new ideas and solutions. Building societies: emotions play a vital role in building and maintaining social structures and cultural norms. Example: trust, a core emotion, acts as a social glue that binds individuals together and facilitates cooperation within communities. Streamlining choices: emotions can influence decision-making by rapidly eliminating options associated with strong negative emotions. Example: when shopping for clothes, a strong dislike for a certain color might lead us to reject it immediately, simplifying the decision process. Emotions play a crucial role in shaping our ethical compass. While they can cloud judgment, emotions can also be powerful motivators for ethical action, fostering empathy, inspiring action, and guiding our moral intuitions. Recognizing the significance of emotions allows us to make more balanced and well-rounded ethical decisions. Emotional intelligence, EI, refers to the ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions in positive ways to achieve your goals. It also involves recognizing, understanding, and influencing the emotions of others. It is critical to manage our behavior and decision-making. For instance, a customer service agent deals with a frustrated customer by staying calm, actively listening to their concerns, and offering solutions in a respectful manner. The term was coined by two researchers, Peter Salovey and John Mayer, in 1990, but got popular in 1996 from Dan Goleman's book, Emotional Intelligence. What is intelligence? Intelligence refers to the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. It encompasses various aspects like learning, reasoning, problem-solving, critical thinking, creativity, and adapting to new situations. Intelligence is not fixed at birth. It can develop throughout life through learning and experiences. 4 steps of EI. Salovey and Myers gave 4 steps of managing emotional intelligence. 1. Perceiving emotions. The foundation of emotional intelligence is accurately perceiving emotions in others. This often involves reading nonverbal cues like body language and facial expressions. 2. Reasoning with emotion. Emotions are not just feelings. They can fuel our thinking and cognitive processes. Emotions help us prioritize what deserves our attention and guide our initial reactions. 3. Understanding emotions. Emotions can have many layers of meaning. To understand someone's anger, for instance, we need to interpret the source of their frustration and what it might signify. 4. Managing your emotions. Emotional intelligence hinges on managing your own emotions effectively. This includes regulating your feelings, responding appropriately to situations, and being sensitive to the emotions of others. Components of emotional intelligence. According to Daniel Goleman, emotional intelligence is built on 5 key components. Self-awareness. This refers to understanding yourself accurately. It includes your strengths, weaknesses, and how to leverage both to seize opportunities. This encompasses self-confidence, realistic self-assessment, and the ability to laugh at yourself in a healthy way. Example, Michelle Obama, recognizing her public speaking skills as a strength, leveraged them to become a powerful advocate for education and social causes. Self-regulation. This is your ability to manage your emotions, thoughts, and behaviors effectively in different situations. It involves trustworthiness, integrity, self-control, adaptability, and openness to change. Example, Martin Luther King Jr. led peaceful protests during the civil rights movement, demonstrating self-control and the ability to channel emotions into effective action. Internal motivation. This is finding your own reasons to work beyond external rewards like money or status. It includes passion, resilience to setbacks, and the ability to thrive under pressure. Example, Greta Thunberg's relentless advocacy for climate change action stems from her internal motivation to create a better future for the planet. Empathy. This is putting yourself in someone else's shoes and understanding their feelings, desires, ideas, and actions. It involves perceiving, understanding, and responding to another person's emotional state and perspective. Example, public servants with empathy can navigate situations where tribal customs clash with government regulations, finding solutions that respect both. Example, Nelson Mandela's empathy allowed him to see the shared humanity in all people, even his enemies. Social skills. This is your proficiency in building and managing relationships. It involves finding common ground, building rapport, and having skills like persuasion, tolerance, tactfulness, and a good social memory. Example, Aligarh SSP Akash Kulhari's social skills were evident when he walked unarmed into a protest, appealing for peace while recognizing the students' right to demonstrate. Difference between IQ and IQ. Emotional quotient (EQ) is a measure of one's emotional intelligence, i.e. a measurement of one's ability to monitor his emotions, to cope with pressures and demands, and to control his or her thoughts and actions. Intelligence quotient (IQ) is estimate of a person's cognitive abilities compared to other people. Consider the following differences between IQ and EQ. Intelligence quotient (IQ), emotional quotient (EQ). Focus measures cognitive abilities like logical reasoning, problem-solving, and knowledge retention. It focuses on intellectual skills. Measures emotional intelligence, encompassing self-awareness, empathy, social skills, and emotional regulation. It focuses on emotional skills. Assessment typically assessed through standardized tests with objective questions, often evaluated through self-assessment, observation, and feedback from others, making it more subjective. Development considered relatively stable throughout life, although some argue for slight improvements through training. More flexible and can be significantly developed and improved through self-reflection and practice. Application plays a significant role in scientific, mathematical, and analytical fields. Crucial in leadership, communication, teamwork, and navigating social situations. Example, doctor disclosing a difficult diagnosis. A doctor, high IQ, accurately diagnoses a patient with a serious illness, understanding the complex medical aspects. The doctor, high EQ, delivers the news with sensitivity, considers the patient's emotional state, and offers support and resources. Thus, I can be imagined as an engine that can power a vehicle but equal act as the steering of that vehicle which will give direction to IQ. Therefore, IQ alone is not enough for success. It can only get a person into a job, but to be successful in the job, that person needs to cooperate and collaborate with others where EQ plays an important role. Qualities of an emotionally intelligent person. Some key qualities of individuals with high emotional intelligence (EI) are strong integrity. Their self-awareness and understanding of their surroundings lead to consistency in behavior. They act with authenticity, reducing the gap between their inner world and outward actions. Example, Nelson Mandela consistently advocated for racial equality throughout his life, demonstrating his unwavering integrity. Empathy and understanding. Emotionally intelligent people can understand the emotions and perspectives of others, a key aspect of empathy, which is crucial for EI. Enhanced communication, self-awareness, self-regulation, and social skills contribute to their confidence and positivity. This translates to effective communication and strong connections with others. Example, Barack Obama's charisma and emotional intelligence enabled him to connect with people from diverse backgrounds and communicate complex ideas clearly. Reduce stress. Their ability to manage emotions effectively allows them to remain calm and collected in challenging situations, reducing stress levels. Example, during the Apollo 13 crisis, Mission Commander Jim Lovell remained calm and collected under extreme pressure, using his emotional intelligence to guide his crew to safety. Creative potential. They can channel their emotions into constructive outlets, fostering creativity and the generation of new ideas. Example, Steve Jobs' ability to understand user needs and translate them into revolutionary products like the iPod and iPhone. Importance of emotional intelligence. Importance of EI in personal life, informed decisions. EI helps us make well-rounded decisions by combining logic and emotions. Positive emotions can lead to clearer thinking and more creative solutions. Example, a manager considering layoffs recognizes the emotional impact on employees and seeks creative solutions to minimize job losses, demonstrating empathy and responsible decision-making. Unlocking personal growth. Emotionally intelligent individuals are adaptable and open to positive change, fostering personal growth and achieving better life outcomes. Example, a couple facing marital difficulties utilizes open communication and empathy to understand each other's perspectives, leading to a stronger and more resilient relationship. Emotional well-being. Managing emotions effectively reduces stress and protects against anxiety and depression. EI also helps you cope with pressure in a healthy way. Example, a student facing academic pressure utilizes healthy coping mechanisms like exercise and relaxation techniques to manage stress and maintain mental health. Cultivating optimism. EI helps us control negativity and maintain a hopeful perspective, fostering optimism and resilience. Example, an athlete facing a setback due to injury utilizes their self-motivation and optimism to stay positive during recovery, focusing on their long-term goals. Conflict resolution and collaboration. EI enables us to handle difficult conversations and situations with diplomacy and empathy. You can find collaborative solutions through effective communication. Example, a negotiator utilizes strong communication skills and emotional intelligence to bridge cultural divides and find a mutually beneficial resolution in a business deal. Importance of EI, ein CIVLSERVICSD-ISTRTO and 80% of success at work depends on EI, while only 20% depends on IQ. Daniel Goleman, self-control. Emotionally intelligent civil servants avoid impulsive choices, don't rely on stereotypes, and don't compromise their values. They manage their emotions effectively to ensure ethical decision-making. For example, IS Ashok Khimka's unwavering stance against corruption demonstrates emotional control and upholding values. Effective communication. They actively listen to others and communicate clearly. This skill allows them to effectively implement policies through better public understanding. Example, a civil servant holding town hall meetings to address public concerns and answer questions in a transparent manner. Improved collaboration. Emotional intelligence fosters awareness and compassion in civil servants, reducing the influence of ego, pride, or negativity on their interactions with subordinates. Example, a civil servant who regularly checks in with their team, offers support, and celebrates successes fosters a more collaborative and positive work environment. Positive work environment. Emotionally intelligent leaders bring positive energy to the workplace, influencing a more productive and collaborative atmosphere for all employees. Negotiation skills. Emotional intelligence fosters strong negotiation and conflict resolution skills, essential for navigating disagreements and finding common ground, a core function of public service. Example, a diplomat negotiating a tense international situation who remains calm, respectful, and focused on finding common ground. 360-degree leadership. Civil servants with high emotional intelligence excel in building strong relationships across all levels. Upward leadership. They cultivate trust and collaboration with superiors. Downward leadership. They foster positive and supportive relationships with their subordinate teams. Horizontal leadership. They build strong connections with colleagues across departments. External leadership. They engage effectively with stakeholders outside the government, including NGOs, academics, media, and citizens. Challenges in the development of EI, IND-ISTRTO, anonymity and reduced accountability. Anonymity, a perceived strength of bureaucracy, can lead to reduced motivation for taking responsibility. This can manifest in a lack of initiative or deflecting responsibility to higher authorities. Example, a government official might deny PDS benefits to a clearly destitute person, lacking only documents, by citing a lack of authorization from superiors. Workload and pressure. Excessive workload in bureaucracy can breed a do-whatever-it-takes mentality, potentially compromising ethical decision-making and emotional responsiveness. Example, a police officer, under pressure to meet quotas or facing tight deadlines, might resort to harsh tactics like unnecessarily detaining or manhandling citizens for minor offenses. Skills gap. Lack of EI training. Bureaucratic training often focuses heavily on technical skills, neglecting emotional intelligence training. This can lead to a lack of empathy and understanding for the public they serve. Example, a forest ranger might prioritize enforcing regulations over understanding the livelihood needs of local communities dependent on forest resources, creating unnecessary tension. Technology and the human touch. While technology can streamline administration, its limitations in emotional intelligence can hinder genuine connection with the public. Cultural disconnect. A cultural gap between bureaucracy and the public can hinder empathy and understanding. This creates communication barriers and frustration on both sides. Example, A bureaucrat raised in an urban environment might struggle to relate to the challenges faced by rural communities, leading to insensitive policies or a lack of responsiveness to their needs. How to develop emotional intelligence? Development of emotional intelligence in personal life. Practicing self-control. By managing one's emotions, one can avoid impulsive decisions and negative actions fueled by strong feelings. Example, when angry, taking a deep breath and considering the bigger picture before reacting. Embracing feedback. Be open to criticism. This fosters patience, tolerance, and social skills, allowing one to stay calm under pressure. Example, like Gandhiji, who remained composed even in challenging situations by being open to criticism. Self-reflection. Regularly evaluating one's emotions and reactions in different situations to gain a deeper understanding of oneself. Example, analyze an angry outburst to gain insight into the emotions and reactions involved. Considering consequences. Thinking about how one's actions impact others. This allows one to refine his behavior for better outcomes. Example, during the COVID-19 lockdown, people were encouraged to provide aid to migrant workers considering the impact on their lives. Expanding horizons. Engaging with new ideas through literature and diverse sources. This broadens one's knowledge and enhances empathy and social skills. Example, IS probationers participate in Bharat Darshan to deepen their understanding of Indian culture and various social aspects. Development of EI-INCIVLSERVANTS self-awareness training. Workshops can help civil servants identify their emotions, understand their triggers, and manage their reactions ethically. Example, recognizing frustration with a demanding citizen allows for a more patient and professional response. Empathy-building exercises. Role-playing scenarios can cultivate empathy for citizen concerns, fostering better understanding and communication. Example, simulating a meeting with a frustrated farmer helps civil servants see the situation from their perspective. Ethical decision-making frameworks. Training in frameworks like utilitarianism or rights-based ethics equips civil servants to balance emotions with objective principles. Example, understanding the needs of all parties involved in a land dispute allows for a more balanced and ethical solution. Mindfulness and stress management techniques. Mindfulness practices can help civil servants manage stress, leading to more composed and ethical interactions. Example, deep breathing exercises before public hearings enable civil servants to manage stress and remain objective. Mentorship and peer support. Mentorship programs and peer support groups can provide a safe space for civil servants to discuss emotional challenges and receive ethical guidance. Example, sharing experiences with a mentor can help a new civil servant navigate a complex emotional situation with a citizen. Emotional intelligence assessments. Periodic assessments can provide insights into emotional strengths and weaknesses, guiding targeted development efforts. Example, identifying a civil servant who struggles with public speaking can lead to tailored training to improve emotional regulation in those situations. By implementing these ethical measures, governments can equip civil servants with the emotional intelligence needed to navigate complex situations, make sound decisions, and serve the public with fairness, empathy, and respect. This strengthens public trust and contributes to a more just and ethical society. Issues with emotional intelligence. Emotional manipulation. High emotional intelligence can be used to manipulate others' feelings for personal gain. For example, a salesperson might use flattery or guilt to pressure someone into a purchase. Inauthenticity. Focusing solely on outward displays of emotional intelligence can lead to inauthentic interactions. For instance, someone might appear empathetic but not genuinely care about another's feelings. Emotional labor burden. Jobs requiring high emotional intelligence can be emotionally draining, leading to burnout. For instance, customer service representatives constantly manage their emotions to appease clients. Emotional weaponization. People skilled at reading emotions might exploit that ability to intimidate or control others. For example, a bully might use emotional intelligence to identify and exploit a victim's vulnerabilities. Devaluing other forms of intelligence. Overemphasis on emotional intelligence can downplay the importance of logical reasoning, analytical skills, and technical knowledge. Limited scope. Emotional intelligence primarily focuses on interpersonal interactions, neglecting the emotional well-being of the individual themselves. High EQ, low EQ. Speaking up creates a safe space for open communication, preventing groupthink, everyone following the same idea without considering alternatives. Avoid speaking up or asserting themselves, even when necessary. Motivating others understands others' motivations and inspires them to excel. Easily stressed, affecting others with their own overwhelm. Conflict resolution resolves conflicts effectively, avoiding drama and escalation. Holds grudges and feels misunderstood, hindering resolution. Identifying opportunities. Has a keen eye for potential and new opportunities. Becomes defensive and argues without listening to others' ideas. Social intelligence. Social intelligence is the ability to understand people and to act wisely in human relations. Edward Thorndike, social intelligence, SI, is the ability of a person to tune into other people's emotions and read the subtle behavioral cues to choose the most effective response in a given situation. It refers to the ability to understand and navigate social interactions effectively. For example, a social media influencer notices a negative trend of online bullying. They use social awareness to understand its impact, tries to address the issue in their content, promoting empathy and kindness in online interactions. Key elements of social intelligence: social awareness. Being perceptive to the social cues, emotions, and dynamics within a group setting allows for better interaction and understanding of group processes. Example, a socially aware person might pick up on tension between colleagues and attempt to mediate a peaceful resolution. Understanding social dynamics. Social intelligence involves understanding and effectively navigating social roles, rules, and unspoken norms within a society. Example, recognizing the societal expectations placed on women in pre-independence India, Gandhiji devised strategies to empower them and involve them in the freedom struggle. Communication and conversation. Socially intelligent people excel at clear and engaging conversation with a wide range of individuals. They possess tact and choose appropriate language in different situations. Example, Swami Vivekananda's address in Chicago, where he addressed the audience as Sisters and Brothers of America, showcased his social intelligence and cultural sensitivity. Conflict resolution. Effective social intelligence includes the ability to manage conflict constructively. Socially adept individuals can mediate disagreements and find solutions that address everyone's concerns. Example, a team leader who facilitates open communication and encourages compromise demonstrates skills in conflict resolution. Emotional regulation. Managing one's own emotions in social situations is crucial for social intelligence. This allows for clear communication and prevents emotional outbursts that could damage relationships. Example, during a heated debate, a person who remains calm and expresses their views rationally demonstrates emotional regulation. Conclusion: thus, emotional intelligence fosters positive outcomes for person and interpersonal as well as social relations. It strengthens relationships, promotes empathy, and enhances decision-making. It acts as a powerful tool for civil servants for building a more connected and ethical world. Key terms: subjective experience, physiological response, behavioral response, intelligence, emotional intelligence, reasoning with emotions, self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, social skills, conflict resolution, role clarity, high self-regard, adaptability, psychological well-being, cultural gap, self-evaluation, management of disruptive emotions, experiential learning, learning transfer. Students note. Previous year questions. 1. What really matters for success, character, happiness, and lifelong achievements is a definite set of emotional skills, your EQ, not just purely cognitive abilities that are measured by conventional IQ tests. Do you agree with this view? Give reasons in support of your answer. 2023. 2. In the case of a crisis of conscience, does emotional intelligence help to overcome the same without compromising the ethical or moral stand that you are likely to follow? Critically examine. 2021. 3. What are the main components of emotional intelligence, EQ? Can they be learned? Discuss. 2020. 4. A positive attitude is considered to be an essential characteristic of a civil servant who is often required to function under extreme stress. What contributes to a positive attitude in person? 2020. 5. Emotional intelligence is the ability to make your emotions work for you instead of against you. Do you agree with this view? Discuss. 2019. 6. How will you apply emotional intelligence in administrative practices? 2017. 7. Anger is a harmful negative emotion. It is injurious to both personal life and work life. A. Discuss how it leads to negative emotions and undesirable behaviors. B. How can it be managed and controlled? 2016. 8. What is emotional intelligence, and how can it be developed in people? How does it help an individual in taking ethical decisions? 2013 UPSC Offline Foundation course, based on CTR model. GS classes, optional classes, *CSAT classes, *24/7 library. M. Any other relevant features. W with 3 years validity. PW0IS 500. For extra discount. Starts from S47200. W. Carol by. Apply coupon code. Our offline centers. Ethics and Essay Crash Course 2024, 60+ hours. Ethics discussion and questions or Form AT. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length test with evaluation. B. Theme-wise, essay coverage, age evaluation by faculty. Coverage of 150+ ethics and 50+ essay questions. Any doubt sessions W with faculty. Batch starts 24th June for extra discount. Offline fee? 15,000, PW0AS 500. Apply coupon code. 992-061-3613 OnlyIAS. Com. 8 Moral Thinkers and Philosophers of the World. Introduction. Philosophy is derived from the Greek word philosophia, which means love of wisdom. A human is a social being who seeks to understand cause and effect relationships in nature and the society he lives. The person who is a knowledge seeker through his curiosity is termed a philosopher. Western philosophies and Western thinkers. Theories of philosophies. Classification of Western philosophies and thinkers from the context of ethics. Normative ethics, normative theory. It involves arriving at moral standards that regulate right and wrong conduct. In a sense, it is a search for an ideal litmus test of proper behavior. Normative standards. It sets normative standards for judging human acts as being ethical. They are championed by Greek philosophers, and the most important branches among them are as following. Virtue ethics. These are the theories that focus on the virtue of character, mind, and sense of honesty. They were championed mainly by Socrates, Aristotle, and Plato. Virtue ethics shifts the analytical emphasis away from rule-based decision-making of deontological ethics, or the consequences of an action, e.g. in utilitarianism, towards the ethics of individuals and the ethics of human character. Example, a teleologist would argue that giving to a charity maximizes well-being in society, and a deontologist would argue that we have a duty to help others. A virtue ethicist would point to the fact that helping others displays desirable virtues such as being charitable or benevolent. Virtue ethics affirms a better motive for the action than that of duty-based ethics. Saving a life of someone only out of the sense of duty seems to lack a better motivation like compassion and kindness, which can be expected only from a person who has developed these virtues in him or her. It is also important to note that duty-based ethics somehow neglects some of the essential aspects of moral life, namely the emphasis of being a good person leading a virtuous life. Issues: lack of moral principles and ethics. It lacks moral principles and ethics. Without specific principles cannot guide us in deciding the moral choice of an action. Example, when someone steals money, what would be a morally right act in dealing with that person? Difficulty in determining the morally right action. There is a lack of moral judgment in virtue ethics. A person may be virtuous, but Hisha may still not be able to distinguish right action from wrong action, especially if Hisha is not knowledgeable in a particular field. Example, despite being a virtuous person, Sarah's lack of expertise in finance led her to make poor investment decisions, highlighting the importance of knowledge and moral judgment in virtue ethics. Lack of moral judgment in virtue ethics. There can be situations in which virtues enter into conflict with one another. Example, if a person comes across a dilemma of Hisha friend being brought to trial and Hisha is a witness. Socrates, he was born in Athens in 470 BC and is popular for his dialogues and debates with public figures and authorities of the time. This technique is termed maeutics. Socrates' philosophy, courage. It depicts freedom to speak of one's mind, the ability to speak the truth, and objectivity. Example, a major chunk of the world believes in Chinese aggression, but they fail to speak up due to financial dependency on China. Ethics of happiness. According to him, the only virtue is knowledge, and the only sin is ignorance. He valued knowledge that can lead to an ethical life. Example, the death of V.G. Siddhartha, owner of Cafe Coffee Day, shows money is not the source of happiness but its true knowledge. Ideal life. An ideal life should focus on self-development, especially the pursuit of goodness, virtue, justice, integrity, and friendship. Valuing virtues like love, friendship, courage, truth takes an individual far more than others due to his ideal values. Example, Sarah's commitment to cultivating virtues such as kindness, honesty, and integrity leads her to lead a fulfilling life filled with meaningful relationships and personal growth. Individual level. True knowledge is the basis of ethical life, thus one should stay away from superstition, feudal mindset, fake news, and misinformation. Example, practices like mutilation, fake news like the coronavirus spread by religious groups hamper our journey towards an ethical life. Societal level. Socrates' philosophy encourages critical thinking and questioning societal norms, promoting intellectual discourse for the betterment of society. Example, Mahatma Gandhi's principles, such as nonviolent resistance and questioning unjust authority, became a guiding force in India's struggle for independence. Governance level. Socrates' philosophy emphasizes the importance of wisdom, self-examination, and moral integrity in governance for the benefit of the entire society. Example, when our government favors PM Garib Kalyan Yojana of free food over fiscal responsibility highlights valuing morally high promise. Plato, he was a Greek philosopher and disciple of Socrates and a teacher to Aristotle. Plato's philosophy, justice of self. Every human being has three components mentioned below, and they must prioritize knowledge over others. Appetite. Act based on instinctive needs. These instinctive needs are food, sleep, attire, etc. Spirit. Act according to one's honor. Knowledge. Act based on the power of critical thinking. Justice of society. For every society to function efficiently, each component should perform its duty. Such as, artisan. Provide goods and service. Soldiers. Defending the society. Guardians. The rulers of the society. Plato's Republic. It was a utopia ruled by philosophers and their progeny who enjoy hereditary kingship. The Republic neither had private wealth nor private family. The children were raised by community and culture, and athletics were taught. Strict censorship over literature, drama, and music. Harmonious functioning. Parts should work for the whole and whole must benefit the parts. Aristotle, he was also a Greek philosopher and disciple of Plato. Philosophies of Aristotle, eudaimonia, it signifies happiness. Eudaimonia means achieving the best conditions possible for oneself, in every sense not only happiness, but also virtue, morality, and a meaningful life. Courage. Tour W is dem cardinal white justice virtue esh. Example, if you're a parent, you should excel at raising your children. If you're a doctor, you should excel at healing people, and if you are a civil servant, you should work towards the welfare of the society. Ethical being. He considered humans as social, political, and also as ethical beings against the views of Sigmund Freud and even Caudelia. Example, one has to focus on building character as PM recently on Civil Services Day quotes, Shi lam perumbushanum, character is the highest virtue. The doctrine of golden mean. He emphasized avoiding extreme actions like choosing courage against cowardice and sloth. Example, one should not go against the Constitution in highlighting their views with extreme protests, and on the other hand, they should also not stay silent in case of exploitation. A legal constitutional battle is a favorable middle path. Emphasis on virtue. It is the character that determines ethicality and not temperance. Actions, motives, and consequences. In bona fide errors, people are generally forgiven due to their true intent, and thus the act becomes ethical. Deontology, the basic premise of deontology states that we are obligated to act in accordance with a set of rules, principles, and values regardless of outcomes. Its emphasis is on means rather than ends. Kant is the philosopher who championed deontology. Immanuel Kant. Kant's philosophy, moral rationalism, it dismissed the view of considering ends as a barometer to measure the ethicality of conduct. According to him, it is the actions driven by motives that make any conduct ethical, i.e. goodwill is the only qualification for ethical conduct. Example, the Supreme Court in case of Sector 144 of IPC upheld its importance despite being detained against universal values, but it helps in maintaining public order in contingency situations. Selfless action, nishkama karma, according to this action, should be the end in itself. Example, charity is a noble task, but when people do it to gain recognition, the act cannot be called as ethical as a means and end relation is created. Categorical imperative, some actions are of personal desires like working hard to buy a house or a car. But categorical imperative asks one to work for a cause or do something irrespective of personal desire like taking care of parents. There are 4 categorical imperatives. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Act according to maxima that can be established as a universal law. Don't use man as a means to an end. Human actions should benefit society. Teleological approach, telos, is the ancient Greek term for an end, fulfillment, completion, goal, etc. Teleology is a philosophy that states that consequences of one's action are the ultimate judge to rightness or wrongfulness of the conduct. Difference between deontological and teleological theories. Deontological ethics, duty-based, teleological ethics, result-oriented. Focus on moral duties, not consequences, focus on the consequences of actions. Prioritizes intentions over outcomes, prioritizes outcomes over intentions. Moral duties are more important than moral value is more important than duties. Individuals' intentions play a crucial role. Individuals' intentions have no relevance. Rightness of actions is prior to their goodness. Goodness of actions determines their rightness. Emphasizes individuals' moral status, emphasizes the moral status of the action. Moral duties have a negative formulation. Moral duties have a positive formulation. Personal interests have no relevance. Equal consideration of personal and others' interests. Actions are inherently moral or immoral. Actions are evaluated based on consequences. Example based on deontological and teleological theories. Let us suppose a man kicks a dog sleeping roadside. The dog cries and runs away. Moments later, a car comes speeding along the road so fast that it would certainly have killed the dog if it had still been lying there. Deontological perspective says the man's action was bad, since it is cruel to kick dogs, but according to the teleological perspective, his action was good, since it saved the dog's life. Conclusion: deontological approach is applied in the criminal justice system, which ensures that the punishment was proportionate and appropriate to the crime committed. Whereas, the teleological approach is used by the courts for the interpretation of any legislation, its purpose, direction, or design. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism promotes the action that brings maximum happiness to a maximum number of people. 2 major philosophers have contributed in this line. Jeremy Bentham, he was born in London. He is the earliest and chief expounder of utilitarianism and is also called the founding father of utilitarianism. Bentham's philosophies: pleasure and pain principle. The main aim of human life is to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. Example, utilitarianism promotes values like liberty, freedom of choice, and democracy. Thus we observe migration and brain drain in India, where maximum individuals are attracted towards Bentham's pleasure and pain principle. Ethical egoism. It is always moral to promote one's own good. What is good for an individual is good for society. Example, There are certain sects like Protestants in the West, Sindhis, and Agarwals in India who believe in ethical egoism, thus the communities opt for entrepreneurship. Jamil John Stuart Mill was born in London and also worked as a civil servant in the East India Company. Mill's philosophy, social utilitarianism. It supported utilitarianism, but in such a way that an individual's action should not bring harm to society at large, i.e., the pleasure of an individual should not bring displeasure to society. Example, there is a prevalence of I culture in the West, but in the East, there is we culture. Based on this difference, China and the UN asked for a different definition for human rights for the East and the West, endorsing the ethical altruism. Ethical altruism. Here one's ego is satisfied, but it is subjected to the conditionality of not affecting others. Example, donating a portion of one's wealth to a charitable cause without seeking personal recognition exemplifies ethical altruism. Higher and lower pleasure. Mill distinguished between higher and lower pleasure. The pleasures that are intellectual-based were termed as higher pleasure, and the ones associated with sensual pleasures are lower pleasures. Example, choosing hard work over sleep or entertainment can be considered as higher pleasure. An upgrade from Bentham's utilitarianism. As per Bentham, an action is ethical if it produces the greatest good to the greatest number of people. He termed this as quantitative utilitarianism. However, Mill moved from this idea and provided qualitative utilitarianism, which focuses on intellectual pleasure and considers such action to be ethical. This distinction is also referred to as rule utilitarianism. Example, in governance, rule utilitarianism guides decision-making as policies are designed to prioritize the qualitative well-being and intellectual fulfillment of citizens, aiming to maximize overall happiness and societal progress. Ideas of liberty. He was vocal about free speech and believed that people should be free to act however they wish unless their actions cause harm to somebody else. Example, the dissemination of hate speech aimed at inciting violence posed a threat to national unity. See intercede or ionism. According to the theory of contractarianism, conduct is considered to be ethical if one adheres to the contract or agreement made by two or more at some point in time. When such a contract exists between people and state, it is termed a social contract where the state governs the people with some duties and people also share some obligations towards the state. This theory is championed by three philosophers. Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes's philosophy, human nature. Human by nature is selfish, brutish, murderous, and self-preserving. Thus he cannot maintain peace and stability. Therefore, people come together via contract to form a state or a government. Example, India currently has NPA, non-performing assets, worth 11 crores. As per contractarianism, this act can be considered as unethical as a contract is broken by the people. State of nature is a state of war. He also believed that human beings will engage in a fierce struggle for scarce resources to fulfill their self-interest. Example, the government of India uses an online surveillance mechanism called Netra. These monitors all over activities for internal security. This shows the absence of absolute rights. Leviathan state. He calls for a Leviathan state with the following provisions. Absolute power to govern. People have no right to revolt against the state. People do not have absolute rights. State should lay emphasis on civic education and induce obedience among the citizens. Example, the rule by Kim Jong-un in North Korea can be considered as a nearest example of the modern Leviathan state. John Locke. John Locke's philosophy, liberty. John Locke staunchly advocated for freedom and governance based on consent. He delineated between actions that primarily concern oneself and those that affect others, suggesting this as a criterion for determining when intervention is justified. He famously asserted that every individual possesses three inherent and inalienable natural rights: life, liberty, and property. According to Locke, the primary role of government is to safeguard these rights, with its legitimacy stemming from the consent of those it governs. His ideas laid the foundation for the principles of individual autonomy and the limitations of state interference in personal affairs. Example, our founding fathers of the Constitution initially believed in the philosophy of John Locke as they had imbibed right to property and Constitution under Art 19 and Art 21 uphold right to life and liberty. On patriarchy and women, he also champions women's rights and demands equal opportunities for them. Example, labor reforms in India that aim to eliminate gender-based discrimination, ensuring equal pay and opportunities for women in the workforce. On property, Locke says that man has a natural right over property, and also says that nature is entirely at the disposal of man for his comfort. Example, as per Locke, if right to property was a natural right, why the percentage of average land holding of farmers is below 2 hectares. Tolerance. Locke was an advocate of minority rights and a heterogeneous society where people of different cultures coexist. Example, supporting equal opportunities for all regardless of their background. Rousseau. Rousseau's philosophy, man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. One man thinks he is master of others, but remains more of a slave than they are. Example, a child is born free, but it is responsible to its family - contribute to its sustenance and continuity, school, adhere to prescribed curriculum, government, abide by law of land, pound international law, immigration, visas and citizenship, and order depicting chains. G. General will. People are the ultimate in any democracy and sovereignty lies within the people. O. Example. The recent defeat of Mr. Trump due to his authoritarian governance shows people being ultimate in any democracy. Property. He rejected the idea of private wealth and supported that wealth should only fulfill a basic need. This shows his inclination towards socialism. O. Example. Implementation of Shakbandi under land reforms in India was to ensure that private wealth accumulation should be limited, and land should be redistributed to ensure that everyone has access to sufficient land for their basic needs. Education. He said education must be gained through nature rather than formal education, i.e. through books. O. Example. Rabindranath Tagore's Shantiniketan, which is on the idea to create a free and fearless atmosphere for children to grow up in close contact with nature. Contemporary CONTRCDRINISM. John Rawls is called the father of contemporary contractarianism, and he's the most influential American philosopher post-Second World War. John Rawls. John Rawls' philosophy, equality. Every rich and poor should have equal rights that are basic, like liberty, right to vote, and right to hold public offices. These are called political rights in most nations. O. Example. One should respect others' political rights as per the equality principle. But we observe in the media, journalists questioning one's right to protest during several protests. Differential equality. Since some are rich, an advantage, and some are poor, disadvantage, hence due to difference in position people enjoy different rights. O. Example. Some societies term them as reservation while others term them as positive discrimination. Justice. It is the standard used in decision-making by considering facts and without any prejudices, also called veil of ignorance. O. Also called the original position. O. It is a hypothetical situation prior to the starting of society when people decide the principles on which the society builds up. O. The principles are mainly set by the people who are unaware of the social position they occupy or will occupy, i.e., people are unaware of being rich, poor, strong, weak, majority, minority, etc. O. This ensures just and fair principles to be developed as each individual contributes to the value by considering even the worst-case scenario. Example. The concepts like zero budgeting. We use rudimentary form of veil of ignorance. We consider the results of programs and policies to approve them for the next year without any prejudice. Descriptive ethics. Descriptive ethics examines the actual beliefs and behaviors of people regarding what is right or wrong, which can vary across societies and over time, making it also known as comparative ethics. Lawrence Kohlberg conducted the Heinz dilemma experiment, focusing on the moral reasoning behind individuals' decisions rather than the choices made, revealing the influence of social norms on their reasoning. O. For example, in India, Lord Hanuman worship is considered a spiritual experience, but in the West they call it monkey worship. This is because they are unable to reason about the importance of the animal in texts like Ramayana. Applied ethics. Applied ethics is a branch of ethics which deals with application of ethical theories in real-life situations and guides people to achieve ethical conduct. This is generally used when an individual is in an ethical dilemma or with respect to specific issues of public and private life. Some of the well-known branches of the applied ethics are O. Environment ethics, quality of life versus economic development by exploiting the nature. O. Media ethics, character assassination versus making citizens informed on the crime. O. Medical ethics, patency on medicines versus right to live for humankind. O. Technological ethics, use of darknet, deep fakes, mass trolling, etc. Indian philosophies. Important schools of Hindu philosophy. Samkhya. O. It is also called Sankhya, enumerating number. O. It preaches the philosophy of Dvaita Veda, or dualism. It believes in the existence of matter, prakriti, and soul, Purusha, as two separate entities. The soul passes on to temporal bodies and at the end merges with subtle matter or cosmic energy. O. Application. The theory highlights the inner conscience or soul that guides one's ethical conduct. Yoga. O. Yoga means union of yoking. O. It deals with values that help one with mental and physical abilities. O. It suggests Ashtanga Yoga considering following steps. Yama equals restraint from ahimsa and falsehood. Niyama equals discipline. Asana equals set of exercises for physical well-being. Pranayama equals breath control. Pratyahara equals control of senses. Dharana equals awareness. Dhyana equals concentrated meditation. Samadhi equals soul releasing from sansar. O. Application. Yoga helps in the development of self and virtues, as it provides insight into self-awareness and promotes discipline. The theme of the International Yoga Day 2021 is Yoga for Well-Being, indicating both physical and mental well-being during COVID-19 and lockdown times. Nyaya. O. Nyaya signifies rule. O. This philosophy emphasizes logic and epistemology. It promotes the gain of knowledge through inference, and true knowledge leading to the liberation of the soul. O. Application. It upholds true knowledge or wisdom that was also propounded by philosophers of virtue ethics. For example, Buddha is considered to be the enlightened one. This is because he is said to understand the reason for suffering, i.e., desire. Thus he conquered his desire to establish logic and upholding Nyaya principles. Mimamsa. O. Mimamsa means critical reflection. O. It is the earliest Hindu school of philosophy that interprets Vedas and also provides philosophical justification. According to the theory, one can attain salvation through karmakanda, ritualism. O application. Modern-day ritualism derives its justification from this school. We can also attribute this to consumerism and materialism. Vedanta. The term Vedanta means conclusion, specifically the end of Vedas. As per the school of thought, Vedas are the true source of knowledge, and one can attain salvation by seeking true knowledge. It emphasized the path of jnana, knowledge, for moksha rather than ritualism and sacrifice to achieve moksha. Vivekananda's interpretation of Vedanta philosophy ethics, it is a code of conduct for a man to be good as his soul is pure. So emphasis was laid on intrinsic purity of Atman's soul. Religion. Religion offered a pathway to the eternal supreme, i.e., Atman merging with Paramatman. Education. He advocated education for character building of an individual and was in complete agreement with methods and results of modern science. Application. The modern education system is inclined towards monetary benefits, but the Vedas in a true sense had holistic knowledge of life, health, recreation, and also economic principles. Essence of Ramayana and Mahabharata. Character ethical lessons. Ram, governance, prioritizing the public over family. Friendship, treating Hanuman as a friend. Marriage, demonstrating loyalty towards his wife. Social contractarianism, valuing the relationship with the public objects. Dashratha and Kaikeyi, emotional intelligence, making decisions without being influenced by extreme emotions. Social influence, highlighting the importance of both positive and negative social influences. Ravana, greed, illustrating the consequences of excessive desire for power and lack of ethical judgment, knowledge, and wisdom, emphasizing the importance of ethical intellectualism. Bhishma, dharma, upholding one's duty and righteousness. Arjuna and Krishna, positive thinking, finding solutions and positivity in every situation. Contractarianism, understanding the importance of keeping one's word and fulfilling obligations. Teleological ethics, considering the consequences of actions to determine their ethical nature. Shubri, dedication and patience, demonstrating unwavering dedication and patience. Love, satisfaction, and happiness, finding eternal happiness and satisfaction in serving Lord Rama. Equality and respect, Lord Rama's equal treatment and respect towards Shubri. Jatayu, responsibility, fulfilling one's responsibilities despite knowing the limitations. Lessons from the Ramayana. Truth triumphs. The basic teaching of Ramayana is that no matter how powerful evil is, it will always be defeated by good. Truth always wins. A person should always have a noble heart and good values. Unity can overcome any difficulty in life. The fruits of togetherness give the power to sail the ship when the tide seems higher than the sky. Be deeply committed to your duty. Besides being Sita's husband, Ram was also the king of Ayodhya. And the duty of the king is to keep his subjects happy. Hence, he had to abandon his wife for the sake of the asses after they questioned her chastity. As a husband, he was duty-bound towards his wife. But as a king, he had to think of his subjects' wishes ahead of his personal ones. Choose the path of righteousness. Vibhishana, younger brother of Ravana, chose to not support his sibling in the war against Ram. He knew his brother had committed a sin by abducting a woman. Remain humble no matter how powerful you become. Lord Hanuman had the power to single-handedly fight against Ravana's army. But he chose to surrender to Lord Rama's divinity and let him do the needful. Treat everyone equally. Lord Rama treated everyone equally, and that's how he earned the love and respect among everyone. When Shubri, the sage's daughter, offered him the already tasted berry fruits, he ate them without giving a second thought. He was always kind and humble to people. We should toe in here to this quality. We should always treat everyone with equality and should not discriminate on the basis of status, sex, age, or caste. Always keep good company. It is said that your company shapes you into the person you are. Ramayana too emphasizes the relevance of good company. Queen Kaikeyi, the third wife of Dashratha, loved Rama more than her own son, but her handmaiden, Manthara, poisoned her thoughts with negative feed. In result, Kaikeyi asked for Rama's 14 years of exile. A negative person can brainwash all the good inside you. That is why we should always keep a healthy circle so that we become better with time. Essence of Bhagavad Gita, pleasure and work. Do not let the fruit be the purpose of your actions, and therefore, you won't be attached to not doing your duty. It lays more weight on duty with commitment than with destination. Example, some civil servants after getting into service get involved in a rat race of rewards, promotion, and salary rather than focusing on public commitment. Emotional intelligence. The awakened sages call a person wise when all his undertakings are free from anxiety about results. Example, the recent death of Sushant Singh Rajput showed the importance of managing emotions for society. Focus. We are kept away from our goals, not by obstacles, but by a clear path to a lesser goal. The modern-day distractions in the form of social media and materialism provide temporary pleasure, but derail us from our permanent goal completely. Selflessness. A gift is pure when it is given from the heart to the right person at the right time without expecting anything in return. Example, the modern culture of huge donations and NGO establishment in the presence of the media by influential people is not a selfless act. Truth alone triumphs. There always will be bigger power watches, and truth can never be hidden. Example, skin color is a biological phenomenon while race is a social phenomenon. But Western rulers tried to mask this truth, but Gandhi's movement in South Africa against apartheid at the end proved race just being a social construct. Indian philosophers. Buddha, Gautama Buddha was an ascetic, a religious leader, and a teacher who lived in ancient India during the 6th-5th century BC. His teachings laid the basis of Buddhist philosophy and traditions, as well as Buddhism as a religion. Buddhist ethics are neither arbitrary standards invented by man for his own utilitarian purpose, nor are they arbitrarily imposed. Man-made laws and social customs do not form the basis of Buddhist ethics. It finds its foundation not on the changing social customs, but rather on the unchanging laws of nature. Morality in Buddhism. Buddhist morality judges an action good or bad based on the intention or motivation from which it originates. Actions that have their roots in greed, hatred, or selfishness are considered to be bad, called a kusala kama. Actions which are rooted in the virtues of generosity, love, and wisdom are meritorious and good, called kusala kama. 3 essentials for life that Buddhism considers 8-fold paths. Wisdom, prajna, it comes from the right view. It leads to the right intention. Ethical conduct, sila, the right view and intentions are guides to ethical conduct. Right speech, right action, right livelihood, and right effort. Concentration, samadhi, its focus is self, activity, to have right mindfulness and right concentration. When? Right knowledge or views, right resolve, right speech, right conduct or action, right livelihood, right effort, wisdom, ethics, and concentration become a way of life. One gains enlightenment. Right mindfulness and right meditation or concentration. 4 noble truths. Oh, the truth of suffering. No matter how much we struggle, we are unable to find the ultimate happiness or satisfaction. Suffering is the common bond we share. Therefore, suffering is the real truth of our existence. Oh, excess desire, cravings, excess desires, and ignorance about reality are the cause of suffering. Oh, the truth about the end of suffering. If desire is eliminated, then only the suffering would stop. This stage when all desires are burned is called nirvana in Buddhism. Oh, the path for ending suffering. This path is called the Eightfold Path. It emphasizes a middle path between worldly pleasure and painful asceticism. Oh, Pankasila, 5 refrains. Buddhism invites Buddhists to adopt 5 precepts voluntarily in order to live together in civilized communities with mutual trust and respect. These are no killing, no stealing, no lying, no sexual misconduct, and no intoxicants. Kautilya, Science of Wealth. Kautilya explained the science of wealth in his book Arthashastra, where he explained the political economy of the nation. Governance. O king's happiness lies in the happiness of his subjects. His focus lies on the welfare state. O Yatha Raja Tatha Praja, highlighting the importance of honesty, efficiency, and accountability of the king. O Rajarshi concept. An ideal leader is a combination of Raja and Rishi. Like a Raja, he is dynamic, active, and has decision-making capacity. At the same time, like a sage, he should be able to connect with the spiritual and higher level of the world by being wise, and should focus on philosophy. He should possess the quality of inviting nature, self-restraint and spirit, intellect and intuition, enthusiasm. Oh, he advocated that science is a great source of power. He further believed that power is strength, and it is the strength which changes the mind. Oh, in a warlike situation, both Kautilya and Machiavelli share the same reasoning. Both propagate that a king should be closely involved in the science of war. Kautilya has proposed 3 types of war: open war, war fought between states; concealed war. It is fought on the lines of guerrilla warfare; silent war. It is fought continuously inside the kingdom itself so that the king's power does not get diluted. Oh, he said corruption is natural in government, as being selfish is human nature. One has to control corruption. Taruval Luvar, truthfulness. Even a lie could be considered as truth if that lie is harmless and brings unquestionable benefits. God and religion. Even if God and fate does not want it, your true efforts will bear efforts. Forgiveness. Retaliation will be a momentary joy, but patience and forgiveness will bring joy for life. Right speech. Even fire burns will heal easily, but burns from loose words will never be. Nation state. A nation should work on 5 key elements: health, economy, defense, harvest, and happiness. Application. Tyravalluvar's philosophy becomes the guiding light to the modern quest of revenge and vengeance between the people, communities, and nation-states. Examples like atheists getting more success, Gandhi's ability to forgive people of their ignorance, and Eightfold Path of Buddha stand on Tiruvalluvar's policy. Swami Vivekananda, rationalism. He was a pioneer of the rationalist movement in India and a follower of Vedanta philosophy. He desired the amalgamation of Western and Indian philosophy for a happy life. Education. To awaken the people, he established Ramakrishna Mission and later Ramakrishna Math. He condemned blind spiritual beliefs and searched for rationality in religion. Brotherhood. Through his iconic speech at the World Parliament of Religions Conference, he developed brotherhood among the people of India and people of the globe. Application. His ideas on brotherhood are more relevant today as the world has become a global village and people of different backgrounds have come closer, leading to racial and communal conflicts as recently seen in the Charlie Hebdo case in France and George Floyd case in the USA. Gandhi. Important teachings of Mahatma Gandhi. Power is of two kinds. Power based on love is more effective and lasting than power based on fear of punishment. Love and tolerance have the potential to resolve conflicts and bring about peace, even in the midst of unrest and turmoil. Constructive conversations with enemies can lead to peaceful resolutions, as every war eventually concludes with a peace agreement. For civil servants, there should be a high tolerance index while serving the society. It brings inclusiveness and objectivity, neutrality in decision-making. Example. Acceptance for LGBTQ community leads to bring them in the mainstream of development by extending government's welfare scheme. An eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind. Stubbornness has often fueled human conflicts throughout history, but a better future lies in our ability to understand our opponents, practice diplomacy, and show compassion to resolve disputes. We must become the change we want to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi exemplified his ideals by sacrificing his successful law practice, adopting a simple life, and leading the Salt March, inspiring millions to fight for freedom without causing harm to the British. Trusteeship. Wealthy people should act as trustees of trust that look after the welfare of the people. The idea of trusteeship makes it clear that wealth and resources, irrespective of who owns these, must help with the betterment of society and its entire people. It puts the onus of making this happen on those who have wealth. This is a direct eye. The wealthy must do it of their own accord, unforced by external pressure. Trusteeship provides solutions for various challenges of the 21st century: sustainable consumption, consume what is enough for the need without harming others. Dignity of labor, ensuring decent minimum living wage and humane working conditions. Equitable distribution of wealth, moral responsibility of the rich to take care of social welfare of the underprivileged. Enrichment of human life. The core of Gandhian idea of trusteeship is the development, upliftment, and enrichment of human life rather than a higher standard of living with scant respect for human and social values. Sarvodaya, the good of the individual is contained in the welfare of all. This is the core idea behind inclusive development. The concept of Sarvodaya revolved around universal upliftment of all and progress for all. It is a comprehensive, social, economic, political, moral, and spiritual philosophy. It lays great emphasis on moral and spiritual values. It seeks to create new social and economic values. His philosophy can be witnessed from the following. Development of self-supported village networks where production's main purpose is the consumption of self. Promoting family relationships beyond blood relationships. Everyone should be equally represented and promote the value of liberty. All people will be imbued with the spirit of love, fraternity, truth, nonviolence, and self-sacrifices. Society will function on the basis of nonviolence. There will be no party system and majority rule, and society will be free from the evil of the tyranny of the majority. Politics will not be the instrument of power but an agency of service. The gain to the individual would be small. The development of each quality depends upon every other. If all the qualities are improved a little, then the individual would gain more. Gandhi advances the concept of Sarvodaya, which were based on three basic principles. The good of the individual is contained in the good of all. A lawyer's work has the same value as the barber's in as much as all have the same right of earning their livelihood from their work. A life of labor, i.e., the life of the tiller of the soil and the handicraftsman, is the life worth living. Bottom up. Nonviolence approach. Liberty RYODAYA by SEF to NJAJ to the power of MG Andy. Equality truth Satyagraha. The origin of Satyagraha can be found in the Upanishads and in the teachings of Buddha, Mahavira, and a number of other greats including Leo Tolstoy and John Ruskin. Gandhi emphasized the importance of pure means and ends, rejecting improper means for achieving proper ends. Satyagraha goes beyond conflict resolution, emphasizing the quality of relationships between individuals and requiring strong will and determination. Pillars of Satyagraha, ethical aspects. 3 pillars of Satyagraha. The Gandhian quest for peace rests on the foundation of nonviolence. For conflict resolution, Mahatma Gandhi used method of Satyagraha, insistence on truth or zeal for truth, that has 3 pillars, Sat, which implies openness, honesty, and fairness. Each person's opinions and beliefs represent part of the truth. In order to see more of the truth, we must share our truths cooperatively. This implies a desire to communicate and a determination to do so. Ahimsa, refusal to inflict injury on others. Violence shuts off channels of communication. The concept of ahimsa appears in most major religions, which suggests that while most people may not practice it, it is respected as an ideal. Ahimsa is an expression of our concern that our own and others' humanity be manifested and respected. And we must learn to genuinely love our opponents in order to practice ahimsa. Tapasya, willingness for self-sacrifice. A satyagrahi must be willing to shoulder any sacrifice which is occasioned by the struggle which they have initiated. Rather than pushing such sacrifice or suffering onto their opponent, the satyagrahi must always provide a face-saving way out for the opponents. The goal is to discover a wider vista of truth and justice, not to achieve victory over the opponent. Relevance of satyagraha at present. For dispute in the industrial establishment, satyagraha would be a viable alternative to other methods for the peaceful resolution of disputes and conflicts. To resolve warlike situations such as Russia-Ukraine war, the practice of the principles of truth and nonviolence in the smallest way possible would definitely make a great contribution in bringing about peace and harmony. To mitigate corruption and race of materialism, in the present socio-economic political system, there is a dire necessity to wean the individual away from the influence of wealth, luxuries, and power. The usefulness of truth and nonviolence will always be relevant wherever the goal is prosperity, welfare, and development. Because without truth and nonviolence, there cannot be peace, and without peace there cannot be development. Gandhi on politics. He was against dharmic politics, which brews on corruption, sectarianism, and communalism. He also said, politics should not be instrumental in power but an agency of service. Gandhi's principal aim was to civilize modern politics from within by eliminating resentment, hatred, and coercion. His politics of nonviolence was a method to mobilize collective power in a manner that attends to its own moral education in an exemplary and innovative way. Gandhiji always derived politics from ethics or religion and considered politics as a work of the heart and not merely of reason. He argued for a dedicated and committed political ethos, which did not accept the necessity of dirty hands in politics. Gandhi's 11 vows: Swadeshi, self-discipline, remove untouchability, equality of all religion, bread labor, non-possession, non-violence, control on the palate, truth, fearlessness, no stealing. Gandhi's 7 sins. Gandhi mentioned these 7 sins in his weekly Young India. Type of sins. Recent examples. Politics without principles. The recent cases of defection in Karnataka. 233 of 539 MPs of Lok Sabha have criminal cases against them. Wealth without work. The inflating prices of cryptocurrency have changed many fortunes. Current 11 rupees lakh crore NPA in banks also shows the corrupt and manipulative mindset of the people. Pleasure without conscience. The burning issue of marital rape on adolescents. Environmental plundering under the ambit of development. Knowledge without character. Use of cyberspace to disrupt national infrastructure as observed in the 2021 Mumbai blackout. Recent cases of missing women due to female feticide using ultrasound tests. Science without humanity. Recent bombardment of missiles between Israel and Gaza Strip. Governments are not banning toxic drinks and cigars despite evidence of cancer. The use of nuclear weapons over Japan in 1945 is an assault of science on humanity. Commerce without morality. Google and Facebook recently tussled with the U.S. Senate on privacy issues. Sexism in Bollywood songs and movies over the female body just to market their content. Religion without sacrifice. Manavasiva equals Madhava Seva. Religious fundamentalism in all religions leading to communal tensions as seen recently in France. Development of ritualism over bhakti. Application. Gandhi's 7 sins are very relevant in today's context in the sphere of life, from family, society, ANC, even at the government level. Rabindranath Tagore was born in Calcutta on May 7, 1861. Bengali poet, novelist, and painter who was highly influential in introducing Indian culture to the West. Tagore on education. Tagore envisioned a novel blending the ideas of the East and West. The spiritualism of Indian philosophy and progressive outlook of the Western people were blended together. Learnings from the life of Rabindranath Tagore and their relevance. Maxim of oneness and equality. It means the interconnectedness of all beings and the importance of treating everyone with respect and dignity regardless of differences in background or status. Maxim of compassion. Tagore exemplified compassion in his actions and writings, advocating for compassionate responses to alleviate human suffering. Maxim of humanity. He encouraged individuals to embrace their humanity fully and strive towards moral and spiritual growth for the betterment of society. Value of peace. He emphasized the importance of resolving conflicts through dialogue, understanding, and mutual respect, rather than resorting to violence or coercion. Kabir. Sant Kabir Das was born in the city of Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. He was a 15 CEC mystic poet, saint, and social reformer, and a great proponent of the Bhakti movement. Kabir on tolerance. Sant Kabir tried to unite communities of India, mainly the Hindus and Muslim, who constituted the major chunk. He gave metaphors like both Hindus and Muslims are made of the same clay. His teachings become important in contemporary periods when religious tensions are brewing across the globe. Kabir on wisdom. Kabir laid emphasis on development of wisdom. He elaborates them with his dohas as follows: if it'll the truth people rush to beat me, but if Ali they trust me. This symbolizes the need for oneself to attain true knowledge. This is true even in modern times as people get offended by bitter truth but are ready to accept lies and mediocrity to suit their views. Antagonist of caste system and evil practices, Kabir was a great opponent of the caste system. He stressed that in God's creation all were equal. He advised his followers to give up such inhuman practices as untouchability, feelings of high and low, etc. He further opposed the worship of stone images, or even the worship of different gods and goddesses, and was against rituals and ceremonies in religion. Kabir's relevance to contemporary times. Kabir was strictly against the practice of hypocrisy and didn't like people maintaining double standards. He always preached people to be compassionate towards other living beings and practice true love, which is somewhat missing in present days. He urged the need to have company of good people that adhere to values and principles and emphasized that love was the only medium which could bind the entire humankind in an unbreakable bond of fraternity. He advised all to give up hatred and perpetuate love for one and all. Today's world is bogged down by the excessive materialism of the world. The deep-seated economic inequalities of the world are leading to a simmering discontent across the world. Kabir's principles of compassionate ethics are relevant. Corruption is the deep-seated problem in India which is eating away the vitals of the nation. The emphasis on honest livelihood by Kabir, if understood in the right spirit, will provide a way of changing the individual perspective. Communalism is a lurking evil in the Indian societal context. The essential syncretism and universalism, which are part of Kabir, can help in solving this issue to a certain extent. Mother Teresa, born in Skopje, former Yugoslavia, in 1910, adopted the name Teresa upon joining the Sisters of Loreto in 1928. She dedicated her life to serving the poor and became an independent nun, founding a school for homeless children in Calcutta and establishing the Missionaries of Charity. Key lessons from her life: pursue noble causes. Mother Teresa spent 6 decades aiding the poor, demonstrating resilience and faith despite challenges. Start locally. Making a difference begins at home and in the community. Emphasizing heartfelt contributions over monetary donations, radiate love and positivity. Her enduring qualities included a warm smile and boundless love, inspiring others to embrace compassion. Adi Shankaracharya, also known as Shankara, was a famous philosopher from India in the 8th century. He's widely respected for shaping Hinduism. Shankara founded the Advaita Vedanta philosophy, which teaches that reality is one and there's no real difference between our inner selves and the universe. Key lessons: seeking knowledge, pursuit of knowledge as a means to understand the true nature of existence. This highlights the importance of intellectual curiosity and lifelong learning as essential components of ethical living. Practice of non-duality. Advaita Vedanta, it means ultimate reality is non-dual, transcending distinctions and divisions. This principle promotes a sense of unity and interconnectedness, fostering compassion, empathy, and respect for all beings. Respect for diversity. This attitude of open-mindedness and tolerance towards differing beliefs promotes mutual understanding, harmony, and coexistence in society. Renunciation and detachment. By leading a simple and austere life, he emphasized the importance of inner contentment and spiritual fulfillment over material possessions and transient pleasures. This ethical principle encourages individuals to cultivate inner peace, serenity, and freedom from bondage. Administrators. S. Sridharan, also called Metro Man of India, who worked towards redefining public transport in India. Perseverance. He was successful in developing Konkan railways at the highest quality despite his disagreement with the railway minister over the choice of gauges. He persuaded the minister with his diligence and perseverance. Equity. Delhi Metro is one of his successful ventures where he ensured affordable tickets for all and free travel for women. Ethics of work culture. He says, ethics in work is a compulsion, not an option. He upheld punctuality, professionalism, and competence as the cardinal principle of the work environment. T. N. Session. He was an IS officer from Tamil Nadu cadre who stamped his authority on the electoral system in India. Leadership. He identified several electoral malpractices ranging from inaccurate election rolls, booth capturing, electioneering, etc. He then acted on all aspects strictly and set milestones for officers to come. Discipline. He was known for his strict adherence to the law. He ensured his support staff and politicians abide by the rules. For instance, in 1994 he advised the PMTO remove 2 sitting cabinet ministers for electoral malpractices. His approach was often termed zero delay and zero deficiency approach. Innovative. He successfully started the implementation of the Model Code of Conduct during elections, which today has evolved as an important part of elections in India. Dr. T. Arun, IS, innovative, technocrat. He created an app which has been used to revive 198 water bodies in Puducherry, including ponds, lakes, and a 206-kilometer stretch of canals. The app, Nirpidhivu, helps digitalize water bodies with geotagging, unique ID numbers, GIS on ponds, with latitudes and longitudes coordinates. Environmentalist. The app updates the status of groundwater levels, moisture content of soil, and size via remote sensing satellites. The application has not only helped streamline the rejuvenation process, but is also ensuring that people don't dirty or encroach the water bodies. T. Bubalin, IS Compassion. His multi-pronged approach to tackle the sharp rise in child marriages amid the pandemic and rescued 176 kids from being married off underage in 1 year from Bagalakot district leadership. Working on understanding the severity of the issue, Bubelin created a task force comprising government officials and school teachers. Shalini Agarwal, innovative ideas. To tackle the issue of acute water shortage in Vadodara, she came up with an ingenious solution of setting up rainwater harvesting in schools, which in turn helped lack of students by saving 10 crore liters of water every year. Varsha Kal Nidhi was launched in 2020, and through this initiative, rainwater is collected from the terrace and channelized through pipes towards a chamber in the ground. The chamber then filters and percolates the water in the bore wells, ensuring direct groundwater recharge. Leadership. Various workshops, competitions, and events were held across Vadodara where children became the brand ambassadors and people were sensitized about the importance of conservation. Dr. Adarsh Singh, organizer, innovative ideas. He used the lockdown to revive Audiyang River in the district by giving employment who had lost their livelihoods due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Prudence. At a time when people were losing their jobs and getting impacted by severe pay cuts, Dr. Adarsh used the time to generate employment and also tackle an environmental crisis. Leadership. They adopted measures such as sensitizing villagers, eliminating encroachments, reducing garbage dumping, and open defecation on the riverbank. The district authorities also sensitized people about open defecation and dumping garbage in the river. Anupam Sharma, environment-friendly, working towards the cause of the environment, while on the other hand, about 5,000 kilos of plastic waste had accumulated. This was led to utilizing the 5,000 kilograms of plastic waste to generate sustainable employment opportunities for 3 villages in Mahar. Prudence. The biogas plant helps serve some needs of the Masharda Devi Temple Management Committee's old age home, where the biogas plant helps generate enough gas supply to prepare morning and evening tea for the residents and also helps mitigate wet waste generated on the premises. Leadership. The aim was to help create employment opportunities for the villagers while also managing the plastic waste generated efficiently. Damodar Gautam Sawang, technocrat, innovative. Chosen as the India's best DGP, he has introduced several technological reforms in Andhra Police that makes filing FIRs, complaints, and SOS requests easier and faster. Transparency, accountability. The technological changes that were introduced helped in bringing about transparency and also accountability amongst the departments. A new file management system that was introduced by the officer helped in speedy investigations and also to the completion of 85% of cases. People-centric, user-friendly. A mobile application called AP Police Seva was launched, and within 5 months, 264,000 FR downloads were seen. Inclusive. Additionally, the Disha mobile app for women was also launched, which saw 12.57 lakh downloads within 5 months. Dr. Sangram Singh Patil, compassion. The initiative launched by Superintendent of Police Dr. Sangram Sai Patil that has helped over 5,000 members of the Gadi Koya tribal community gain better access to healthcare. Effective resource management. Since 2019, Dr. Sangram has helped over 5,000 tribals from 100-odd hamlets in the district address various complaints including those of nutrition deficiency, hemoglobin, skin, and other related ailments. With the help of this officer, medical help worth 7 rupees lakh has reached the tribal community members. Aruna Sundararajan, this Kerala cadre IS officer was described by Forbes magazine as an IS officer who thinks like a businesswoman. As IT secretary, she played a significant role in the development of e-governance in Kerala. She also headed the Kudumbashri project, today which is a shining example of women's empowerment, creating sustainable employment prospects for working-class women. Smita Sabharwal, she is also known as the People's Officer. She is India's first lady IS officer to be appointed to a chief minister's office. While serving as the municipal commissioner at Warangal, she introduced the Fund Your City scheme where a large number of public utilities like foot-over bridges, traffic junctions, parks, bus stops were constructed with public-private partnership. Dsuba Ro, a 1972 IS officer, Subbarov was the 22nd governor of the RBI. As RBI governor, he brought about reforms for financial inclusion, financial literacy, and organized village outreach programs. He even expounded a theory on the new trilemma of central bankers, called the Holy Trinity, as against the impossible trinity of Robert Mundell and Marcus Fleming. He was the first person to review Stephen Hawking's celebrated book, A Brief History of Time. The actual transformation of ethical theories to one's value system takes place when one internalizes the theories and ideas of philosophers. One should strive to make ethics their way of life and aim for summum bonum or chief good. Conclusion thinkers and philosophers, through their theories and philosophies, provided a strong ethical and intellectual base to extract rational values from it, and their contribution is leading towards bringing more ethical perspective to the arena of governance specifically and to the society in general. Keywords: normative ethics, virtue ethics, mayutics, eudaimonia, shilamparam, selfless action, nishkama karma, categorical imperative, deontology, teleology, ethical egoism, qualitative quantitative utilitarianism, I culture, V culture. Contractarianism. Leviathan state. Veil of ignorance. Capability approach. Previous year questions. 1. What were the major teachings of Guru Nanak? Explain their relevance in the contemporary world. 2023 2. The simplest arts of kindness are by far more powerful than 1,000 heads bowing in prayer. Mahatma Gandhi. 2023. 3. To awaken the people, it is the women who must be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, the nation moves. Jawaharlal Nehru. 2023. 4. Do not hate anybody, because that hatred that comes out from you must, in the long run, come back to you. If you love, that love will meet back to you, completing the circle. Swami Vivekananda. 2023. 5. What does the quotation mean to you? Condemn none. If you can stretch out a helping hand, do so. If not, fold your hands, bless your brothers, and let them go their own way. Swami Vivekananda. 2020. 6. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Mahatma Gandhi. 2020. 7. A system of morality which is based on relative emotional values is a mere illusion, a thoroughly vulgar conception which has nothing sound in it and nothing true. Socrates. 2020. 8. What does the quotation mean to you? An unexamined life is not worth living. Socrates. 2019. 9. What does the quotation mean to you? A man is but a product of his thoughts. What he thinks he becomes. M.K. Gandhi. 2019. 10. What does the quotation mean to you? Where there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. When there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. When there is harmony in the home, there is an order in the nation. When there is an order in the nation, there is peace in the world. APJ Abdul Kalam. 2019. 11. In looking for people to hire, you look for 3 qualities: integrity, intelligence, and energy. And if you do not have the first, the other 2 will kill you. Warren Buffett. What do you understand by this statement in the present-day scenario? Explain. 2018. 12. What does each of the following quotations mean to you in the present context? 1. The true rule, in determining to embrace or reject anything, is not whether it has any evil in it, but whether it has more evil than good. There are few things wholly evil or wholly good. Almost everything, especially governmental policy, is an inseparable compound of the two, so that our best judgment of the preponderance between them is continually demanded. Abraham Lincoln. 150 words. 2. Anger and intolerance are the enemies of correct understanding. Mahatma Gandhi. 3. Falsehood takes the place of truth when it results in the unblemished common good. Tirukkural. 2018. 13. Great ambition is the passion of a great character. Those endowed with it may perform very good or very bad acts. It all depends on the principles which direct them. Napoleon Bonaparte. Stating examples mention the rulers, I, who have harmed society and country, 2, who worked for the development of society and country. 2017. 14. If a country is to be corruption-free and become a nation of beautiful minds, I strongly feel there are 3 key societal members who can make a difference. They are father, mother, and teacher. A. P. J. Abdul Kalam. Analyze. 2017. 15. Given are 2 quotations of moral thinkers philosophers. For each of these, bring out what it means to you in the present context. The weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of strong. We can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light. 2015-16. Given below are 3 quotations of great moral thinkers philosophers. For each of these quotations, bring out what it means to you in the present context. There is enough on this earth for everyone's need but for no one's greed. Mahatma Gandhi. Nearly all men can withstand adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power. Abraham Lincoln. I count him as a braver who overcomes his desires than he who overcomes his enemies. Aristotle. 2014. OURCSETC Ontent. FT9 asterisk. UPSC Wallah. CSET Quantitative Aptitude. Quantitative Aptitude. Logical Reasoning. CSET Wallah. CSET Patara, Gamified Practice Approach for Flow, BS Learning. Information nuggets followed by practice questions. Includes 10 years PYQs and 1,200 practice questions. 9 Ethics in Public Administration. Public administration encompasses all activities that aim to achieve or implement public policy. This encompasses both military and civil matters, such as the operations of courts and various specialized government sectors including law enforcement, education, healthcare, public infrastructure development, environmental conservation, social security, and more. Basic characteristics of PUBLC-D-ISTRTION policies implementation. It is involved in both the formulation and implementation of policies. Improving life of the people. Its main purpose is to provide regulatory oversight and deliver services to the public, aiming to improve quality of life. Collective will. Its primary focus is on the objectives of the state, the collective will of the people, public interests, and adherence to laws. Neutral system. It refers to a politically neutral public administrative system functioning within a political framework. Emphasis on public sphere. It differs significantly from private administration, particularly in its emphasis on the public in terms of goals and methods. Public administration versus private administration. Administration occurs in both public and private institutional settings. While public administration is concerned with government administration, private administration is concerned with administration of private business organizations. Public administration, private administration. Focused on governance, focused on profit, funded by taxpayers, funded by shareholders, public interest important, stakeholder interest important, hierarchical organizational structure, flexible organizational structure. Compliance with regulations, self-regulation, accountability to the public, accountability to shareholders, influence by political factor, influence by market competition, slow decision-making process, quick decision-making process. Emphasis on equity and social welfare, emphasis on profitability, greater transparency and public scrutiny. Less public scrutiny. Need of ethics. INPUBLC-ISTRTO in public administration in India has been largely focused on political, legal, and financial domains only, but the ethical dimension is equally important, which can be understood from the following points. Public resource utilization. Efficient and effective resource utilization without corruption in India is important because of resource deficit, and ethics make a public administrator accountable to his or her actions. Social justice. Ethical public administration is important to achieve the goal of social justice, as envisaged under Article 38 and other directive principles of state policy, DPSPs, of our Constitution. It ensures equality and equity for vulnerable sections of the society. Social capital. Ethical public administration ensures credibility in the eyes of the people and ensures civil society cooperation and thus building social capital of the country. Sarvodandiyodaya. Ethical public administration brings empathy, compassion for poor and vulnerable sections of the society, leading to better understanding of societal problems and thus finding their solutions. Example. Implementation of Bonded Labor Abolition Act by IAS Officer S. Shankaran. Example. NREGA ensuring equitable job opportunities while enhancing rural productivity. Resolve dilemma. Public administration is becoming complex day by day, and this creates frequent dilemmas for public administrators. Ethics ensures public good is given priority and resolves ethical and value conflicts and dilemmas. Decision-making. Public administrators take key decisions, and when those decisions are based on objectivity, fairness, justice, and above the personal interest, they yield required results for the society. Public trust. Ethical public administration creates confidence and trust in the people towards the competence, fairness, honesty, impartiality, and sincerity of the public services. Provisions for inculcating ethics in Indian administration. Central Services Conduct Rules, 1964. The rules provide for do's and don'ts for civil servants and require them to maintain absolute integrity, devotion to duty, and political neutrality while discharging their duties. All India Service Conduct Rules, 1968. These rules provide that the officials of IS, IPS, and IFOS should maintain high ethical standards, integrity and honesty, political neutrality, promote principle of merit, fairness, and impartiality in the discharge of duties along with accountability and transparency. Code of Ethics, 1997. It was the first initiative to introduce Code of Ethics for public servants in India, aiming for better governance in India. However, it was not issued for public servants. Administration and leadership. Administration is defined as a process of working with and through others to accomplish the agreed goals efficiently. It is largely concerned with the implementation of objective procedures, guidelines, policies, etc., using existing tools and structures. Leadership is concerned with direction and control of human and material resources to create value and to evolve structures as per contemporary time and technology and thus outperform the defined goals and objectives. Example. While an administrator would have waited for the government to clear funds for road construction, Armstrong Payne, leader, constructed a 100 km road through crowdfunding. Administrator, manager, and leader. Administrator is a person who is responsible for forming the strategic vision of the organization. An administrator formulates organizational structure and focuses on long-term plans. Manager is a person who is responsible for translating the administrator's vision into operating plans and directs, supervises personnel working in the formulated organizational structure. Leader is a person who guides and motivates others, which might include managers at times. They are vision-oriented and provide a positive outlook to the team. Difference between manager and leader. Parameter manager, leader outlook, passive outlook, which is limited to stated objective, ambitious outlook. They initiate new structure or procedures. Appointment. They are generally appointed. They can be appointed or can emerge from within a group. Approach towards goals. Impersonal, unidirectional approach towards goals, personal involvement, holistic vision towards goals. People management. Low emotional involvement with people. Interaction is limited to specific roles assigned to people. Higher emotional involvement with people. At times, many invoke competitive and inspirational spirits to yield best results. Ethical issues in Indian administration. Misuse of discretionary powers. Discretionary powers are misused for personal gains and extend favoritism in the administration, and public welfare is largely disregarded. Corruption. Bribery and corruption are seen as reward for performance of obligatory work and considered as necessary evil, greasing the wheels of the government departments. Example. India has been ranked 93rd in Corruption Perception Index, 2023. Observations of Second Administrative Reforms Commission, ARC. With respect to ethical issues in Indian administration, corruption is a matter of concern, particularly at the cutting-edge levels of bureaucracy. Perceptible lack of commitment in public servants towards redressal of citizens' grievance. Red tapeism and unnecessary complex procedures add to hardship of citizens. Government servants are rarely held to account, and complaints to higher authorities usually go unheeded. Attitude of many public functionaries is one of arrogance and indifference. Frequent transfer of officers reduces their effectiveness and also dilutes their accountability. Nexus between politicians and bureaucrats. Undue importance to rules and regulations. Indian administration gives undue importance to compliance of rules and regulations, which leads to excessive red tapeism and disregard of the justice, fairness, etc. And more focus on accountability rather than responsibility in the administration. Example. The bank manager of Utkala Grameen Bank in Odisha insisted on physical verification of a 100-year-old lady for withdrawal of money from Jan Dan account. Negligence. A public official either does not perform his professional responsibilities or performs them in a delinquent manner, causing damage to the state or community. This is mostly because of the lack of interest that one has in one's duties and responsibilities. Example. Punjab Hooch tragedy. 103 people dead due to consumption of spurious liquor. 13 officials were suspended due negligence of duty. Poor reward and punishment mechanism. Reward and punishment is determined by favoritism and political nexus, disregarding merit in the administration. Lack of communication. Indian administration is characterized by closed communication and limited public contact. Rigid hierarchy within the organizations further hinder communication. Excessive security. Article 311 of the Constitution provides excessive security to public servants, and this reduces the enforcement of accountability. Secrecy. In spite of RTI Act, 2005, there is greater secrecy in the Indian administration, and even the information sought under RTI Act is denied in the context of official secrecy. Lobbying. Various pressure groups convey huge political capital and they lobby for their interest. Sometimes these demands may not be beneficial in the long term, but due to political pressure, government administrators have to fulfill their demands. Example. Various political parties have given in to the demands of loan waivers. Ethical dilemma. Understanding value conflicts. Value conflicts arise when differing beliefs and perspectives intersect in decision-making scenarios, leading to internal inconsistencies within individuals or between groups. Given their subjective nature, rooted in individual beliefs rather than objective facts, resolving value conflicts presents a significant challenge. Reasons for value conflicts. Policy decision-making. Policy issues necessitate decision-making and judgments that are rarely value-neutral, often embedding personal values into professional choices. Adaptation versus standards. The tension between adapting to changes and maintaining existing standards fosters value conflicts. Public expectations versus efficiency. Balancing the growing public expectations with the need to provide efficient and effective services within budget constraints generates conflicts. Service delivery models. The adoption of public-private partnerships, PPPs, engagement with NGOs, and consultation with experts introduces conflicts due to varying operational values. Cultural and religious values. The diversity in religious and cultural backgrounds can conflict with professional and organizational values. Examples of common value conflicts. Loyalty versus honesty. Balancing fidelity to superiors or the organization with the need to be truthful. Laissez-faire economy versus accountability. Navigating between free market principles and the need for regulatory oversight. Individual responsibility versus collective responsibility. Weighing personal accountability against group obligations. Transparency versus privacy. Balancing the need for openness with the right to confidentiality. Freedom of speech versus security. Managing the tension between free expression and safety concerns. Ethical dilemma in government and private institutions. Ethical dilemma is decision-making challenge between two possible moral imperatives, neither of which is absolutely unethical. Example. A civil servant is approached by an old person who is eligible under the public distribution system but does not have required documents. This is a situation which puts the civil servant in an ethical dilemma. Example. FSBA, public security versus human rights, ethical challenges and dilemmas in public sector institutions. Conflict between morality, professional ethics, social norm 1. Ethical dilemma. Limited resources versus public needs. For example, A city council must decide whether to allocate funds to improve public transportation infrastructure or invest in health infrastructure. Political interference, for example, a government agency responsible for environmental regulation receives pressure from political leaders to relax pollution standards to attract industrial investment, despite concerns raised by environmental organizations and affected communities. ADM administrative discretion, it can lead to subjective decision-making influenced by personal preferences or affiliations. For example, a public official granting a construction permit for a controversial development project, influenced by personal relationships with the developers. Public interest versus personal gain. For example, a government official involved in urban planning faces a conflict between approving a lucrative real estate development project that benefits a personal relative and advocating for affordable housing initiatives to address community needs. Navigating the maze of conflict of interest and public service. Conflict of interest is a situation in public life that arises when official duties, public interest, and personal interest are taking priority one above the other. Example, Arun Jaitley did not handle Vodafone case because he had conflict of interest as he was advisor to Vodafone earlier. Sources. Conflict of interest. Financial interest involves prioritizing personal financial gain over public duty, often leading to a preference for private jobs due to their monetary benefits. Professional interest presents dilemmas when professional obligations conflict with personal beliefs or interests, such as in cases of euthanasia or the death penalty in judicial decisions. Personal interest encompasses familial, professional, and prejudicial interests, where personal values dictate decisions and actions, potentially conflicting with public duties. Forms of conflict of interest. Self-dealing occurs when individuals in government also run private businesses, leading to decisions that prioritize personal gain over public good. Revolving door politics involves politicians and civil servants transitioning between regulatory roles and industry positions, often shaping laws and regulations to personal advantage, contributing to scandals and legal breaches. Family interests entails employing relatives or engaging in business with family-owned firms, leading to nepotism and abuse of trust. Favoritism manifests in various forms such as clientelism, cronyism, and nepotism, where power is used to favor personal connections over merit, undermining the principles of fairness and equality. Common conflict of interest situations. Professional commitment versus public welfare. Example, a public servant denying government entitlements to a destitute due to lack of documentary proofs. Example, as municipal commissioner you need to execute slum encroachment order, but question of slum people's livelihood or home also arise. Conflict between personal values and values of public administration. Example, a public servant might be against the use of Aadhaar because of high regard for the right to privacy, but might have to use it for public distribution systems, PDS. Conflict between professional ethics and unjustified demand by superiors. Example, a public servant might be against loan waivers, but because of orders of seniors will have to abide by the order. Resolving ethical dilemma in governance. Ethical dilemma can be solved by keeping following key aspects in mind. The rule of law and legality. The rule of law is essential in politics and society, and adhering to the principles of legitimacy is crucial when exercising authority. The law sets the minimum ethical standard and aids decision-making during ethical dilemmas. Giving priority to the public interest. Public officials should prioritize the public's welfare over their own self-interest when making decisions or taking actions. Impartiality. Public servants should remain unbiased when faced with ethical dilemmas and make decisions without favoritism, similar to a neutral referee. Thorough assessment. Ethical dilemmas should be carefully evaluated by considering all available options and selecting the decision that maximizes the well-being of the majority. Fusion. Integrating individual, organizational, and societal goals helps alleviate ethical dilemmas, as a suitable choice can align with all these objectives. Ethical principles for an administrator. Principle of no harm. Principle of fidelity. Agreement. Contract. Principle of lawfulness. Principle of confidentiality. Principle of honesty. Principle of autonomy. Ethical concerns in private institutions. Cartelization and manipulation of market by private business enterprises in order to displace new entrants in the market or to earn higher profits. Example, manipulation of prices by Arhardias and APMCs, tax evasion, insider trading, etc. Fundamental principles to solve ethical dilemma. Democratic accountability of administration, the rule of law, and the principle of legality. Responsiveness to society. The provisions of Indian Constitution. Professional integrity, impartiality, and neutrality. Larger public good. Integrity of the audit process is questioned when companies manipulate their business accounts in order to show good financial health and maintain good credit ratings in the market, and this is not brought to the public by audit processes. Example, Yes Bank scam which highlighted the director's inability to unravel deviations. Excessive competition in the market often forces people for unethical practices like insider trading and manipulation of share prices. It is also when personal interests take precedence over the organizational and the shareholders' interest. Profit maximization versus ethical practices. For example, MNC faces a dilemma when considering outsourcing production to a country with lax labor laws to increase profits, but it may also expose workers to exploitative working conditions. Employee treatment and welfare. For example, a technology startup is torn between maintaining a culture of long working hours and high productivity or prioritizing policies that promote work-life balance. Product safety and consumer rights. For example, a pharmaceutical company must decide whether to rush a new drug to market to capitalize on potential profits, or complete safety testing to avoid future side effect. Laws, rules, regulations, and conscience as source of ethical guidance. Laws are usually based on an ethical framework and aim to bring social order while controlling the immoral and unethical behavior of individuals in the society. Rules are elaborate frameworks that are usually framed with an aim to bring simplification, facilitation, convenience, etc., in the order to guide the behavior of individuals or organizations. Example, Information Technology Act 2000 is a law, and Information Technology Intermediary Guidelines Rules 2021 are framed to give effect to the law. Difference between laws, rules, and conscience. Laws and rules may seem like overlapping terms, but there are some differences on which distinction can be made between the two. Aspect: laws, rules, conscience. Source: created by legislative bodies or governments. Developed by organizations, institutions, or communities. Shaped by personal experiences, cultural norms, and ethical teachings. Scope: broad, applying to society as a whole. Specific to a context, organization, or group. Personal and subjective, varying from individual to individual. Purpose: to maintain societal order. Injustice, e.g., criminal laws. To ensure smooth functioning within an organization, e.g., Civil Services Conduct Rules, 1964. To guide individual moral choices, e.g., decision on whistleblowing. Enforceability: enforced by legal systems, with penalties for noncompliance. Enforced by organizations or societal norms, often without legal penalties. Self-enforced, guided by personal moral judgments. Flexibility: rigid, with little room for personal interpretation. May have some flexibility depending on the context or situation. Highly flexible and adaptable to personal beliefs and circumstances. Conflict resolution. Legal processes and judicial system as handle conflicts. Organizational procedures or social mediation address real conflicts. Personal reflection and ethical reasoning resolve conflicts. Guidance: provides clear, objective standards for behavior. Offers guidelines for specific scenarios or environments. Offers subjective and personal guidance, often in morally ambiguous situations. Example: traffic laws preventing speeding to ensure public safety. Workplace rules about dress codes to maintain professionalism. Conscientious objection to war based on personal moral beliefs. Impact on public servants. Ensures legal compliance in professional actions, e.g., adherence to Indian Civil Services Act passed in 1861. Governs behavior according to institutional norms, e.g., All India Services Conduct Rules, 1968. Influences ethical decision-making and duties, e.g., handling of sensitive information. How laws, rules, and regulations are source of ethical guidance. Regulating discretionary powers. Public servants have discretionary powers for governance, and that can be used for personal benefit. Laws, rules, and regulations regulate this power by laying specific do's and don'ts for use of that power. Example, Central Civil Services Conduct Rules, 1964 provides do's and don'ts for the civil servants to prevent misuse of discretionary powers. Fostering social justice. Laws, rules, and regulations foster social justice by providing modern human rights, such as equality, liberty, etc. Example, Prevention of Civil Rights Act 1955 prohibits untouchability. Commanding action and inaction. Laws, rules, and regulations act as positive and negative enablers and encourage or prohibit action. Example, Prevention of Corruption Act prevents corruption, and Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act enables social audit. Human rights protection. Laws, rules, and regulations encourage empathy towards the needy and thus promotes human rights protection. Example, Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2019 provides for Good Samaritans and protects them against civil or criminal actions. Limitations of laws, rules, and regulations as source of ethical guidance. Lack of enforcement. Laws, rules, and regulations demand official machinery for their enforcement, lack of which might lead to unethical behavior by individuals or organizations. Example, there are laws preventing crimes in the society, but still crimes are prevalent in the society. Evasive tendency. Enactment of laws, rules, and regulations may not translate into ethical behavior from individuals or organizations because of tendency of noncompliance. Example, tax evasion by finding loopholes in the Income Tax Act. Example, people avoiding fines under Motor Vehicle Amendment Act by carrying their vehicle by hand. Negative perception. Some laws, rules, and regulations might have negative perception among those who are obliged to perform under them. Example, corporate social responsibility is perceived as additional tax by some corporations. Lack of social maturity. Laws, rules, and regulations might have good intentions, but the society might not be mature enough to accept them. Example, opposition to triple talaq law by some sections of Muslim society. Opposition to the Supreme Court verdict on Sabarimala case by some sections of Hindu society. Cultural evils. Laws, rules, and regulations cannot always provide protection against social evils. Act of advising that a particular act is better or more to do. Act of permitting that a particular act is allowed by one foot's own moral values. Act of forbidding that a particular act is not to be done. Fermental act of acts of commanding that antecede in a particular act. Conscience, JST 0 carity done. Example, despite legal provisions for protection of women, still dowry cases are witnessed in India. Conclusion, hence, laws, rules, and regulations are external sources for ethics. However, an ethical society can be made by an ethical conscience. Conscience is awareness of moral or ethical aspects of one's conduct together with urge to prefer right over wrong. Conscience acts within human beings and checks the morality of human actions. Consciency is a source of ethical guidance. Conscience is linked with morality and comes into picture when dealing with practical situations. It acts as a source of ethical guidance in following manner, resolving ethical dilemma. Conscience helps in taking correct decisions based on our ethical and moral principles and thus helps in resolving ethical dilemmas. Avoiding conflict of interest. Conscience reminds of one's inherent moral values and helps us avoid conflict of interest. Example, a person known for professionalism would prefer professional values when faced with a conflict of interest vis-a-vis his relatives. Guilt consciousness. An individual who might have done something wrong feels pain or guilt emanating from his conscience. Example, Ashoka remorse after Kalinga War and afterward following Dhamma policy to promote peace and harmony. Repulsive behavior against unethical act. A person might show lower motivation and involvement in a situation in which is against his conscience and thus Husha will be inclined to take ethically correct path. Example, a police officer might lack motivation to do ladi charge on a peaceful protest if that is against his conscience. Application of conscience at different levels. Political level. Conscience operates by combating corruption and nepotism, prioritizing constitutional principles, and emphasizing societal welfare. Administrative level. Conscience guides officials in balancing obedience to superiors with the pursuit of justice and integrity. It emphasizes serving the nation and upholding high standards of honesty. Citizen level. Conscience operate by promoting civic engagement and environmental stewardship. It encourages opposition to anti-democratic ideologies and participation in democratic processes. Example, Article 51, fundamental duties of uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. Societal level. Conscience influences public discourse, social norms, and the development of laws and policies and shape the moral fabric of society. Example, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, conscience in Indian society. Crisis of conscience. Crisis of conscience is a situation when conscience fails to provide moral guidance to an individual in any specific situation. Individuals lose the ability to get guidance from his moral sense about what is right and what is wrong. Example, if a police officer is administering a peaceful protest and suddenly asked to resort to strict measures irrespective of the nature of protest. This makes the situation ambiguous and the officer is faced with a crisis of conscience as his moral sense cannot guide him or about right and wrong actions. Impact of societal pressure. Conscience can be overtaken by societal or professional pressure. Example, people do not agree for intercaste interreligion marriage for their children under societal pressure, even if they want to agree. Impact of morals cultures. Conscience also depends on the moral cultures of the place and time. Example, a person's conscience towards his behavior towards females would not provide ethical guidance if he has been brought up in a patriarchal environment. Wrong training of conscience. Conscience develops with good habits, but following wrong habits provides wrong training to conscience, and it does not provide us moral guidance. Example, a person who has always lied will not be guided by his conscience to tell the truth. Accountability and ethical governance. Accountability. The concept of holding public officials accountable involves a process through which their actions and choices are closely examined to ensure that they fulfill their responsibilities, obligations, and job duties. Accountability encompasses two main aspects. 1. Answerability. This refers to the responsibility of the government, its agencies, and public officials to disclose information about their decisions and actions, and to provide justifications for them to both the public and the institutions entrusted with overseeing accountability. 2. Enforcement. This aspect suggests that either the public or the accountable institution has the authority to take measures against the party that has acted inappropriately or to rectify the behavior that has violated established rules. Consequently, different accountability institutions may be responsible for either or both of these stages. Need of accountability, answerability. It prevents the public services from turning into tyrants as they are held answerable to their deeds and misdeeds. Legitimacy to public services. Accountability promotes the loyalty to service as actions are carefully calculated and keeps a check on arbitrary and ill-conceived actions and policies. Avoids conflict of interests. Setting accountability clearly demarcates the area of one's actions where he or she is required to act. Justice and equality. Promotes justice, equality, and egalitarianism because public servants are required to realize these constitutional ideals and at the same time, they are answerable for their actions. Public interest. The first and last beneficiary of public service is the public, as the public services are required to act in the interest of the public and they are answerable for their actions. Ways of ensuring accountability, capacity building of stakeholders to question the public officials about their discharging of official duties. Example, the concept of social audit under MGREGA. Also, effective implementation of laws like Prevention of Corruption Act should be ensured. By promoting transparency, through effective implementation of RTI in full earnest, especially the proactive disclosure, then public officials would be more careful to function strictly according to the spirit of the law and Constitution. The independence and effective role of judiciary is crucial for upholding the rule of law in India, thus various steps like Memorandum of Procedure, e-courts among others should be promoted. The final expression of accountability in a democracy is through the medium of periodic elections, which is an instrument for punishing and rewarding the government of the day, and therefore, serves as an ultimate instrument of accountability. The electoral reforms and democratic maturity of people is the ultimate bulwark of accountability. Types of accountability. Horizontal accountability. It is the capacity of state institutions to check exploitations by other public agencies and branches of the government. External. Outside the executive, parliament, judiciary, lockbow, comptroller and auditor general, Central Vigilance Commission. Internal. Within the executive, superior officers, reward and punishment, disciplinary procedures. Performance management system, internal audit, grievance redressal mechanism, vertical accountability. These are the means through which standards of good governance are enforced by the citizens, mass media, and civil society on the bureaucrats. Parliament is also an important forum for vertical accountability. Political accountability. It refers to the accountability that is established in the form of individual ministerial responsibility. Social accountability. It is society-driven horizontal accountability that relies on civic engagement, and ordinary citizens and civil society organizations participate directly or indirectly to enforce accountability of officials. Institutions and mechanisms that promote accountability. Outside the state, vertical within the state, horizontal to the people through elections, through RTI Act to citizens, citizen oversight committees, civil society watchdog bodies, media, service delivery surveys, citizens charters. Integrity pacts, citizen report cards, through Whistleblower Act. External, outside the executive, parliament, judiciary, Lokayukta, CAG, CVC. Internal, within the executive, superior officers, rewards punishments, disciplinary procedures, performances management system. CBI police vigilance, internal audit grievances redressal mechanisms, Prevention of Corruption Act, Official Secrets Act, governance mechanisms, PRUGD, NGP, etc. Significance of accountability in governance. Democratic governance. Accountability ensures democratic governance in the country where officials are directly or indirectly responsible to the people and not only to their superiors only. Public trust. Accountability ensures officials are made answerable for their actions for any wrongdoing. This improves public trust, confidence, cooperation, and coordination in the government performance. Clarity. Accountability also requires clear specification of tasks to be performed, time frame for the task, and also financial and other resources available at disposal, against which an official is held accountable. This improves governance. Administrative irregularities. Accountability prevents administrative irregularities and improper implementation of government policies and programs, and thus helps improve governance. Remedial measures. Accountability ensures that officials are held liable for any wrongdoing and remedial action can be taken. Transparency. Accountability ensures that officials take decisions more transparently in order to reduce absolute accountability. This makes citizens stakeholders in governance. Feedback mechanism. Accountability also generates a feedback mechanism that ensures that the feedback from beneficiaries reach the decision makers. Responsibility. It means accountability to oneself, i.e., when the accountability turns inward. It is a moral concept where a person feels answerable to oneself for all his actions, even if it is not covered by any law. It is more enduring than accountability because it is based on ethical reasoning, and the person would always do the right thing, even if nobody is there to watch his action, as he holds himself answerable to oneself. Here the person takes ownership of one's actions and decisions. Difference between accountability and responsibility. Responsibility refers to being in charge of certain duties which are expected to be performed by virtue of being in a certain post position. Accountability is one step ahead. It includes answerability, i.e. being liable for the outcomes achieved due to performance of the duty. Authority, power given to a person to act and make decisions within boundaries. Responsibility, carrying out the specific delegated tasks. Accountability, being liable for actions and decisions. Therefore, accountability can be held on to a person only after the task is done. Example, the judge is responsible for delivering a judgment, but is not accountable if the outcomes are not as expected. A DM is both responsible as well as accountable for ensuring compliance with right to education in her district. In individualistic terms, responsibility can also refer to what one expects of oneself or the others. To be morally responsible for something is to be worthy of a particular kind of reaction, such as praise or blame in pursuance of the act. Example, helping a destitute is a responsibility of the affluent and empathetic. However, they cannot be held accountable for not helping them. They can be condemned if one wishes so. Governance, good governance, and ethical governance. According to the UNP, governance is the exercise of political, economic, and administrative authority to manage a country's affairs. According to the World Bank, good governance refers to the manner in which power is exercised in the management of a country's economic and social resources for development. 8 Principles of Good Governance by United Nations. Participation. People should be able to voice their opinion and become part of governance, including men and women, vulnerable sections of society, etc. Follow rule of law. Impartial enforcement of legal framework and full protection to human rights, particularly those of minorities and vulnerable sections. Consensus-oriented. It requires mediation of different interests to meet the best interests of a community. Transparent. It means enough information is provided to public in easily understandable form. Responsive. It means redressal of citizen grievances, citizen orientation, timely delivery of services, etc. Effective and efficient. It means that processes and institutions result in optimum utilization of resources at their disposal. Equitable and inclusive. It ensures that different sections feel that they have a stake in it and are not excluded from the mainstream. Accountable. It acknowledges and assumes responsibility for actions, products, decisions, and policies. Ethical governance is formulating, implementing, and complying with the policies, rules, laws, and orders in an organization in such a manner that it does not merely concentrate on administrative efficiency but uphold universal values such as truth, honesty, integrity, dedication to duty, etc. Altruism, objectivity, goodfy truth, governance, ethical governance, fairness, integrity, justice, efficiency, and inclusivity. Governance, implementation of law and rules. Good governance. Good, ethical governance, intentions, governance. Efficient and effective governance. Importance of ethical governance. India is a country with a huge population and a comparative resource crunch. Therefore, ethical governance becomes important for ensuring social justice. Constitution of India envisages social justice for the people of India, and ethical governance ensures that inequalities are reduced in the society. Confidence of public. Ethical governance based on truth ensures transparency in the governance and ensures that people's trust is upheld along with cooperation and coordination from the public. Example, Right to Information Act, 2005 uphold transparency in the governance of the country. Upholding basic human rights. Ethical governance based on altruism and welfare ensures that citizens are given basic human rights that they are entitled. Example, National Food Security Act ensures that the poor section of the society gets their right to food. Upholding universal value system. Ethical governance based on objectivity and fairness absorbs the pressure of nepotism and extends favors in the governance, appointment, etc. Efficiency. Ethical governance based on integrity would ensure that the public money is spent for the purpose that it is laid out for and thus reduces the chances of corruption in the governance. Compassion. Ethical governance based on compassion would ensure that poor and vulnerable sections and their necessities are given a special importance in the governance. Example, Affordable rental housing scheme by government ensures housing for migrant workers at affordable cost. Ethical governance is a continuing process, starting with the administration and extending to all citizens. With transparency and unwavering ethics, people will seek to earn the trust of those they partner with, forge lasting service relationships, and strengthen business over the long term. Ethical issues in international relations and funding. International ethics refers to a set of universal standards and values that guide and regulate the behaviors and actions of nations in their international dealings. For instance, most countries uphold and protect basic human rights as a set of fundamental principles. Significance of international ethics. The significance of international ethics can be understood through various roles it plays in international relations. Humanitarian ethics. Ethics guarantees that advancements in science, defense, and security, as well as cooperation between countries in these areas, do not impede human rights. For instance, countries imposing restrictions on the end use of weapons through organizations like the Missile Technology Control Regime, MBCR, Australia Group, and the Nuclear Suppliers Group. Responsibility. Ethics ensures that affluent and developed countries contribute to the progress of less developed countries, making them accountable for human development in these nations as well. Example, the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the concept of common, but differential responsibilities in mitigating climate change. Peace and harmony. Ethics ensures that global affairs are conducted in a manner that promotes peace, harmony, and equality among nations. The establishment of the United Nations serves as an example of an effort to maintain peace worldwide. Compassion. Ethics fosters compassion in international relations, prompting countries to stand in solidarity with each other during challenging times. For example, countries collaborating through the COVAX program to provide COVID-19 vaccinations to impoverished nations. Racism. Ethics compels countries to work towards eradicating racism from their policies. An example of this is the international pressure that led South Africa to end apartheid. Legitimacy. Ethics grants legitimacy to countries, but it can also revoke legitimacy based on their actions. The Taliban in Afghanistan, for instance, lacks international legitimacy due to its violation of human rights. Ethical. Governance degree morals and ethical values solutions to global problems. Ethics encourages countries to cooperate in addressing global problems rather than pursuing short-term goals solely for their own interests. Cooperation among countries in combating terrorism serves as an example. Ethical concerns in international relations, lack of responsibility and equity. Although climate change is a global phenomenon and developed countries are responsible for climate change, the impact of climate change would be on developing and least developed countries. Example, developed countries are not willing to take responsibility for climate change and are against common but differentiated responsibility. Terrorism. Terrorism is a challenge for humanity, especially in the age of social media, but countries around the world have not been able to agree on a basic definition of terrorism. Example, Comprehensive Convention on Counterterrorism proposed by India has been pending in the United Nations since 1996. Racism. Although global institutions have been working to end racism, it is still prevalent. Example, George Floyd case in USA, Meghan Markle's child issue. Apathy towards Third World. In difficult times, countries look for their self-interest rather than on the global interest. Example, Russia's attack on Ukraine and China's aggression towards Taiwan for self-strategic interests are disturbing the supply chain. As a result, there is an increase in the price of commodities like crude oil. Lack of accountability. Global organizations have not been able to ensure accountability of powerful countries. Example, Chinese expansionism and refusing to abide by the award of Permanent Court of Arbitration on South China Dispute. Selfishness. Countries have often looked to work for their parochial selfish interests and not the global community. Example, controlled production of crude oil by the OPEC countries for higher market price of crude oil. Lack of consensus on patent waiver for COVID-19 vaccines. Ethical issues in international funding. International funding refers to the aid given by richer and advanced countries to poorer countries for developmental, security, and other purposes. However, this aid presents following ethical issues: subverting sovereignty of nations. While giving funding to the recipient countries, donor agencies put several conditions that are best decided by the people and governments of the countries. Example, IMF conditions on loans given to India during 1991 financial crisis. Exploiting compulsion. Countries often exploit the compulsion of the recipient countries to further their own interest. Example, China's debt trap diplomacy exploits infrastructure requirements of poorer countries. Funding to NGOs. Countries provide funding to NGOs to further their own interests. Example, Greenpeace protesting in India against nuclear power plants. Clinical trials. Pharma countries often conduct clinical trials in poorer countries and provide funding to recipient countries for this, which is a violation of human rights. Neocolonialism. Countries use their market tactics and funding to promote neocolonialism in the recipient countries with the setting up of factories and creating dependence on them. Example, multinational companies are alleged for promotion of Western culture. Terror financing. Many times, international funding has been channelized for terror funding, and also black money has been round-tripped in the host country. Global efforts to deal with international ethical issues. Issues in global efforts. Climate change issues, international equity concerns. Countries that are least responsible for climate change and have the least economic capacity to fight the effects of climate change are the most affected ones. For example, Marshall Islands. Issue of common but differentiated responsibilities. There are issues in defining and differentiating the responsibilities between present and future generations as well as developed and developing countries. Climate skeptics don't consider climate change to be real. Global efforts, commitment to strong climate action, including the promotion of sustainable lifestyles based on mindful consumption and reduction of waste. Financial tools adopted such as polluter pay principle, carbon tax, energy saving certificates, green bonds, etc. Mission innovation. IDIS, a global initiative of 22 countries in the EU to accelerate global clean energy innovation. Participating countries have committed to double their government's clean energy R&D investments over 5 years. Decoupling economic growth from greenhouse gas emissions. Glasgow Climate Summit and major countries disclose their target of becoming carbon neutral. X. India will become carbon neutral by 2070. Clean Development Mechanism. CDM, it refers to a market mechanism for achieving GHG emissions reduction under the Kyoto Protocol. It allows an industrialist developed country with an emission reduction target under the Kyoto Protocol to implement an emission reduction project in any of those developing countries and earn tradable certified emission reduction CR credits, each equivalent to 1 ton of C02. Proposal made for climate finance and climate finance delivery plan at the Glasgow Summit. Focus on sources of renewable energy and establishment of international institutions. X. International Solar Alliance. Increasing green cover to create more carbon sinks. IPRs, intellectual property rights, the developed countries are depriving the poor countries of accessing the new technologies, even life-saving drugs, by the restrictive clauses of IPRs. It is essential to determine whether it is justifiable for a country to defend its IPRs on commercial grounds, or it should share technology for the greater interest of humanity. Global efforts guidelines set up by WTO regarding enforcement of IPRs. Invoking of compulsory licensing clauses in the case of emergency. Conclusion: international ethics is a set of universal values that governs the actions and behaviors of nation-states. In international relations, the state is called an actor. Hence, all decisions should protect and further the national interests of the state, Machiavellian ethics, but it should also be seen as ethical. Corporate governance. According to the Cadbury Committee, corporate governance is the system by which companies are directed and controlled. It is a set of systems, processes, and principles which ensure that a company is governed in the best interest of all stakeholders. It is about promoting corporate fairness, transparency, and accountability. Importance of corporate governance. Good corporate governance benefits not only the company but also the environment around it in the following way. Corporate sustainability. Corporates that are run in the best. Company vision. Accountability. Transparency. YY functions of YI corporate. ZX to the power of GOYERNA and CE to the power of a compliance fairness. Interest of all the stakeholders enjoy the trust and confidence in the organization and provide long-term sustainability. Premium. Well-governed companies across the world command a premium of anywhere between 10 to 40% more than their not-so-well-governed counterparts. Curbing nepotism. Good corporate practices curb nepotism and favoritism while valuing merit in appointments. Foreign investment. Good corporate practices based on transparency and sound business principles attract foreign investment, which is much more liberalized now. Vulnerable to corruption. Often scandals and fraud within a company become more likely where directors and senior management do not have to comply with a formal governance code. Weak corporate laws. A good firm-level governance often makes up for weaknesses in a country's corporate laws or the enforcement of such laws as such organizations uphold the values such as integrity, fairness, honesty, transparency, etc. Internal checks and balances. Good corporate practices better internal checks and balances to curb mismanagement, conflict of interests, and misuse of company resources. Issues of corporate governance in India. Promoter-led board. It is seen that the board is chaired by promoters, and this makes the board to serve at the wish and command of the promoter chairman. Example, Naresh Goyal in case of Jet Airways. For pillars of corporate governance: fairness, protection of shareholders' rights, equitable treatment, and redressal of violations. Z. Independence. Minimize or avoid conflict of interest and independent directors and advisors. Z. S. Accountability. Management is accountable to board and board to shareholders. Transparency. Timely, accurate disclosure on all material matters. Crony capitalism. It is also an issue where closed ones receive mutually advantageous treatment. Example, captive coal block allocation in coal scams in early 2010s. Collusion. Companies sometimes indulge in collusion with auditors to mislead the investors, regulators, board, and other stakeholders. Example, Satyam scandal, DHL case, etc. Lack of oversight. Although statutory changes have been made, the enforcement mechanism has not followed with these changes, which leads to poor oversight. Favoritism. Often lending institutions favor their closed ones to give loans, while overlooking professional values such as integrity. Example, ICICI Bank, Chanda Kochar case. Huge risks. In some cases, the owners of the companies have taken huge risks in their private capacity and were unable to pay. Example, V. Siddhartha in the case of Cafe Coffee Day. Lack of independence. Independent directors are not given free hand in their working and are pressured by other members of the board towards particular decisions. Example, Tata Mistry case. Existing measures to ensure ethical corporate governance in India. Companies Act, 2013. It regulates incorporation, formulation, and functioning of companies in India. It makes comprehensive provisions to govern all listed and unlisted companies in India. It empowers shareholders and highlights higher values for corporate governance. The Securities Contracts Regulation Act, 1956. The Act aims to prevent undesirable transactions in securities by regulating the business dealings. Competition Commission of India, CCI, was established to promote and sustain competition culture and inspire businesses to be fair, competitive, and innovative. It aims to curb monopolistic tendencies in the working of the market. National Company Law Tribunal, established under Companies Act, 2013, it deals with the corporate disputes of civil nature. It is also the adjudicating authority under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Accounting standards. These are issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to bring much-needed structure to the financial reporting and mandates disclosure of accounting policies, cash flow statements, construction contracts, borrowing cost, related party disclosures, etc. Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, guidelines. SEBI being the regulatory authority, having jurisdiction over listed companies, issues regulations, rules and guidelines to companies to ensure protection of investors. Secretarial standards. These are issued by the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, ICSI, an autonomous body that issues secretarial standards in terms of the provisions of the New Companies Act. Committees related to corporate governance in India. Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee Report 2000. The report made certain mandatory recommendations for listed companies with a paid-up share capital of 3 crore or more. These recommendations include: the board of directors should have an appropriate mix of executive and non-executive directors. The audit committee should consist of 3 independent directors. The establishment of a remuneration committee. The board should hold a minimum of 4 meetings per year. Shareholders should be provided with information regarding investments. Narayan Murthy Committee Recommendations 2002. The committee focused on the responsibilities of the audit committee, the quality of financial disclosure, and the requirement for boards to assess and disclose business risks in annual reports. The key mandatory recommendations include strengthening the responsibilities of audit committees, including the requirement for at least one member to be financially knowledgeable and another member to possess accounting or related financial management proficiency. Improving the quality of financial disclosures, especially those related to related party transactions. Naresh Chandra Committee Recommendations 2002. The committee presented its report on corporate governance and audit in November 2002. The committee made the following recommendations. Certain non-audit services, such as valuation services and internal audit, should be prohibited for audit clients. There should be compulsory rotation of auditors, with audit partners and at least 50% of the team members being rotated every 5 years. Audit firms should provide an annual certification of independence to the audit committee or board of directors before agreeing to the terms of the audit engagement. Uday Kotak Committee Recommendations. The committee made several recommendations for corporate governance in top 500 listed companies, including separation of the roles of chairperson and COMD. Imposing a maximum limit of 8 directorships for an individual. Requiring at least half of the board members in listed companies to be independent directors. Mandating minimum qualifications for independent directors and disclosing their relevant skills. Granting powers to SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India, to provide immunity to whistleblowers. Suggesting that public sector companies should be governed by listing regulations rather than nodal ministries. Enhancing disclosure requirements, such as full disclosure of fund utilization, auditor credentials, audit fees, etc. Corporate social responsibility. According to the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, corporate social responsibility is the continuing commitment by business to behave ethically and contribute to economic development while improving the quality of life of the workforce and their families as well as of the local community and society at large. Provision of corporate social responsibility under Companies Act, 2013. Section 135 of the Companies Act, 2013, which contains CSR provisions, is applicable to companies. With an establishment of a remuneration and more, or a net worth of 1 INR 500 crore and more, or a net profit of 5 crore INR and more. The Act mandates companies to spend at least 2% off their average net profit in the previous 3 years on CSR activities. Significance for corporate social responsibility. Consumers trust. Many consumers actively seek out companies that support charitable causes. Therefore, CSR attracts customers. Public image. Companies that under CSR activities tend to enjoy brand value and good public image. Example, Tata Group of Companies. License to companies. CSR provides companies to gain the trust of local communities and ensures that the resources are also allocated for the development of local communities. Profitability. CSR activities increase profitability of the company as ethical conduct exerts a growing influence on purchasing decisions of the customers. Moral appeal. It appeals to companies to be good citizens on the lines of Gandhiji's trusteeship principle. Competitive advantage. Businesses that show how they are more socially responsible than their competitors tend to stand out. Morale boost for employees. CSR practices have a significant impact on employee morale, as it reinforces his confidence on companies' empathy. Issues with corporate social responsibility. Skewed pattern of expenditure. Many CSR efforts are mainly driven by companies' operational perspective and ease of implementation. Viewed as additional corporate tax, the CSR obligation is often viewed as a 2% tax, albeit spent by the firms rather than given to the government. Poor implementation. There is very little strategic thinking and innovation in implementation of CSR. The larger goal of CSR is not understood. Companies view it as only a charitable endeavor. Lack of robust policy. There is lack of long-term robust CSR policy, which leads to failure in giving definitive direction to CSR spending. Duplication of activities. Duplication of activities by different corporate houses results in competitive approach rather than collaborative approach. Way forward in Jetty Srinivas Committee recommendations. O. Make CSR expenditure tax deductible. O. Allowing companies to carry forward unspent funds for 3 to 5 years. O. Aligning Schedule 7 of Companies Act 2013 with the Sustainable Development Goals. O. Balancing local area preferences with national priorities. O. Introducing impact assessment studies for CSR obligation of 5 crore or more. O. Registration of implementation agencies on MCA portal. O. Developing a CSR exchange portal to connect contributors, beneficiaries, and agencies. O. Allowing CSR and social benefit bonds. O. Promoting social impact companies. Ethical issues in news. Balancing development and environmental protection. The main causes of climate change and its consequences are changes caused by humans and the exploitation of the natural world for economic gain. This is a result of the underlying assumption that while environmental regulations have been perceived as limiting economic prosperity, development policies really encourage it. Therefore, it is necessary to strike a balance between economic development and environmental protection in order to achieve sustainable development. Developmental factors affecting the sustainability of the environment. Way forward. One of the main causes of preventable deaths from natural disasters is the disregard for environmental standards. Any effort to determine a region's risk from natural disasters scientifically is hardly ever made in the correct spirit. Unrestricted quarrying and the haphazard cutting of hills from slopes raise the danger of landslides by escalating the likelihood of soil erosion. The connections between underdevelopment and environmental degradation often get worse as the population grows. Agenda 21, the UNST Blueprint for Sustainable Development, places a strong premium on the adoption of win-win policies that take advantage of the synergy between environmental protection, economic efficiency, and poverty reduction. The following actions can be taken to put this vision into action. Economic policies that are prudent may aid in achieving environmental sustainability. Examples include the rationalization of price subsidies, the clarity of property rights, and the facilitation of technology transfer. By rationalizing subsidies, you can save money, increase productivity, and considerably reduce pollution. Indigenous knowledge and understanding of big ecosystems can be useful to regions and nations. Additionally, poverty creates strong motivations for having big families and encourages migration, which renders urban places unsustainable from an environmental standpoint. The importance of integrating biodiversity issues into global decision-making is highlighted by the relationship between biodiversity and environmental sustainability. Humanity's main goal and greatest struggle continue to be development. However, poverty, starvation, and environmental degradation still exist on a worldwide scale despite the unheard of economic and social development made over the past century. Therefore, development objectives must be accomplished without violating environmental laws. Changing work culture. Observed changes. The work culture has undergone significant changes in recent times, influenced by various factors. These changes in work culture are driven by various factors, including evolving workforce needs, technological advancements, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Following are the major changes: longer work hours, significant rise in remote work, accelerated adoption of automation and artificial intelligence, AI, technology-enabled monitoring, focus on employee well-being and mental health. Shift towards remote collaboration and digital tools, need-based interpersonal communication consequences. The above-mentioned changes have given rise to new phenomena and trends. Here are some key shifts. Hustle culture. The influence of the startup culture has had a spillover effect on the overall work culture, resulting in the emergence of hustle culture. This culture promotes and encourages employees, workers, or laborers to work more than the standard hours. Work becomes a constant presence in their minds, even during their free time or holidays. Quiet quitting. The blurring of boundaries between work and home, coupled with longer work hours, has given rise to the concept of quiet quitting. This refers to employees who only do the bare minimum at their job, such as leaving work promptly at the end of their shift, demanding extra compensation for additional work, and establishing clear work-life boundaries. Quiet firing. Quiet firing has been a prevalent practice, particularly in large companies. It involves creating an unpleasant work environment and subtly encouraging employees to quit by neglecting them through a lack of feedback or resources. Moonlighting. The combination of remote work and technological advancements has led to an increase in moonlighting, where individuals take on additional jobs or assignments without their employer's knowledge, outside of their regular full-time job, often after office hours. Ethical concerns. The rapid digitization of work processes brings about new ethical challenges. There are concerns about the impact on individuals' well-being, including increased anxiety related to technology dependence and cybersecurity threats. The advancement of technology and the rise of hybrid work culture have led to a decline in the sense of community among employees. This has also exacerbated issues like loneliness, posing ethical concerns related to the well-being and social connection of individuals in the workplace. Practices like quiet quitting and quiet firing hinder honest communication between employees and employers, ultimately eroding trust within the organization. This raises ethical issues surrounding transparency, fairness, and mutual respect in the workplace. Long working hours have been linked to detrimental health effects, such as increased risks of stroke and heart disease. The rise of burnout and mental health concerns in the workplace is a pressing ethical matter. Way forward. These ethical issues highlight the importance of creating a work culture that values human connection, trust, well-being, and responsible use of technology to ensure a sustainable and healthy work environment. Balancing the benefits of digitalization with the need for privacy, security, and healthy technology usage becomes an ethical consideration. There is a need to prioritize employee well-being and strike a balance between productivity and their physical and mental health. Ethics of protest. Context. Protests were witnessed at various places after the government launched the Agnivir scheme for tri-services recruitment. Aspirants were protesting against the short tenure of service and absence of pension benefits, among others. Previously, on several occasions, public agitations have caused large-scale damage to public property, which in most cases have never been recovered. Ojat agitation in Haryana, Gujar's movement in Rajasthan, Patita stir in Gujarat, and various protests in the national capital itself are examples of absence of ethical conduct in the public arena. Legal and constitution position. Right to protest is granted under Article 19 of the Indian Constitution. It gives the right to freedom of speech and expression, the right to assemble peaceably and without arms, and the right to form associations and unions. According to the Supreme Court's ruling in Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan versus Union of India, freedom of speech, the right to assemble and demonstrate through peaceful protests and agitations are essential elements of democratic morality. Check on the right to protest. While citizens enjoy the freedom to protest, the Indian Constitution also provides for reasonable restrictions on this right. Democracy is a system where the people rule, by the people and for the people, ensuring the active participation of citizens in governance. Restrictions on rights under Article 19 can be imposed in the interests of India's sovereignty and integrity, state security, friendly relations with other countries, public order, decency, or immorality, or in cases related to contempt of court, defamation, or incitement to an offense. Section 144 OF the Code of Criminal Procedure, CRPC, empowers a magistrate to issue an impartial order imposing restrictions on movement, carrying arms, and unlawful assembly. The ethical aspect. Citizens have a fundamental duty of protecting public or private property and are expected to not resort to violence during protest. Upholding of civic se of the society as a whole is based on the observance of ethical behavior by individual members. It is also in observing our ever-cherished ideals of peaceful existence, well-being for all, and non-violence. Policing ethics. Ethics in policing. While ethics applies to various aspects of human life, the role of the police holds a distinct ethical and moral dimension not found in most other occupations. Policing ethics encompasses various dimensions such as the act of protection of life and liberty brings scenarios where a police personnel has to balance the freedom and restrictions at the same time. Many times protesters are physically removed from the protest site by police officers, and they sometimes get hurt in the process. Complexity in decision-making. An ethical dilemma faced by police officers involves deciding whether to grant bail to habitual offenders or keep them as under trials in jail. Upholding rule of law and maintaining order also puts the police in a tough situation. Emotional intelligence. Protection of human rights. Police are expected to use ethical means to reach ethical ends. Political interference and politicization of the police at times obstructs the policing and sometimes puts the resources of the police to misuse by those in power. Keywords: voice of conscience, conflict of interest, bureaucratic morality, ethical dilemmas, crisis of conscience, accountability, social justice, social capital, public trust, sarvodhyanyodaya, conscience, guilt consciousness, social maturity, cultural evils, accountability, responsibility. Previous year questions. 1. Explain the term social capital. How does it enhance good governance? 2023. 2. Is conscience a more reliable guide when compared to laws, rules, and regulations in the context of ethical decision-making? Discuss. 2023. 3. International aid is an accepted form of helping resource-challenged nations. Comment on ethics in contemporary international aid. Support your answer with suitable examples. 2023. 4. What do you understand by moral integrity and professional efficiency in the context of corporate governance in India? Illustrate with suitable examples. 2023. 5. The will to power exists, but it can be tamed and be guided by rationality and principles of moral duty. Examine this statement in the context of international relations. 2020. 6. What is meant by crisis of conscience? How does it manifest itself in the public domain? 2019. 7. Explain the process of resolving ethical dilemmas in public administration. 2018. 8. Conflict of interest in the public sector arises when A. Official duties, B. Public interest, and C. Personal interest are taking priority one above the other. How can this conflict in administration be resolved? Describe with an example. 2017. 9. Strength, peace, and security are considered to be the pillars of international relations. Elucidate. 2017. 10. Corporate social responsibility makes companies more profitable and sustainable. Analyze. 2017. 11. Max Weber said that it is not wise to apply to public administration the sort of moral and ethical norms we apply to matters of personal conscience. It is important to realize that the state bureaucracy might possess its own independent bureaucratic morality. Critically analyze this statement. 2016. 12. At the international level, bilateral relations between most nations are governed on the policy of promoting one's own national interest without any regard for the interest of other nations. This leads to conflicts and tension between the nations. How can ethical consideration help resolve such tensions? Discuss with specific examples. 2015. 13. Public servants are likely to confront the issues of conflict of interest. What do you understand by the term conflict of interest, and how does it manifest in the decision-making by public servants? If faced with the conflict of interest situation, how would you resolve it? Explain with the help of examples. 2015. 14. What does accountability mean in the context of public service? What measures can be adopted to ensure individual and collective accountability of public servants? 2014. 15. What does ethics seek to promote in human life? Why is it all the more important in public administration? 2014-16. What is meant by crisis of conscience? Narrate one incident in your life when you were faced with such a crisis and how you resolved the same. 2013. 17. What do you understand by the term voice of conscience? How do you prepare yourself to heed to the voice of conscience? 2013. Wallah IHQAI Foundation Your DUI courses. Live recorded GS classes. CSE classes. Daily MCQs plus mains question. Regular doubt sessions. Songkalp 2026. English. Prahaar 2025. English FT3-1. Titan 2025. English. Starts from coupon code 59 for 99. For extra discount 10 Probity and Governance. Concept of public service. Philosophical basis of governance and probity. Information sharing and transparency in government, right to information, codes of ethics, codes of conduct, citizens' charters, work culture, quality of service delivery, utilization of public funds, challenges of corruption. What is public service? It implies the delivery of goods and services by the government institutions to the public. It forms the interface between the citizens and the administration. It is seen as amalgamation of legal and moral obligation of the government. It includes services such as healthcare, education, maintenance of law and order, public utility, etc. Availability, affordability, and accessibility forms the prime criteria for the success of public service. Probity literally means the quality of having strong moral principles. Honesty and decency. It is more than avoiding corrupt or dishonest conduct, for it implies values such as impartiality, accountability, and transparency. It is regarded as strict adherence to code of ethics. In a democracy, probity espouses the principles of equality. Empathy, impartiality, transparency, integrity, confidentiality, probity, governances. S commitment to Constitution. Dedicated to *7s accountability, public services, honesty before law, and respect for the rights and duties of leaders towards their citizens. Probity and governance. It is concerned with procedures, processes, and systems rather than outcomes. It is essential for an efficient and effective system of governance and for socio-economic development. Important requisites for ensuring probity and governance are: 1. Effective laws, rules, and regulations. 2. Effective and fair implementation of these laws. 3. Absence of corruption. Philosophical basis of governance. Seen probity. Indian scriptures like Mahabharata, Ramayana, Arthashastra, Karai, Kadambari, Hitopadesha, etc. are replete with philosophical guidance to ensure probity. Chinese philosophers like Confucius, Lao Tse, etc. have also given maxims on ethical governance. 3 eminent schools of ethics in Western philosophy are: 1. According to Aristotle, virtues like justice, generosity, etc. benefit the holder of the virtues as well as the society to which he belongs. 2. Immanuel Kant makes the concept of duty central to morality. According to him, the knowledge of duty makes a person respect the other person. 3. The utilitarian viewpoint is based on the greatest happiness of the greatest number. The concept of good governance, as illustrated by the World Bank, focuses on ethical and moral conduct of the administrators. According to Max Weber, there should be complete separation between the property of the office and personal property of the officer. Objective of probity in governance: 1. Maintaining the highest level of integrity in government services. 2. To ensure governance accountability. 3. To avoid the potential for fraud, misconduct, and corruption. 4. To maintain public trust in the government's decision-making process. 5. It is an essential and vital requirement for an efficient and effective system of governance and for socio-economic development. 6. It is required to serve the motto of the Constitution, i.e., to provide social, political, and economic justice to all. It enhances faith in governance. 7. It helps address nepotism, favoritism, political partisanship. Public reposes more trust in governance, and therefore it facilitates participatory governance. Challenges associated with probity in governance: colonial legacy. Due to ingrained culture of indiscipline resulting out of colonial legacy of bureaucracy executive functioning, those in authority can exercise power in an unchallenged way. Historical and social asymmetries of powers in society. Nearly 90% of the people work in the unorganized sector. 2/3 of the remaining work in the organized sector and are employees of the state either directly or indirectly. Such asymmetry of power reduces societal pressure to conform to ethical behavior. Culture of corruption ingrained in society. It is so deeply entrenched that corruption is now considered a social norm. Greed for illegitimate money, over-centralization is some of the reason for the culture of corruption. Lack of fair and effective implementation of laws. It is the implementation of the law that tests its effectiveness in addressing problems on the ground. Lack of transparency in the working of institutions. Due to the opaque working environment in the organization, it is difficult to maintain probity in the governance of the institutions. Importance of civil services to governance: 1. Strong binding character and presence throughout the country. 2. Leadership at different levels of governance. 3. Effective policy making and regulation. 4. Coordination between government institutions. 5. Continuity provides continuity and change to the administration. 6. Service delivery at the cutting-edge level. 7. Implementing social and economic development programs, ensuring law and order, etc. Approaches in public administration to improve quality of service delivery. Development administration. According to E. Widener, it is an action-oriented and goal-oriented administrative system. Emphasis is on government influence changes, i.e., progressive social, economic, and political changes. Behavioral parameters for development administration are: 1. Change orientation; 2. Result orientation; 3. Citizen participatory orientation; 4. Commitment to work. Public administration versus development administration. Traditional public administration. Development administration. It is status quo oriented. It is hierarchical and rigid. It believes in centralization. There is not much involvement of people. It is change-oriented. It is flexible and dynamic. It believes in decentralization. It stresses on people's participation. New public service. It was formed in response to social and political turbulence which was observed in the USA during the 1960s, where traditional public administration was unable to solve the problems. The 7 broad principles which should be followed by government and administration to improve service delivery are: O. Serve citizens, not customers. O. Seek the public interest. O. Value the citizenship over entrepreneurship. O. Think strategically. Act democratically. O. Recognize that accountability is not simple. O. Serve rather than steer. O. Value people, not just productivity. New public management. NPM. The focus of NPM is on 3 E's, i.e., efficiency, economy, and effectiveness. Salient features. O. Thrust is on efficiency, management, and performance appraisal. O. Cost-cutting. O. Contracting out to foster competition. O. Its management is characterized by output targets, limited-term contracts, monetary incentives, and freedom to manage. Entrepreneurial government. Osborne and Gabler suggested a 10-point program for entrepreneurial government. Entrepreneurial government. O. Empower citizens by shifting control out of bureaucracy. O. Driven by mission and not by rules and regulations. O. Measure performance through outcomes and not through inputs. O. Promote competition between diverse providers of goods and services. O. Redefine clients as customers and offer them choices. O. Prevent problems rather than curing them. O. Emphasis is not only on spending money but also spending them. O. Embraces participatory management. O. Prefer market mechanisms to bureaucratic mechanisms. O. Stimulate public, private, and voluntary sectors to solve community problems. Social contract theory. According to this theory, people surrender some of their rights to a state or authority for protection of remaining rights. The idea of self-government emanates from this concept. Features. O. The will and not the might is the basis of government. O. The value of justice or right or might is the basis of all political society. Transparency in governance. About. Transparency in governance refers to the practice of openness, accountability, and accessibility in the decision-making processes and actions of government institutions or organizations. It involves providing the public with clear and comprehensive information about government policies, activities, and expenditures, as well as opportunities for public participation and oversight. Advantages. It leads to careful utilization of funds. Decision-making becomes rational and objective. These empower citizens, foster their participation in public affairs, strengthen participatory democracy, and usher in people-centric governance. Transparency of information is also seen as significant for motivating citizens to exercise voice power. Voice power is defined as the capacity of citizens to pressurize the frontline officials in ensuring effective delivery of services. It develops friendly relations between the public and the administrators. Institutional means to achieve transparency in administration. Transparency is not just a means to fulfill certain functions but an end in itself. Parliamentary controls. Legislative framework. Example, RTI. Ombudsman scheme. Example, Lokpal and Lokayukta, independent judiciary, e-governance, free press. Issues with respect to transparency in India. Official Secrets Act, OSA. The presence of abundant discretion converts every legal matter into confidential matter. OSA broadly deals with TWO aspects, spying or espionage, and disclosure of secret information of the government. However, the OSA does not define the secret information. The government follows the Manual of Departmental Security Instructions, 1994 for classifying a document as secret. RTI Act. It is the law that gives an ordinary citizen the right to ask questions to the government. It is a tool of participatory democracy which augments good governance and socio-eco service delivery. Whistleblower Protection Act. The act establishes a mechanism to receive complaints related to disclosure of allegations of corruption or willful misuse of power or discretion against any public servant, and to inquire or cause an inquiry into such disclosure. It allows any person, including a public servant, to make a public interest disclosure before a competent authority, which is yet to be operationalized. Conclusion. Therefore, we can say that in a broad sense, transparency refers not only to the level of openness, accessibility and reliability of information, but also to style of functioning and the priorities accorded by the government in policy making. Mechanism to ensure probity in India. Right to Information Act. About. RTI was passed in 2005 that heralded an era of transparency from darkness of secrecy, which creates elaborate machinery for the supply of information. It consists of public information officers, PIOs, assistant PIOs, departmental appellate authorities, state and central information commissions. The definition of public authorities who are placed under obligation to provide information is also wide. TIMI period. In normal course, information to an applicant is to be supplied within 30 days from the receipt of application by the public authority. If information sought concerns the life or liberty of a person, it shall be supplied within 48 hours. In case the application is sent through the Assistant Public Information Officer or it is sent to a wrong public authority, 5 days shall be added to the period of 30 days or 48 hours, as the case may be. Appellate authority, it caters to the appeals against decisions of the Public Information Officer. State Information Commission or the Central Information Commission, CIC. Their major function is to listen to appeals against the order of the appellate authority. Penalties. The Act contains provisions for penalties on those who fail to publish information in the prescribed time limit. Problem S with working of the Act. 1. Section 4 of the RTI Act requires sua motu disclosure of information by each public authority. 2. Section 8. 1. Mentions exemptions against furnishing information under RTI Act. 3. Frivolous RTI applications have been filed in many cases and the information obtained have been used to blackmail the government authorities. 4. Incompatible laws. Some provisions of Indian Evidence Act, sections 123, 124, and 162, provide to hold the disclosure of documents. The Atomic Energy Act, 1912 provides that it shall be an offense to disclose information restricted by the central government. The Official Secrets Act, 1923 provides that any government official can mark a document as confidential so as to prevent its publication. 5. Huge pendency of cases. More than 2.2 lakh cases are pending at the Central and State Information Commissions, which are the final courts of appeal under the law. Recent RTI amendment. Following amendments have been made in the RTI ACT term. Earlier, the Chief Information Commissioner and other information commissioners was set at 5 years or until they attain the age of 65 years. Now, the central government will have power to notify the term. It has been notified for 3 years. Salary. Earlier, the salary of Chief Information Commissioner was equivalent to that of Chief Election Commissioner and the salaries of other election commissioners was equivalent to that of Election Commissioner. Now, the salaries and allowances will be determined by the central government. Appointment. Earlier, the appointment was made by a 3-member committee composed of the Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition in the Lok Sabha and a minister appointed by the Prime Minister. Similar provision was there at the state level. Now, these powers have been delegated to the central government. RTI and the judiciary. The Supreme Court adopted the RTI-friendly rules of the central government for itself. But several high courts framed unfriendly rules, making it almost impossible to get any information. The Supreme Court ruled that no information about a government employee could be disclosed unless the information seeker could prove that it was in public interest. In the Subhash Agarwal case, the Supreme Court declared the office of the Chief Justice of India as a public authority under the RTI Act. On the issue related to the appointment of judges, the Supreme Court held that only the names of the judges recommended by the collegium for appointment can be disclosed, not the reasons. RTI cannot be used as a tool of surveillance, and that judicial independence has to be kept in mind while dealing with transparency. RTI and political parties. Except for political strategy, other matters relating to finance and administration can be made available to the public because political parties are public institutions, receiving money from the public. Further, it is morally incorrect to remain aloof from RTI and demand other institutions to be transparent. Impact of the Act. The Act improved the life of the poor and the marginalized. The details of beneficiaries of government-subsidized programs were made public, which helped in checking corrupt practices. It has helped in exposing some of the biggest scams like the Aadharsh Society scam, Commonwealth Games scam. Way ahead. Specific responsibilities for implementation of specific provisions should be clearly spelt out. Creation of mass awareness campaign at central and state levels. Training modules on RTI should be incorporated in the training institutes. Consensus on a common set of minimum rules for filing RTI from one state to another should be developed. Case studies. Attendance of village school teacher in Banda district. Up. Volunteers from Delhi-based organizations like Kabir and Parivartan along with local workers filed RTI for attendance record of teachers. This resulted in quick action from the administration and regular teaching began in the school. Whistleblowing. It is done by an employee where he finds that ethical rules are broken knowingly or unknowingly and there exists an imminent danger to the company, consumers, or the public. Whistleblowers are the best source of information on malpractices in any organization, either public or private. Arguments against whistleblowing. Arguments in support of whistleblowing. Violation of organizational culture, where secrecy is maintained for several reasons. Breakdown of trust between the employer and the employee. Unethical, if it is done solely to grab the attention. Endanger the existence of organization or institution. For example, if sensitive data is leaked, it can cause threat to national security. Fosters accountability, which strengthens the organization in the long run. Ethical, as it is for the greater good of the company, consumers, or the public. Moral commitment. It is done for the moral commitment to the law and society at large. Exposes corruption. It also highlights the corruptions and wrongdoings. Code of ethics. About. It is a written set of guidelines issued by an organization to its employees to guide their conduct. It contains general principles and values that the organization tries to achieve. There is no code of ethics prescribed for civil servants in India. Generally, it includes values such as O integrity, O impartiality, O commitment to public service, O accountability, O devotion to duty, O exemplary behavior. Purpose of Code of Ethics and Conduct. Three main purposes that the codes of ethics serve, which are as following. Codes assure individuals within the organization or profession that they can rely upon colleagues within the organization and profession to maintain a level of standards in exchange for that individual conducting himself in adherence to the same principles upon which the others are held. Codes assure people outside the profession or organization that they can expect a degree of uniformity as relates to expectation of performance and moral conduct from employees of the profession or organization. Codes serve as a notice that people outside of the organization or profession are not bound by the code and perhaps may be seen as adhering to lower standards pertaining to ethics. Limitations of Code of Ethics. Code of Ethics may generate several limitations, some of which are as following. A code of ethics cannot provide guidance for every individual in every situation. Ethical code through guidelines helps ensure public trust, but cannot be enforced through criminal or civil code. Limited to the imagination of individuals. Public service is a profession that must be governed by an inherent set of rules that do not come from reading a specific code. Codes of conduct. It is a set of rules outlining expected behavior from members of the organization. In India, the central government has issued conduct rules for government employees known as Central Civil Service Conduct Rules, 1964. Some of the rules are, O. Using the best judgment. Civil servants should act independently according to the rules and unmindful of any external influences. O.W. Written orders. Oral orders should be followed by written orders. O. Integrity and devotion. A civil servant should not only refuse bribes but also display intellectual honesty. Devotion implies completing the work in prescribed time limits within expected quality limits. O. Bar on influence peddling. Rules prohibit civil servants from using their influence to secure jobs for their family members. O. Financial propriety. Civil servants are not allowed to organize subscriptions or donations. They are expected to arrange their private finances prudently. O. Observing social laws and cultural norms. For example, they should neither accept nor offer dowry. Difference between Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct. Code of Ethics Code of Conduct. 1. It covers broad guiding principles of good behavior and governance. 2. It is expected to be followed. 3. It is generally applicable to culture, education, or religion. 4. It is a set of principles which influence judgment. 5. Generally, ethical standards are non-specific and are designed to provide a set of values or decision-making. 6. It enables employees to make independent judgments about the most appropriate course of action. 1. It is more precise and stipulates a list of acceptable and unacceptable behaviors. 2. It is mandatory. 3. It is generally applicable to an individual's official or professional conduct. 4. Code of conduct is a set of guidelines that influence employees' actions. 5. Conduct standards generally provide a fairly set of expectations about which actions are required, acceptable, or prohibited. 6. It enables employees to work in compliance with rules and actions are guided by the codes. Second ARC suggestions on ensuring ethical conduct. The second ADM Administrative Commission Report, ARC, has suggested the following. Partial state funding of elections. Tightening of anti-defection law. Tightening the provision of Prevention of Corruption Act. Making corrupt public servants liable for paying damages. Confiscation of illegally acquired property. Speedy trials. Creation of lockpal at national, state, and local level. Code of ethics. Code of conduct action. Moral value. Principle. Honesty and fairness. Transparency Sua Motu Declaration under Section 4, RTI. Deletion of Article 311 so that quick actions can be taken against delinquent public servants. There should be measures to protect honest civil servants. Citizen S Charter. It is an undertaking by a public institution to provide a certain level of service to its customers. It is the means of solving day-to-day problems which citizens experience. It places the citizens at the center of administration instead of treating him as passive recipient. Principles of Citizens Charter. Significance of Citizens Charter. 1. Wide publicity on the standards of 1. Performance of public agencies. 2. Assured quality of services. 2. 3. Access to information along with courtesy and 3. Helpful attitude. 4. Choice of and consultation with citizens. 5. Simplified procedures for receipt of complaints. 5. And their quick redressal. Citizens now have a clear understanding of service delivery standards, which has helped in ensuring accountability. It has minimized the opportunities for corruption. It makes the citizens aware of the intent of service providers. It incorporates citizens' feedback in improving service delivery. It ensures better service quality grievance redressal mechanism. 6. Provision of performance scrutiny with citizens' involvement. Challenges with Citizen Charter, lack of legal status which makes it toothless. Limitation of resources particularly at the local level affects supply side. Lack of awareness among the citizens. Lack of flexibility to change as per the evolving needs of the society. All the characters under the parent organization remain the same which overlooks the local issues. Statement of service. Satisfaction of citizens interacting and training 7FO are responsive climate. Entitlement of users __ services and standards * Citizens Charter. Participatory formulation * staff and users. Simple and Z feedback and useful performance audit procedure and cost display. Issues with the standards delivered in absence of criteria to measure standards. Why ahead Savada model of service delivery. It is based on 3 factors viz. Implementation of Citizens Charter, implementation of grievance redressal system, and service delivery capability. Updating Citizen Charter with the changing times and scenarios. 7-step model for citizen centricity which has been suggested by Second ARC, at model image from internet work culture. It is regarded as a set of practices, values, and shared beliefs within an organization and in its employees. It decides the way employees interact with each other and how the organization functions. It is the product of the organization's history, traditions, values, and vision. Characteristics of healthy work culture. There is respect for fellow workers. Conflicts are minimum and are resolved after considering the underlying costs. Impartiality in treatment of employees. An employee is judged only by his work and nothing else. Employees' participation in the decision-making process is improved. Existing skills of the employees are enhanced through workshops, seminars, etc. Work ethics. It is the commitment to fulfill the official responsibilities with dedication, involvement, and sincerity. It implies that work is appreciated and not taken as a burden. Characteristics of ethical work values. Like the blood nourishes the body, values nourish the organization. Effective leadership. Leaders set the tone that permeates the organization's culture. Balancing of stakeholders, so that mutual tension is resolved. Integrity of process, where all the processes of the organization are aligned with its values, like recruiting, hiring, promoting, marketing, sales, etc. Long-term perspective, where the leadership is dedicated to strategic planning for the long term. Service delivery. Public service delivery is the most important aspect of good governance as it touches the lives of millions of people. Through better public service delivery, inclusive and sustainable socio-economic development can be achieved. It helps in achieving equity-based governance as enshrined in our preamble. Challenges E-Governance Index. India has been ranked 105th in the UN E-Government Survey 2022. Focus on service providers. For years, convenience of service providers and not the service receivers have been the primary focus. Complex regulations. It has been marred with complex regulations, complicated forms, lack of information, absence of performance standards, lack of accountability, corruption, incompetence, etc. Inefficiencies at the grassroots or cutting-edge level. Suggestions for improvement. Treating people as participants and not as beneficiaries and giving them choices. Providing service with specified standards such as one-stop service, single window, automated service delivery, etc. Creating a stable and conducive environment for the public servants to deliver results based on clarity of vision, mission, and objectives. Ensuring value for money and cost-effectiveness in service delivery. Promoting decentralization and strengthening rural and urban local bodies as grassroots levels of self-institutions. Corruption. Power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton. It is the use of one's position, status, or resources directly or indirectly for personal benefits. Monopoly plus discretion, accountability, corruption. It can be material gain or non-material like enhancement of power or prestige beyond what is legitimate for him. As per Second Arcade Report, there are two facets to corruption. O, the institution which is highly corrupt. O, individuals who are highly corrupt. There is a need to work on public profiteering and also value to be attributed to the services rendered by officers. Interlocking accountability is a process by which evaluation could be done easily and accountability ensured. Types of corruption. Coercive corruption, collusive corruption. Here the citizen is compelled to pay a bribe in order to get the service. Citizens end up losing much more when they try to resist corruption. It can be in the form like delays, harassment, lost opportunity, loss or precious time and wages, and at times even potential danger of loss of life or limb. There is collusion between the bribe giver and the public servant. Both of them benefit at the cost of society. For example, in awarding contracts for public works and procurement of goods and services, recruitment of employees, etc. Challenges posed by corruption. People benefiting from corruption try to maintain the status quo and resist any reform. Corruption discourages capital inflows and FDIs. It lowers productivity and reduces effectiveness of industrial policies. Countries with higher corruption have lower social investments like education, healthcare, etc. It leads to inequality among the masses. The recent Oxfam's report on inequality points towards this. Undermines ease of doing business. Corruption in the public services sector carries high risks for conducting good businesses. Companies are likely to receive unwanted red tapes, petty corruption, bribes for finalizing any procedures or deals. Corruption leads to the loss of legitimacy of the political systems and gives free hand to non-state actors. Example: left-wing extremism. Causes of corruption. Santhanam Committee identified the following causes of corruption in India. O, government taking upon itself more than what it could manage by means of regulatory functions. O, scope of discretion in the exercise of powers vested in the various categories of government servants. O, cumbersome procedures in dealing with various matters and dealing with the public which were of importance to citizens in their day-to-day life. Other reasons. O, the weak legal framework for punitive action, because of ill-defined policies, weak regulatory frameworks, and large indiscretion among ministers and high public officials. O, political corruption, due to the vast geographical area of a constituency. With more than 2 million voters in many cases, a candidate has to spend huge money to contest the elections. O, overregulation, combined with a weak state fosters corruption. O, bureaucratic red tapeism and abetting corruption. This has been highlighted suitably by Robert Merton as, when the rule becomes more important than the game itself. O, rise of the elites in the post-liberalization corruption. The mega-corruption thrives because of a nexus between big business, politician, and bureaucrat as highlighted by Transparency International. Ways to tackle corruption. Use of technology. Use of e-governance and ICT tools to build dynamic and continuous exchanges between key stakeholders, ensuring transparency and accountability in governance. Effective implementation of institutional measures. Strict and evolved implementation of the accountability mechanisms, be it effective laws, mechanisms, procedures, and tools in accordance with the changing dynamics of the requirements of the society is crucial. Civil Service Board. The government can reduce undue political interference by establishing the Civil Service Board. Power of the people. Citizens also need to undergo attitudinal change and must refrain from bribing officials through speed money to get their work done faster. Strict adherence of code of conduct and code of ethics. The code of conduct established for various officials needs to be backed by a code of ethics which needs to be imbibed internally by the officials. This will ensure that there will be no need to coerce public officials to show ethical behavior. Reduce delays. In light of the significance of good institutions for good governance, it is necessary to re-engineer our institutions and streamline the procedures in order to reduce delays and guarantee timely service delivery. Conclusion. If corruption levels in India are reduced to those in Scandinavian countries, GDP would increase by 1.5% and investment would increase by 12%. If all overseas black money is brought back, India can pay back its debt. Corruption laws in India. Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. It provides for penalties in relation to corruption by public servants and also for those who are involved in the abetment of an act of corruption. Amendment of 2018 criminalized both bribe-taking by public servants as well as bribe-giving by any person. Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. Money laundering is the process of making money earned through illegitimate sources appear as legitimate. The Benami Transactions Prohibition Act 1988. It prohibits benami transactions property in the false name of the other person who does not pay for it, except when it is purchased in the wife's or unmarried daughter's name. The Benami Transactions Prohibition Amendment Act 2016. Imprisonment has been extended up to 7 years with fine. Furnishing false information is punishable by 5 years of imprisonment and fine. Indian Penal Code 1860 Section 169 has provision for up to 2 years of imprisonment with fine for unlawfully buying or bidding property. A provision of prior sanction from the state or the central government is required in order to prosecute a public servant. The Companies Act 2013. It provides for corporate governance and prevention of corruption and fraud in the corporate sector. The term fraud has been given a broad definition and is a criminal offense under the Companies Act. In cases involving fraud specifically, the Serious Frauds Investigation Office, SFIO, has been set up under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which is responsible for dealing with white-collar crimes and offenses in companies. The SFIO conducts investigation under the provisions of the Companies Act. Institutions for dealing with corruption. Lokpal and Lokayukta and Lokayukta Act 2013 provided for the establishment of Lokpal at the union level and Lokayukta at the state level. They inquire into allegations of corruption against certain public functionaries. Jurisdiction of Lokpal includes the Prime Minister, ministers, MPs, Group A, B, C, and D officers and officials of the central government. It has powers of confiscation of assets or other benefits acquired through corrupt means. Issues with Lokpal: complete exclusion of judiciary, which hampers the prospects of making judiciary accountable. No full authority to investigate the Prime Minister. The Act prohibits inquiry against the PM in certain cases like atomic energy, etc. Not much protection to whistleblowers, which acts as an impediment and drives against corruption. Delay in appointment of Lokpal. For years, appointment of Lokpal was delayed over technical issues. Chief Vigilance Commission. The Central Vigilance Commission is the apex vigilance institution. The CVC was set up by the government in 1964 on the recommendations of the Committee on Prevention of Corruption, headed by K. Santhanam. The CVC is independent of any ministry or department that is only accountable to Parliament. Following institutions, bodies, or a person can approach to CVC, central government, Lokpal, whistleblowers. It is empowered to inquire into offenses alleged to have been committed under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 by certain categories of public servants. Its annual report gives the details of the work done by the Commission and points to systemic failures which lead to corruption in government departments. Limitations: it is treated as an advisory body with no power to register criminal cases. It lacks resources and powers to take action on cases of corruption. Central Bureau of Investigation. The CBI was formed by a resolution of the Home Affairs Ministry on the recommendations of Santhanam Committee. It coordinates the activities of the various state police forces and anti-corruption agencies. It maintains crime statistics and disseminates criminal information. The CBI is India's representative for correspondence with the Interpol. How to bring probity in governance? Making grievance redressal mandatory. Bringing accountability and transparency in governance through RTI and digitizing the process. Imparting values-based training to officials. Strengthening Panchayati Raj institutions as platform for citizens' participation. Bringing public participation in service delivery through PPP model. Regularizing social audit. Strengthening of the ombudsman system for independent scrutiny. Effective implementation of citizen charter. Removing human-to-human contact with e-governance. E-governance, it is the application of information and communication technologies, ICTs, to the process of government functioning to achieve simple, accountable, speedy, responsive, and transparent governance. It represents a journey from passive information giving to active citizens' involvement. WHY governance? ICT applications impact upon the structures of public administration systems. Technological advancements facilitate the administrative systems by enabling administrative development and effective service delivery. Administrative development. ICTs can be used and are being used now to give further impetus to the process. They help in the following manners. Automation of administrative processes. Paperwork reduction. Improving quality of services. Change in administrative culture by introducing transparency, accountability, etc. Elimination of hierarchy. Effective service delivery. ICTs play an important role in effectively delivering services to the people. ICTs ensure 1. Transparency. 2. Economic development. 3. Strategic Information System, i.e. making available all the aspects of information to the management. 4. Social development issues with e-governance. Economic, social, technical. Cost. It is one of the important factors which acts as a hindrance in digital access. Fraudulent transactions. Government has to ensure that fraudulent transactions don't take place, and at the same time the burden of excessive checks has to be avoided. Funding. It is the foremost issue in e-governance initiatives. The projects that are part of the e-governance initiatives need to be funded either through the government sector or through the private sector. Digital divide. It can occur between the populations who have access to the digital facilities and those who lack it. Resistance to change. Among some groups of citizens, government employees, and public policy administrators can lead to laggards. Management of change. The delivery of government services through the electronic media, including EDI, internet, and other IT-based technologies, would necessitate procedural and legal changes in the decision and delivery-making processes. It demands fundamental changes such as employees need to be delegated more authority. Delaying of the decision-making levels leads to re-engineering and appropriate sizing of the decision-making machinery. Privacy. With citizens trusting their confidential information to the government, their privacy has to be protected from getting into the hands of third parties who may misuse it. Tampering of e-governance system. As soon as the system is compromised and privileges are raised, the classified information of the e-governance mechanism becomes very much susceptible to illegal adjustments. Interoperability. A major design issue for integrated service delivery sites is how to capture data in a web-based form and transfer it to an agency's systems for processing and sharing that information in a common format. Repudiation. Even the attacker can mount a refutation attack during the e-governance transaction, which is the ability of the user to reject its performed transaction. Disclosure of e-governance information. In case of the compromised e-governance system, the undesirable information disclosure can take place very easily. Denial of service. In this technique, an attacker can perform a denial of service (DOS) attack by flooding the e-governance server with a request to consume all of its resources so as to crash down the mechanism. Cybercrimes. Advancement of science and technology increases the rate of cybercrime. It is a threat to the transactions accomplished between the government and its citizenry within the e-governance methodology. Conclusion. Probity in governance is an essential and vital requirement for an efficient and effective system of governance and for socio-economic development. An important requisite for ensuring probity in governance is absence of corruption, and dealing with corruption is not limited to governance structure, but it pertains to every stakeholder involved in and out of the system. Ethical issues in news. Media ethics. The Press Council of India, along with similar organizations around the world, has the responsibility of promoting media standards by creating a code of conduct for it. It is commendable that our legislators refrained from entrusting the Council with the responsibility of laying down a code of behavior. Ethical significance. A crucial element of democracy is freedom of the press. Public opinion is gathered and shaped by it. Parliamentary democracy can only thrive under media scrutiny. The press's obligation to defend the interests of the people and the country has increased tremendously at a time when the Indian economy is becoming more globally integrated. The media environment is drastically altering, and the Indian press is also going international. The media of today has gained popularity in society, and governance has outgrown its role as the fourth estate. These standards include making sure that the news is accurate, using restrained and socially acceptable language to ensure objectivity and fairness in reporting, and considering how the news will affect society, people, and institutions. Freedom of expression must be regulated and limited by society obligations and ethical standards, even if it is undeniably a fundamental right. Fundamentally, journalistic ethics are the voluntary self-control that journalists must exercise in order to protect and advance the public's trust, uphold their own credibility, and avoid betraying the public's trust. Integrity and fairness. Obligation to consult the subject of any critical reporting before publishing. Obligation to correct factual errors. Obligation not to alter or misrepresent photographs. Conclusion. The renowned journalist Mahatma Gandhi famously observed, "The only goal of journalism should be service." The newspaper press is a powerful force, but just as an unchecked flood submerges the entire countryside and destroys crops, so does an unchecked pen only serve the damage. The evidence is stronger if the control is external. Ethics of global governance. The economy and social order are supported invisibly by a good governance model. It is time for the world to transition from its outdated models of governance to Governance 4.0, which was put forth at the World Economic Forum's Davos Summit and focuses more on inclusive, long-term strategic thinking. Significance of ethical global governance, strategies for long-term strategic planning in Governance 4.0. Long-term strategic thinking must replace the current short-term management under Governance 4.0. Environmental aspect. Actions to combat climate change, stop biodiversity loss and environmental damage brought on by human activity, and handle related issues like forced migration must be combined with a focus on issues like the pandemic, socio-economic crises, and people's mental health. Companies to assume responsibilities. The previous top-down strategy and tunnel vision will be replaced with the new model. The duties of each stakeholder in society must shift in the complicated, linked, and discontinuous environment we live in. Changing priorities, it is time to stop emphasizing a limited understanding of economics and short-term financial concerns. Any new system of governance must instead be based on the premise that society and nature come first. New leaders, business executives that support environmental, social, and governance metrics as well as some political leaders are among the many leaders eager to usher in a new era of governance. Such trailblazing leaders who advocate for specific action to combat climate change and address social injustice should be commended for acting outside of their narrow interests. Today's best indicators of responsive and accountable governance assess how much a leader accepts stakeholder duty over shareholder responsibility. Thus, it will be necessary for leaders to embrace a new, inclusive governance paradigm in order to address global issues. Keywords: impartiality, accountability and transparency, good governance, nepotism, favoritism, political partisanship, participatory governance, culture of corruption, service delivery, effective policymaking, development administration, 3ES i.e., efficiency, economy and effectiveness, entrepreneurial government, Official Secrets Act, OSA, Whistleblower Protection Act, Indian Evidence Act, moral commitment, devotion, code of conduct and code of ethics, citizens' charter, coercive corruption, and collusive corruption, e-governance. Students note. Previous year's questions. 1. Corruption is the manifestation of the failure of core values in the society. In your opinion, what measures can be adopted to uplift the core values in the society? 2023. 2. In the context of work environment, differentiate between coercion and undue influence with suitable examples. 2023. 3. Probity is essential for an effective system of governance and socio-economic development. Discuss 2023. 4. Write a note on probity in public life. 2022. 5. What do you understand about the term good governance? How far have recent initiatives in terms of e-governance steps taken by the state have helped the beneficiaries? Discuss with suitable examples. 2022. 6. There is a view that the Official Secrets Act is an obstacle to the implementation of the Rights to Information Act. Do you agree with this view? Discuss. 2019. 7. Explain the basic principles of Citizens' Charter movement and bring out its importance. 2019. 8. The Right to Information Act is not all about citizens' empowerment alone. It essentially redefines the concept of accountability. Discuss. 2018. 9. Discipline generally implies following the order and subordination. However, it may be counterproductive for the organization. 2017. 10. Today we find that in spite of various measures like prescribing codes of conduct, setting up vigilance cells commissions, RTI, active media and strengthening of legal mechanisms, corrupt practices are not coming under control. A. Evaluate the effectiveness of these measures with justifications. B. Suggest more effective strategies to tackle this menace. 2015. 11. Some recent developments such as introduction of RTI Act, media and judicial activism, etc., are proving helpful in bringing about greater transparency and accountability in the functioning of the government. However, it is also being observed that at times the mechanisms are misused. Another negative effect is that the officers are now afraid to make prompt decisions. Analyze this situation in detail and suggest how this dichotomy can be resolved. Suggest how these negative impacts can be minimized. 2015 Wallah. One-stop solution for Mains answer writing. Examples and case studies enriched in material. Set of 4 GS booklets. Mains Wallah Q&A Bank. Our offline centers Mukherjee Nagar at Karolbagh Lucknow Patna. NQQQUUNM. 1000 plus UPSC PYQ based questions. Wallah. Q and ABANK. General studies. Topic-wise subject compilations. Comprehensive answers with model approach. Wallah. Mains Wallah PYQs 2014 to 2023. OnlyIAS. Mains Wallah. PYQ SSB Current Affairs Integrated Model Answers. General Studies 2. Decumo the Decade, 2014 to 203J. Sillier Wise Subject Coverage. Comprehensive answers with model approach. Our offline centers Karolbagh Mukherjee Nagar 3 NQMOQ1 QDL Lucknow LL. I. NIA Patna. 992-061-3613 Onlyas. Com11 Current Affairs from Ethical Point of View Opinion Polls and Ethical Issues. Context: issue with authenticity and transparency of opinion polls for the recently conducted assembly elections. Opinion poll: an opinion poll is a pre-election survey to gather voters' views on a range of election-related issues. On the other hand, an exit poll is conducted immediately after people have voted and assesses the support for political parties in their candidates. Since this exercise has become more of a ritual, it is required to connect such polling directly to morality and democratic processes. Some opinion polls may be sponsored, motivated, and biased. Also, almost all polls are non-transparent, providing little information on the methodology. With such infirmities, many polls amount to disinformation that can result in undue influence, which is an electoral offense under IPC Section 171(c). It is a corrupt practice under Section 123(2) of the RP Act. It is unethical to release such data on the eve of an election since it can impact the mind of the voter. Ethical issues with the opinion polls, conflicts of interest. Polls commissioned by vested interests or conducted with biased agendas raise ethical concerns about transparency, objectivity, and integrity. Undue influence. Opinion polls directly affect the sanctity and integrity of the electoral process. They are able to influence electoral behavior and distort electoral outcomes. Disinformation. Almost all polls are non-transparent, providing little information on the methodology. With such infirmities, many polls amount to disinformation that can result in undue influence, which is an electoral offense under IPC Section 171(c). It is a corrupt practice under Section 123(2) of the RP Act. Suspicious affair. A survey getting some elections right is not proof of its credibility or robustness. Bandwagon effect. The bandwagon effect claims that voters jump on the bandwagon, which means that if a party is gaining in the polls, the party will gain additional support from the voters, and vice versa if the party is losing in the polls. Issues with the smaller parties. It adversely impacts the small and new parties because the voter sees two things, which is the party he likes and whether it is in a position to win. Vague and excessive claims. Pollsters make matters worse by making excessive claims, nothing short of black magic. Less focus on methods. A general unwillingness on the part of polling agencies and the media to share even basic methodological details about their polls compounds the problem. Sampling bias. Opinion polls often rely on sampling techniques to represent a larger population. However, if the sample is not representative of the population, it can introduce bias and lead to inaccurate results. Ethical concerns arise when polls are conducted in a way that systematically excludes certain groups, leading to misrepresentation or marginalization of their perspectives. Way forward. Code of conduct. There should be a code of conduct for the opinion polls. Sampling frame, sample size, and the exact technique used to draw the sample. The social profile of the achieved sample to be disclosed. Transparency. The ownership and track record of the organization carrying out the survey, details of the sponsors to be made in public, effective alternative method. There is required efforts to explore alternatives to the present procedure of the opinion polls, alternatives that have been successfully used all over the world. Methodology. Raw vote shares reported in the survey and how they were converted into vote estimates and seats forecast. Conclusion. Opinion polls do not just reflect the opinions of people but influence them to create an aura of winnability. Analyzing the vulnerability of voters to such influence, there is a crying need to regulate this to protect the sanctity of India's democracy. Once in place, such a mechanism would help the public tell the difference between a genuine and rogue poll and incentivize transparent practices. Ethics of election funding and electoral bond. Electoral funding refers to the funds raised and expended by political parties and candidates during election campaigns. Mechanisms of electoral funding in India. Individual donations, limit of Rs. 2,000 per person has been set for cash donations. Corporate donations. Electoral trusts. Electoral bonds, introduced in 2018, can be purchased by individuals or companies from designated banks and donated to political parties. Ethical issues in electoral funding practices in India. Anonymity of donations through electoral bonds. This many times lead to quid pro quo between political party and wealthy individual. Potential for money laundering due to lack of transparency. Corporate contributions lifted. This results into the crony capitalism. Role of corporate donations. Many companies make donations to political parties with the expectation of receiving favorable policies in return. Influence of black money. Another major issue is the influence of black money. Many political parties receive donations in the form of cash, which makes it difficult to trace the source of the funds. Unequal playing field. Electoral bond exacerbates existing inequalities in the political landscape, where money can influence electoral outcomes disproportionately. Impact on democratic values. Electoral bonds undermine the core democratic values of transparency, accountability, and equal representation. Way forward. State funding of elections. In developed nations such as France, elections are financed through public funds. The idea of state funding of elections has been proposed Dinesh Goswami Committee, 1990, and other entities. Transparency in electoral bonds. By disclosing the identity of donors, imposing restrictions on the quantum of funds that can be donated, and requiring political parties to disclose their sources of funding. National Election Fund. Former Chief Election Commissioner T.S. Krishnamurti has recommended exploring the possibility of a national election fund with the donation based on an agreed principle, such as the number of votes received. Political parties under RTI. This would address the problems of utilizing black money and promoting crony capitalism, among others. Global Agreement on Ethics of Artificial Intelligence. Context. The United Nations adopted a historical text defining the common values and principles needed to ensure the healthy development of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, AI, it is a branch of computer science that deals with creating computers or machines as intelligent as human beings. It refers to the ability of the machines to perform human intelligence processes like thinking, perceiving, learning, problem-solving, and decision-making. AI doesn't have to be evil to destroy humanity. If AI has a goal and humanity just happens to come in the way, it will destroy humanity as a matter of course without even thinking about it. No hard feelings. Elon Musk on emotionless AI, AI ethics is a system of moral principles and techniques intended to Murat Durmus, COI Soma, 3 Ethical Issues in Artificial Intelligence. Artificial stupidity. How can we guard against mistakes? Inequality. How do we distribute the wealth created by machines? Unemployment. What happens after the end of jobs? Humanity. How do machines affect our behavior and interaction? Evil genius. How do we protect against unintended consequences? Inform the development and responsible use of artificial intelligence technology. Racist robots. How do we eliminate all bias? Security. How do we keep people safe from adversaries? Singularity. How do we stay in control of a complex intelligent system? Robot rights. How do we define the humane treatment of all? Ethical challenge with AI, explainability. When AI systems go misaligned, teams need to be able to trace through a complex chain of algorithmic systems and data processes to find out the reason. Organizations using AI should be able to explain the source data, resulting data, what their algorithms do, and why they are doing that. AI needs to have a strong degree of traceability to ensure that if harms arise, they can be traced back to the cause. Risk of unemployment. The hierarchy of labor is concerned primarily with automation. Robotics and AI companies are building intelligent machines that perform tasks typically carried out by low-income workers. For example, self-service kiosks to replace cashiers, fruit-picking robots to replace field workers, etc. Responsibility. Society is still sorting out responsibility when decisions made by AI systems have catastrophic consequences, including loss of capital, health, or life. Responsibility for the consequences of AI-based decisions needs to be sorted out in a process that includes lawyers, regulators, and citizens. Misuse. AI algorithms may be used for purposes other than those for which they were created. These scenarios should be analyzed at the design stage to minimize the risks and introduce safety measures to reduce the adverse effects in such cases. Tech addiction. Technological addiction is the new frontier of human dependency. AI has already become effective at directing human attention and triggering certain actions. When used right, this could evolve into an opportunity to nudge society towards more beneficial behavior. However, in the wrong hands, it could prove detrimental. Discriminating robots. AI systems are created by humans, who can be biased and judgmental. It can create AI facial recognition and surveillance technology that discriminates against people of color and minorities. Data privacy concerns. AI also presents serious data privacy concerns. The algorithm's never-ending quest for data has led to our digital footprints being harvested and sold without our knowledge or informed consent. Example, the case of Cambridge Analytica, in which such algorithms and big data were used to alter voting decisions. AI turning against humans. If artificial intelligence itself turned against humans, then it will become catastrophic for humanity. Example, if an AI system is asked to eradicate cancer in the world. After a lot of computing, it spits out a formula that does, in fact, bring about the end of cancer by killing everyone on the planet. Way forward, a whole-of-society approach to AI governance will enable us to develop broad-based ethical principles, cultures, and codes of conduct. Given the global reach of AI, such a whole-of-society approach must rest on a whole-of-world approach. Awareness among the executives, data scientists, frontline employees, and consumers all need to understand policies, key considerations, and potential negative impacts of unethical AI and fake data. Strike the right balance between AI promotion and AI governance. Executives need to architect AI systems to automatically detect fake data and unethical behavior. Organizations need to invest in defensive measures rooted in open, transparent, and trusted AI infrastructure. Conclusion: the world needs rules for artificial intelligence to benefit humanity. The recommendation on the ethics of AI is a major answer. Without ethical guardrails, AI will widen social and economic rift, amplifying any innate biases at an irreversible scale and rate and lead to discriminatory outcomes. Neuralink. Ethical perspective. Neuralink has placed an experimental brain device, called telepathy, in a person in the first human test of the technology. Human experimentation, the company's prime study, approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration last year, is testing a brain implant for people with paralysis to control external devices with their thoughts. About NERLINKTC Chinologe. Why a Neuralink is a neurotechnology company co-founded by Elon Musk with a mission to develop brain-computer interfaces, BCIs. BCIs use brain activity and brain signals, analyzing and translating them into commands to allow users to control external devices. The initial goal of the so-called brain-computer interface, BCI, is to allow people to control a computer cursor or keyboard using their thoughts alone. Ethical concerns associated with Neuralink. Data ownership. The ownership of recorded data and intentions decoded by the device is unclear. This raises crucial questions. Who retains ownership of this recorded data? Will Neuralink have data ownership? If yes, what can they technically do with this ownership of intent to carry out an action on behalf of a third party? Safety concern. There are disturbing reports of monkeys dying from surgeries, and ethical breaches raise concerns about the safety of implantation procedure. Concerns over testing practices. For example, Reuters reported that over 1,500 animals have died during Neuralink's testing experience since its beginning in 2018. Creating superhumans. Technologies that restore cognitive capabilities can further facilitate the developments that enhance human capabilities and cognition, leading to concerns including inequality, discrimination, loss of humanity, and potential misuse of enhanced abilities leading to social disruption or conflict. For example, the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, S-Brain initiative aims to improve soldiers' cognitive capacities. Concerns over transparency. The trials of the surgically implanted chip are shrouded in secrecy, with limited transparency. Concerns arise regarding the availability and transparency of data to withstand scrutiny from the scientific community. Profit maximization versus business ethics. Ensuring that the company prioritizes the well-being of trial participants and refrains from exploiting their data for profit remains a concern in this evolving landscape. Way forward, call for safety and ethical standards. Access to human thought and cognition necessitates robust user privacy protections. Integrated policymaking is crucial for user privacy safeguards, ensuring explicit user permissions. Transparent data practices. Governments must track how private organizations use brain signal data to ensure that it aligns with national and global consumer privacy and data collection legislation, such as the Consumer Protection Act, CPA, and the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. Emphasis on deliberation and ethical considerations, thorough evaluation of policies, safety measures, legal frameworks, and ethical dimensions by the international community is important. Ensuring equality and accessibility. Ensure accessibility of BCI technologies to individuals from diverse backgrounds, promoting inclusivity and minimizing societal disparities. Journalist ETHIC's VOLTO in publishing allegations by a single source without attempting to verify accuracy. Omitting facts provided to the journalist that would clearly lead the reader to a different conclusion. Calling for comment after normal business hours when there would have been time for the journalist to call earlier. Using editorial positioning of quotes to impact readers' conclusions, e.g., putting quotes critical of an organization in the lead paragraphs. Biases in ideology and focus on sensationalization of news to increase TRP. Media trial by the journalist. Example, Sushant Singh Rajput case. Conclusion, there are scores of codes and statements to guide journalists in their important work of sharing information with the public. Adhering to the ethical guidelines brings transparency and accuracy in the information. It serves the core function of the fourth pillar of democracy. Refugee crisis. Context, recently some people from Sri Lanka came to Tamil Nadu as a refugee because of economic stress. In a recent incident, an Afghan refugee posted a photo of food served at a U.S. camp on Twitter and was met with severe criticism combined with sympathy from some corners. People from Ukraine have been seeking shelter in different parts of Europe. About refugee, according to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, a refugee is someone who has been forced to flee his or her country because of persecution, war, or violence. Example, Rohingyas seeking shelter, safety from religious persecution in their own country. The refugees also have an impact on the economy and society of their host nations. Large numbers of refugees can have a devastating impact on the host nation. Large number of refugees actually lose their lives while trying to reach different countries which give them shelter. They could be used by terrorist organizations for sex or slave trade, etc. Thus denial of basic human rights leading to disruption of global peace. It is often seen that immigrants are exploited for their cheap labor. Immigration sometimes also becomes a social or political issue. Racism is used to exploit feelings or as an excuse for current woes of the local population. Why are refugee rights becoming a favor on part of the states? The core issue in this scenario stems from the lack of empathy within the public of the host nation and limited resources at the ground level. These core reasons manifest themselves in following way: so mistrust as a norm. Lack of empathy with the refugees creates mistrust about the culture, situation, and genuineness of their claim at asylum. This translates to a general policy of rejecting claims, making grant of refuge a special favor. Perception as an economic competitor. Limited opportunities combined with the image of a refugee as a freeloader from the other nation creates a perception of them being unworthy of rights. This makes grant of rights a favor which is subject to collective sympathy. Viewed as a security threat. The mistrust combined with lack of awareness and misinformation creates fear and makes the local population view refugees as a security threat. This indirectly increases the conditionalities on grant of rights, thus making it more like a favor by states. Issue of legal enforcement limits enforceability of rights. The limitation of international laws makes refugee rights contingent upon the discretion and perception of the host country. Example, many European countries tend to be more sympathetic to LGBTQIA+ refugees when compared to victims of war crimes in African countries. Limited capacity of the host. Fulfillment of all rights of refugees is dependent upon the capacity of resources within the host countries. Example: in many developing countries, right to housing cannot be fulfilled for the domestic population. Guaranteeing the same claim for refugees becomes difficult and hence becomes selective. Way forward: generating awareness about refugee situations and their rights. Creating awareness about the situation would translate to empathy for refugees and fading of the prevalence of fear against them. This may lead to more social acceptance and faster assimilation. Making objective procedures and authorities accountable. The anxiety and uncertainty faced by the refugees can be ameliorated to a large extent if procedures for granting asylum be made objective and clearly communicated. Also, making the criteria objective could be a first step in holding the authorities accountable and thus moving towards a rights-based approach. Creating an effective transition mechanism. The resolution of the refugee issue remains complicated considering its social, economic, and political implications and thus takes time. In this scenario, it becomes important that an effective transition mechanism is created which can provide at least limited rights to refugees. Strengthening the system of refugee camps. The system of refugee camps has emerged as an effective solution and hence should be adequately funded and managed. Adopting a multilateral approach. States have a limited capacity with regard to fulfillment of refugee rights. In this context, it becomes important that the host country, the source country, the group of refugees and the entities engaged on the ground like NGOs, social groups, etc., come together for realization of these rights. Conclusion: the essence of resolution of the refugee crisis lies in the political economy of providing refuge, i.e., economic cost of refuge and its socio-political implications, in the moral economy of asylum. The values and effects attached to the internationally recognized principle of providing protection to refugees and extent of humanitarianism among the host. Managing these two factors could render a long-term solution to this crisis. Bodily rights of women and abortion law. Context: recently, the government has incorporated new rules under the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Amendment Act 2021, which was passed in March 2021. About abortion: abortion is the deliberate termination of a pregnancy due to removing an embryo or fetus before it can survive outside the uterus. An abortion that occurs spontaneously is also known as a miscarriage. When deliberate steps are taken to end a pregnancy, it is called an induced abortion, or less frequently an induced miscarriage. NTP Act 1971. In case of contraceptive failure. Gestational age limit. Doctor's opinion required before termination. Breach of woman's confidentiality in case of fetal abnormalities. Causing miscarriage, abortion post-sex determination. Applied to married women. 20 weeks. 1 doctors till 12 weeks, 2 doctors till 20 weeks. Fine up to Rs. 10,000. 20 weeks limit. Imprisonment and/or fine. Imprisonment. Amendments 2020. Applied to married and unmarried women. 24 weeks for vulnerable women. 1 doctors till 20 weeks, 2 doctors till 24 weeks. Fine and/or imprisonment. No limit. Imprisonment and/or fine. Imprisonment. Abortion considerations require deep reflection on law, convention, social and religious norms, family contexts, emotions, and relationships. Ethical issues with abortion: an act of taking life. Since life begins at conception, abortion is akin to murder as it is the act of taking human life. It is in direct defiance of the commonly accepted idea of the sanctity of human life. Issues of medical complication: an abortion can result in medical complications later in life. The chances of miscarriage and other health issues also increases. Psychological pain and stress: abortion frequently causes intense psychological pain and stress. Son meta preference: abortion based on sex determination mainly occurs because of preference of baby boy. Punishing unborn child: abortion punishes unborn child who committed no crime. Instead, it is the perpetrator who should be punished. Lack of bodily rights: abortion concerns the autonomy and dignity of the pregnant woman herself. If a woman who is pregnant wishes to stop being pregnant, it cannot be taken away from her. Issues of self-determination: attitudes to pregnancy are, however, intertwined with how society views sex, women, and the fertile woman specifically. Pregnancy and birth are not trivial inconveniences, such as having a headache. They constitute a major life event, which even when desired causes immense discomfort and disruption to many women. Argument in favor of abortion: right of women. A female is considered a moral person. She is entitled to rights, including the right to life. So, abortion is deemed acceptable as the fetus is not a person. A list of criteria of personhood is identified, which includes consciousness, reasoning, activity, communication, and self-awareness. A fetus undeniably is incapable of fulfilling these criteria. Priority of female over fetus: the mother, who is a person, has a right to life, and it supersedes the rights of the fetus to choose whether or not it remains connected to her body. To avoid unwarranted pregnancy: pregnancy is assumed to be a foreseeable consequence of heterosexual intercourse, that too when there is no intention to have a baby. So, denying her the right to abort the child when she was not planning for it is unwarranted. Health issues of the fetus or mother: sometimes, delivering a baby could be life-threatening to the mother, In this case, abortion of the fetus could be justified. It may be more ethical for a mother to have an abortion to defend herself from the danger to her mental or physical health than continuing with the pregnancy. Gender equality. The right to abortion is vital for gender equality. The right to abortion is vital for individual women to achieve their full potential. Banning abortion puts women at risk by forcing them to use illegal methods that may be more harmful. Way forward, adoption can be a viable option to abortion-free and informed choice. Bodily rights of women to be protected, rights of self-determination, securing privacy of women, ensure better medical facility conclusion. The decision of whether or not to bear a child is central to a woman's life, to her well-being and dignity. She ought to be the one deciding it for herself. When the government superintends that decision for her, she is being treated as less than a fully adult human accountable for her own choices. We need to bestow much greater support to women who may want to conceive and raise their children, but opting out of it for financial, psychological, health, or relationship reasons. Criminalizing abortion does not stop abortions. It just makes abortion more unsafe. Above all, the right to life should always outweigh the right of an individual to equality or to control their own. Marital rape and conjugal rights. Context: the Delhi High Court recently observed that while there can be no compromise with women's right to sexual autonomy, and any act of rape has to be punished. The court questioned as to why the exception from the offense of rape granted to a married couple had remained in the legislature for several years. This exception remained in spite of the wide scope of Section 375 of Indian Penal Code, which included even a single act of unwilling sex as rape. Marital rape. Marital rape can be defined as any unwanted sexual intercourse or penetration obtained by force, threat of force, or when the wife does not give consent. Conjugal rights. Conjugal rights are rights created by marriage, i.e. right of the husband or the wife to the society of the other spouse. The law recognizes these rights, both in personal laws dealing with marriage, divorce, etc., and in criminal law requiring payment of maintenance and alimony to a spouse. Ethical issues. Violation of the right to live with human dignity. Marital rape violates the right of a woman or wife to live her life with human dignity. The right to live with human dignity forms a part of the right to life, a fundamental right, under Article 21 in the Constitution of India. Issues of sexual privacy. In the case of the state of Maharashtra v. Madhukarnarayan, the Supreme Court held that every woman is entitled to her sexual privacy, and it is not open to any and every person to violate her privacy as and whenever one wishes. Right to bodily self-determination. Every person has the right to make decisions regarding his or her body. Similarly, the decision of a woman whether to have sex or not or to give consent is amongst the most individual decisions that a lady holds for herself. It comes as a right to self-expression. Violation of the right to equality. Similarly, the differential treatment of rape and marital rape in India under Section 375 of IPC and differential punishments awarded for both under Section 376 of IPC violates the right to equality before the law. Article 14. Rape not ground for divorce, as marital rape is not a ground for a divorce in any personal laws and even the Special Marriage Act, 1954, it cannot be used as a ground for divorce and cruelty against the husband. Thus, the women remain helpless and keep suffering in silence. Arguments against criminalizing marital rape destabilize marriage as an institution. It may create absolute anarchy in families and destabilize the institution of marriage, and thereby destroy the family platform which upholds family values and helps in sustaining the country. Indian society believes that marriage is a sacrament. Misuse of law. It may become an easy tool for harassing the husbands by misusing the law, similar to the growing misuse of Section 498A. Harassment caused to a married woman by her husband and in-laws of the IPC. Awareness is more important. Merely criminalizing marital rape may not stop it, as moral and social awareness plays a vital role in stopping such an act. Burden of proof. The concept of burden of proof is a complex issue. When marital rape would be considered a crime, there will be a burden either on the wife to prove the offense or the husband to prove himself innocent, and therefore it will be very difficult to apply. Against privacy, some argue that making marital rape a crime would allow the state to interfere in the personal affairs of individuals. This will be a violation of the right to privacy inherent in the right to life guaranteed under Article 21 in the Indian Constitution. Conclusion: marital rape is a complex issue that needs a deep and detailed discussion. Criminalizing marital rape will not merely help. Rather, there is a need for rectifying and filling the gaps in existing laws and doing away with archaic ones that tend to function against the well-being of women and the society as a whole. Public consultation and discussion with all the stakeholders may be the way forward. Ethics of pharmaceutical ecosystem. Context: the Supreme Court termed immoral or illegal the practice of pharmaceutical companies offering freebies to doctors, saying it affects common people by driving up healthcare costs. According to the IT department, the Dolo 650 maker had distributed freebies of about 1,000 rupees crore to doctors and medical professionals in exchange for promoting its products. These freebies, also referred to as the doctor's commission, have always been a part of the system, and pharma companies have handed out gifts, in cash or kind, to medical professionals to prescribe their brand of drug. Can doctors accept freebies from pharmaceutical industries? As per the Indian Medical Council, professional conduct, etiquette and ethics regulations, medical practitioners are disallowed from accepting emoluments in the form of inter alia gifts, travel facilities, hospitality, cash or monetary grants. Acceptance of freebies could result in a range of sanctions under the regulations ranging from a censure for incentives costing up to 5,000 rupees to removal from the Indian Medical Register or State Medical Register for periods ranging from 3 months to 1 year. Ethical issues in providing freebies to doctors, misleading the patient. Doctors prescribe medicine brands that have offered them gifts or freebies. Unfair to the patient, owing to the cost incurred by the patients who purchase these medicines. Lack of transparency. Such dealings between the doctors and the pharmaceutical companies are done in secrecy. Against the prescribed laws and norms, defies the Indian Medical Council, professional conduct, etiquette and ethics, regulations ethics of pharmaceutical ecosystem medical ethics. Medical ethics is concerned with the obligations of the doctors and the hospital to the patient along with other health professionals in society. It is based on the following pillars: O beneficence, doing good; O non-maleficence, to do no harm; O autonomy, giving the patient the freedom to choose freely, where they are able; O justice, ensuring fairness. These 4 principles represent a framework for analyzing the best action to take in a given situation. Way forward, although there are regulations in place that may get the licenses of doctors revoked for violating the code outlined in the IMC Regulations 2002, there is nothing to hold pharmaceutical companies accountable for the benefits doctors receive. Doctors getting gifts, travel facilities, cash, or other monetary benefits, etc. from pharmaceutical companies are subjected to litigation, but pharma firms get away scot-free. Ethics of war. Context: just war theory. The most famous way of ethically assessing war is to use just war theory, a tradition going back to St. Augustine in the 5th century and St. Thomas in the 13th century. Just war theory considers the reasons for going to war, jus ad bellum, and the conduct of war, jus in bello. A war might be ethical, but the means unethical, for instance, using landmines, torture, chemicals, drones, etc. Russia-Ukraine conflict. About the just war theory. Just war theory sets out principles for a war to be ethical. The war must be waged by a legitimate authority, usually states, in a just cause, waged with right intention. Have a strong probability of success. Be last resort. Be proportional. In addition, there are 3 principles for conduct in war. Discrimination, distinguishing between enemy combatants and non-combatants. Proportionality. The harms must be proportional to the gains. Actions must be militarily necessary. Consequences of war, loss of life and cause of misery. Mass destruction of property. Negatively impacts the economy and the source of livelihood of the people. Denial of basic human rights. The idea of military ethics. Military ethics is an interdisciplinary study incorporating concerns about the conduct of war, decisions on how and when to engage in military operations, and issues relating to the moral psychology and care of those who serve and of veterans of military service. Military ethics focuses on the core values and moral principles that collectively govern the men and women serving in the military forces of nations around the world, as members of what is sometimes termed the military profession or the profession of arms. Way forward, international agreements and conventions. The Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols are at the core of international humanitarian law, the body of international law that regulates the conduct of armed conflict and seeks to limit its effects. They specifically protect people who are not taking part in the hostilities, civilians, health workers, and aid workers, and those who are no longer participating in the hostilities, such as wounded, sick, and shipwrecked soldiers and prisoners of war. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, is a milestone document in the history of human rights. The declaration was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in Paris on December 10, 1948, General Assembly Resolution 217A, as a common standard of achievements for all peoples and all nations. It is a document that acts like a global roadmap for freedom and equality, protecting the rights of every individual, everywhere. The ethics of war, Hamas-Israel conflict, proportionality and nationalism. Since the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war and the Hamas-Israel conflict, there has been considerable debate about the importance of proportionality. Proportionality is a myth in war. The intense bloodshed in the ongoing war between Hamas and Israel has evoked strong emotional responses from people across the world. The Prime Minister of Norway stated that Israel's use of military force against Hamas in Gaza is beyond proportionality. International humanitarian law, IHL, and principle of proportionality, restriction on using force. It places restrictions on the use of force, especially against civilians. Principle of jus in bello, IHL, applicable to armed conflicts. Jus in bello, it uses the principle of proportionality to limit the damages caused by military operations on civilian populations and objects. Once a state has resorted to the use of armed force, jus in bello kicks in to regulate and restrain the use of force in times of armed obliges to balance the military advantages sought and the damage and civilian losses related to it. Conflict. LT. Differentiating civilian objects and military objectives. ICHL provides that parties to the conflict must distinguish between civilian objects and military objectives by using specific methods of warfare. Keywords: cognitive dissonance, mental conflict, forced compliance behavior, conflicting beliefs, beneficence, confidentiality, do no harm, bandwagon effect, consumer-centric approach, digital etiquettes, whole-of-society approach, greatest good for the greatest number, categorical imperative, compassionate ground, principles of natural justice, harm minimization, nishkama karma, non-maleficence, military ethics, just war theory, commitment, integrity and devotion, code of conduct and code of ethics, citizens' charter, coercive corruption and collusive corruption, e-governance. Previous year questions. 1. Online methodology is being used for day-to-day meetings, institutional approvals in the administration, and for teaching and learning in the education sector to the extent telemedicine in the health sector is getting popular with the approvals of the competent authority. No doubt it has advantages and disadvantages for both the beneficiaries and the system at large. Describe and discuss the ethical issues involved in the use of online methods, particularly to vulnerable sections of society. 2022. 2. The Russia and Ukraine war has been going on for the last 7 months. Different countries have taken independent stands and actions keeping in view their own national interests. We are all aware that war has its own impact on the different aspects of society, including human tragedy. What are those ethical issues that are crucial to be considered while launching the war and its continuation so far? Illustrate with justification the ethical issues involved in the given state of affair. 2022. 3. Impact of digital technology as a reliable source of input for rational decision-making is a debatable issue. Critically evaluate with suitable examples. 2021. 4. Refugees should not be turned back to the country where they would face persecution or human right violation. Examine the statement with reference to the ethical dimension being violated by the nation claiming to be democratic with open society. 2021. 5. Education is not an injunction. It is an effective and pervasive tool for all-round development of an individual and social transformation. Examine the new education policy, 2020, NEP, 2020, in light of the above statement. 2020. 6. The current internet expansion has instilled a different set of cultural values which are often in conflict with traditional values. Discuss. 2020. 7. Some recent developments such as introduction of RTI Act, media and judicial activism, etc., are proving helpful in bringing about greater transparency and accountability in the functioning of the government. However, it is also being observed that at times the mechanisms are misused. Another negative effect is that the officers are now afraid to make prompt decisions. Analyze this situation in detail and suggest how this dichotomy can be resolved. Suggest how these negative impacts can be minimized. 2015. 8. At the international level, the bilateral relations between most nations are governed on the policy of promoting one's own national interest without any regard for the interest of other nations. This leads to conflicts and tensions between the nations. How can ethical consideration help resolve such tensions? Discuss with specific examples. 2015. 9. International aid is an accepted form of helping resource-challenged nations. Comment on ethics in contemporary international aid. Support your answer with suitable examples. 2023 case studies are essentially scenarios or situations taken from real-life contexts or hypothetical ones that require a candidate to navigate through ethical dilemmas, governance issues, administrative challenges, and moral conflicts. These case studies test a candidate's ability to apply ethical theories, principles of governance, and personal integrity to solve problems effectively and ethically. For example, corporate governance and ethical dilemma, a scenario where an employee is offered confidential bid documents by a rival company's employee, presenting an ethical dilemma of whether to use these documents for competitive advantage or reject the unethical offer. Handling illegal migration, a civil service officer discovers illegal migrants being facilitated by security personnel and faces pressure from higher authorities to withdraw his report. Testing his integrity and commitment to duty. Different types of case studies, gender issues. This category scrutinizes the impact of gender biases and societal attitudes towards individuals who do not conform to traditional gender norms, examining their influence across various spheres such as the workplace, education, and rights advocacy. For example, a case study on the systemic barriers hindering women's career advancement in STEM fields, detailing instances of discrimination and proposing strategies to cultivate inclusive workplace environments. Malgovernance. This type focuses on the critical analysis of instances where governance structures and public institutions fall short of ethical standards, resulting in detrimental societal outcomes. For example, in an ethics examination of the Flint water crisis, revealing the negligence of government officials in providing safe drinking water and its prolonged health repercussions on the community. Environmental issues. Environmental case studies delve into the ramifications of environmental policies, or the absence thereof, on ecosystems and communities, emphasizing the ethical considerations inherent in environmental stewardship and policymaking. For example, a detailed exploration of the consequences of deforestation in the Amazon, assessing its effects on biodiversity and indigenous populations, alongside its broader implications for global climate change. Current affairs issues. This classification encompasses the ethical examination of contemporary global crises, focusing on the moral obligations of nations, organizations, and individuals in addressing these issues. For example, an analysis of the ethical dilemmas surrounding the distribution of C0v1D19 vaccines globally, discussing issues of equity, accessibility, and policy prioritization across different regions. Corruption. Corruption case studies investigate the origins, manifestations, and societal impacts of corrupt practices within both public and private sectors, underscoring the ethical violations and their repercussions. For example, a comprehensive case study on the endemic corruption within FIFA, unveiling how entrenched corrupt practices compromise the integrity of international sports and impact various stakeholders. Ethical dilemmas. Ethical dilemmas case studies navigate through complex scenarios where moral principles or values clash, requiring nuanced ethical decision-making. For example, an exploration of the ethical quandary faced by journalists in protecting their sources versus ensuring public safety, illustrating the intricate balance between confidentiality and the public interest. Conflict of interest. These studies examine situations where personal interests could potentially compromise an individual's professional responsibilities or the public good, highlighting the ethical conflicts that may arise. For example, a critical analysis of the effects of pharmaceutical company sponsorships on medical research integrity, evaluating how such financial relationships might introduce biases and affect the credibility of scientific findings. Issues of leadership. This category highlights the impact of leadership decisions on organizational culture, stakeholder trust, and societal outcomes. For example, a detailed case study on the leadership crisis at XYZ Industries, scrutinizing the ethical lapses of top executives that led to the company's collapse. This study would explore how the leaders' prioritization of personal gain over ethical standards and stakeholder welfare contributed to one of the largest corporate frauds in history, offering lessons on the importance of ethical leadership. Issues of emotional intelligence. They explore how individuals with high EI navigate ethical dilemmas, manage conflicts, and foster inclusive and respectful work environments, underscoring the significance of empathy, self-awareness, and emotional regulation in ethical conduct. For example, an analysis of conflict resolution in a multicultural team, illustrating how a leader's emotional intelligence facilitates understanding and respect among team members with diverse backgrounds and values. This case study would detail strategies for leveraging EI to enhance team cohesion and ethical collaboration, demonstrating the pivotal role of emotional intelligence in managing ethical challenges in a globalized workforce. Issues of innovation. This category delves into the ethical considerations surrounding innovation and creative problem-solving, particularly when such endeavors challenge existing norms, regulations, or ethical standards. Case studies here highlight the tension between innovative breakthroughs and ethical boundaries, examining how innovators navigate this landscape without compromising on ethical responsibilities. For example, a comprehensive exploration of the ethical debate surrounding gene editing technologies, such as CRISPR-Cas9. This study would examine the potential of such innovations to revolutionize medicine and agriculture, while also confronting ethical questions related to genetic privacy, consent, and the potential for unintended consequences. It would propose frameworks for balancing the pursuit of innovation with ethical considerations, ensuring that out-of-box thinking advances human welfare without sacrificing ethical integrity. How to read case studies. iStudies. In an IL overview. Deep dive. NOTE key facts. IDENTFYS ta QHOLDER. ETHICAL principles. Analyze OTIONs J. Recommend ASO LUTION. Engage in discussion J. Reflect on learnings J. Mo to read the case. Begin by skim MINGTHE case S2D Y to grass THEETHICAL dilem MANOTETHE main CHARACTERS involved in THECONTXTOFTHEETHICAL challenge. Read THE case S2D YTHORUGHLYDUNDERS taught in DTHESPEC IFIC pay TED NTON to THEETHICAL principles being challenged in THE consequences OFD for EN. T actions. HIGH Lig HTMPORTA NTFACTS. Data. And any legal ORETHICAL guidelines mentioned in THE case. DETERMNE who is FFECTED by THEETHICAL issue. IDENTFYTHEETHICALP RIN CIP LU SAT stake. See on site or THE various courses OFACTO and available and evaluate each one of them. CONTE plate THE key lessons fro MTHE case S2DY and how THEY apply to governance, public ADM and ISTROT TON, and personal conduct. Choose THEM, OST ETHICALLY sound so LUTON, Ju S Tiffian G Y O U or choice W with reasoning THAT aligns W with THEETHICAL values and principle S. IF possible. Discuss YOU or analysis W with peers O or M enters. Link to our EALWORLD exam, please 1W Hanever possible. Re la TETHEETHICAL dilem M A to REA LWORLD. Scenarios. Identifying different aspects of case studies. Identifying different aspects of ethics case studies involves dissecting the case to understand its multifaceted dimensions. This process is crucial for a comprehensive analysis and requires attention to several key elements: ethical dilemmas and conflicts. Pinpoint the core ethical dilemma or conflict in the case study. This involves identifying the moral questions and choices faced by the individuals or institutions involved. Example. A case may present a situation where a public servant must choose between following orders that conflict with personal ethical beliefs and the potential consequences of disobeying those orders. Stakeholders. Recognize all parties affected by the outcomes of the ethical dilemmas, including direct participants and broader societal groups. Example. In a case involving environmental policy, stakeholders might include local communities, corporations, government agencies, and future generations. Values and principles at stake. Highlight the ethical values and principles that are at stake. Common values include integrity, accountability, fairness, and transparency. Example. A case involving whistleblowing may revolve around the principles of honesty and accountability versus loyalty to one's organization. Legal and institutional frameworks. Identify any relevant legal or institutional frameworks that influence the ethical considerations of the case. Example. A case study on corruption might require analysis within the context of anti-corruption laws and the institutional framework for enforcing these laws. Cultural and societal norms. Consider the role of cultural and societal norms in shaping the ethical landscape of the case. Example. A case study exploring ethical practices in different cultural settings might examine how societal norms influence ethical decision-making. Options for action. Outline the possible courses of action available to the protagonists, including the ethical implications of each. Example. In a dilemma about prioritizing public health over economic interests, the case study might present options ranging from strict health measures to more lenient policies. Consequences. Assess the potential consequences of each course of action, not just in terms of immediate outcomes but also long-term impacts. Example. A decision to implement austerity measures might be analyzed in terms of its immediate impact on public services and its long-term effects on public trust and social welfare. Resolution strategies. Explore ethical frameworks and strategies that could guide the resolution of the dilemma. Example. Applying utilitarian principles to assess the greatest good for the greatest number, or deontological ethics to consider the morality of actions regardless of outcomes. Personal reflection. Encourage personal reflection on what one would do in a similar situation, considering personal ethics and values. Example. Reflecting on a case involving ethical leadership might prompt consideration of how one's values align with those of ethical leaders. Case studies. Case study -1 Ethical issues and policymaking. A large-scale mining project is planned in a tribal-dominated area known for its rich biodiversity and pristine forests. The project promises economic growth and job opportunities, but it also poses a significant threat to the environment and the indigenous communities who depend on the land for their sustenance. A. As the district collector, analyze the ethical challenges in the case study regarding the mining project and its potential impact on the environment and tribal communities. B. Propose strategies to ensure sustainable development and safeguard the rights of the indigenous populations. Answer. The case study revolves around a large-scale mining project in a tribal-dominated area, highlighting the ethical challenges and potential impacts on the environment and indigenous communities. Stakeholders involved. 1. District collector and district administration. 2. Indigenous communities and tribal leaders. 3. Mining companies and industry associations. 4. Environmental organizations and conservationists. 5. Government agencies, Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change. 6. Civil society groups and NGOs. 7. Researchers and scientists. 8. Local communities and non-indigenous residents. Body A. The mining project in the tribal-dominated area raises several ethical challenges regarding its potential impact on the environment and tribal communities. 1. Environmental ethics. The project poses a significant threat to the rich biodiversity and pristine forest of the area. Ethical considerations revolve around the responsibility to protect the environment and preserve the natural resources for future generations. 2. Social justice. The indigenous communities residing in the area depend on the land for their sustenance and cultural practices. Disrupting their way of life and displacing them from their ancestral lands raises concerns of social justice and the rights of indigenous populations. 3. Human rights. Indigenous communities have the right to maintain their cultural traditions, customary practices, and sustainable ways of life. Any project that undermines these rights and adversely affects their well-being raises ethical questions about human rights violations. 4. Fairness and equity. The distribution of economic benefits and job opportunities resulting from the mining project may not be equitable. Ensuring fairness in resource allocation and the distribution of benefits becomes an ethical imperative. B. Strategies to ensure sustainable development and safeguard the rights of indigenous populations. 1. Environmental impact assessment. Conduct a comprehensive and independent assessment of the project's potential environmental impact, considering factors such as deforestation, loss of biodiversity, air and water pollution, and habitat destruction. 2. Free, prior, and informed consent. FBC engage in meaningful consultation and obtain the free, prior, and informed consent of the indigenous communities affected by the mining project. Respect their traditional knowledge and decision-making processes. 3. Sustainable mining practices. Implement strict regulations and monitoring mechanisms to ensure environmentally responsible mining practices. Enforce compliance with environmental standards, including proper waste management, reclamation plans, and biodiversity conservation measures. 4. Economic diversification and livelihood support. Develop alternative economic opportunities and support sustainable livelihoods for the indigenous communities affected by the mining project. This can include initiatives like promoting ecotourism, sustainable agriculture, or small-scale enterprises. 5. Capacity building and education. Provide training and capacity building programs to empower indigenous 6. Communities to actively participate in decision-making processes, engage in sustainable practices, and understand their rights and entitlements. 7. Social and cultural preservation. Support the preservation of indigenous cultures, traditions, and customary practices. Facilitate the integration of indigenous knowledge into environmental management strategies and ensure their inclusion in decision-making forums. 8. Monitoring and accountability. Establish mechanisms for ongoing monitoring of the project's impacts on the environment and indigenous communities. Hold the mining company accountable for adhering to environmental regulations, fulfilling commitments, and addressing any negative consequences. Conclusion: by adopting these strategies, the district collector can strive for sustainable development that balances economic growth with environmental preservation and safeguards the rights and well-being of the indigenous populations in the mining-affected area. Case study -2. You are a marketing manager for a global technology company. Your company has developed a new product that has the potential to revolutionize the market and generate substantial profits. As part of the marketing strategy, you are tasked with promoting the product aggressively and securing as many pre-orders as possible. During the marketing campaign, you discover that there is a significant flaw in the product that could potentially compromise user safety. The flaw is not apparent in initial testing, but upon further investigation, you realize that it poses a serious risk. If the flaw were to be exploited, it could lead to data breaches, financial losses, or even physical harm to users. You immediately bring this issue to the attention of your superiors, including the product development team. However, they are under intense pressure to meet the launch deadline and maximize sales. They instruct you to continue with the marketing campaign without disclosing the flaw to customers or potential buyers. You are torn between your ethical responsibility to prioritize user safety and the company's financial interests. Revealing the flaw could result in delays, reputational damage, and significant financial losses for the company. On the other hand, withholding information from customers could potentially harm them and damage the company's long-term reputation. In his scenario, A. What options are available to you as a marketing manager in the technology company? B. Critically evaluate each of the options identified. C. Which option would you choose and why? D. What ethical dilemmas are you facing in this situation? E. What could be the consequences of either revealing or withholding the information about the product flaw? Answer. Introduction. In this case study, as a marketing manager for a technology company, I am tasked with promoting a new product aggressively to generate substantial profits. However, during the marketing campaign, I have discovered a significant flaw in the product that could compromise user safety, potentially leading to data breaches, financial losses, or physical harm. Stakeholders involved in the case study: 1. Customers, users. 2. Marketing manager. 3. Superiors management. 4. Product development team. 5. Legal and compliance teams. 6. Regulators. 7. Company's reputation body. A. As a marketing manager in the technology company, the following options are available to me. O. Proceed with the marketing campaign as instructed. Continue promoting the product aggressively without disclosing the flaw to customers or potential buyers. O. Advocate for delaying the launch and disclosing the flaw. Push for postponing the launch to address the product flaw and ensure user safety. Propose disclosing the flaw to customers or potential buyers. O. Consult legal and compliance teams. Seek guidance from legal and compliance departments within the company to understand the legal obligations and potential consequences of withholding information or proceeding with the marketing campaign. O. Raise the issue with external regulators. If flaw poses significant risks to user safety, consider reporting the issue to relevant external regulatory bodies to ensure appropriate action is taken. B. Critical evaluation of each option. Option pros, cons. Proceed with the marketing campaign as instructed. Meets the company's financial interests, avoids potential financial losses and reputational damage in the short term. Compromises user safety, risks legal liabilities, damages long-term reputation, and erodes customer trust if the flaw is eventually discovered. Advocate for delaying the launch and disclosing the flaw. Prioritizes user safety, demonstrates ethical responsibility, and maintains long-term customer trust and brand reputation. Potential delays in product launch, financial losses due to missed sales opportunities, reputational damage in the short term. Consult legal and compliance teams. Obtains legal guidance to understand legal obligations and consequences, ensures compliance with regulations. Might not provide a clear resolution, potential conflicts between legal obligations and ethical considerations. Raise the issue with external regulators. Ensures external oversight and potential intervention in addressing the product flaw, upholds user safety. May damage the company's reputation if the flaw becomes public knowledge, potential regulatory penalties. C. The ethically responsible option would be to advocate for delaying the launch and disclosing the flaw. O. Prioritizing user safety and maintaining long-term customer trust is crucial for the company's sustainability. O. By addressing the flaw and being transparent with customers, the company can mitigate potential harm, preserve its reputation, and build trust. D. The ethical dilemmas faced in this situation include O. Balancing user safety with financial interests. There is a conflict between prioritizing user safety and meeting the company's financial goals. This dilemma involves weighing the potential harm to users against potential financial losses and reputational damage to the company. O. Maintaining transparency and trust versus meeting launch deadlines. The pressure to maximize sales and meet launch deadlines may clash with the ethical imperative of maintaining transparency with customers and preserving long-term trust. D. The consequences of revealing or withholding the information about the product flaw can vary. O. Revealing the flaw. Short-term financial losses due to potential delays and missed sales opportunities. Potential reputational damage, but the company demonstrates ethical responsibility and commitment to user safety. Long-term customer trust and brand reputation are preserved. O. Withholding the flaw. Short-term financial gains from aggressive marketing and meeting sales targets. Potential legal liabilities and reputational damage if the flaw is eventually discovered. Loss of customer trust, damaging the company's long-term reputation and customer relationships. User safety and security may be compromised, leading to data breaches, financial losses, or physical harm. Conclusion: considering the potential harm to users, the long-term reputation of the company, and the importance of maintaining trust, it is advisable to choose the option of delaying the launch and disclosing the flaw. By prioritizing user safety and transparency, the company can mitigate risks and work towards rectifying the product flaw while preserving its long-term success. Case study -3. A multinational corporation operating in a country recently hit by a natural disaster is facing pressure to contribute to relief efforts. The company has the resources to make a significant impact, but doing so would divert funds from planned investments that are crucial for its long-term strategy. A. Examine the ethical dilemmas the corporation faces in deciding whether to support the relief efforts. B. Discuss the role of corporate social responsibility in crisis situations and propose how the company can balance its business interests with social responsibilities. Answer. Introduction. A multinational corporation finds itself at a crossroads in the aftermath of a natural disaster striking the country it operates within. This scenario presents a complex ethical dilemma, highlighting the tension between fulfilling immediate humanitarian needs and pursuing long-term business objectives. Stakeholders involved in the case study: multinational corporation, affected communities and disaster victims, company shareholders and investors, local government and emergency services, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and relief agencies, employees of the corporation, broader society, and global community body. A. Ethical dilemmas in supporting relief efforts. O. Immediate aid versus long-term viability. The primary ethical dilemma revolves around the decision to support immediate relief efforts at the potential cost of jeopardizing the company's long-term strategic investments and, consequently, its future viability. O. Stakeholder interests. Balancing the interest of diverse stakeholders, including shareholders expecting returns on their investments, employees whose jobs may depend on the company's financial health, and the disaster-affected communities in dire need of assistance. O. Moral obligation. Assessing the corporation's moral obligation to respond to humanitarian crises, considering its resources and capabilities, against its commitment to ensuring business continuity and growth. O. Reputation and responsibility. The dilemma between acting as a socially responsible entity contributing to relief efforts and the risk of being perceived as prioritizing profit over people in times of crisis. B. Role of corporate social responsibility and balancing interests. O. Strategic philanthropy. Adopt a strategic philanthropy approach where the corporation supports relief efforts in ways that align with its long-term business strategy, such as investing in infrastructure rebuilds that also benefit the company's operations in the long run. O. Partnerships for impact. Collaborate with NGOs, government agencies, and other corporations to pool resources and expertise, maximizing the impact of relief efforts without shouldering the entire financial burden. Transparent communication. Maintain open lines of communication with shareholders and stakeholders, explaining the rationale behind the decision to support relief efforts and how these actions align with the company's values and long-term strategy. Employee involvement. Engage employees in volunteerism and fundraising initiatives for disaster relief, fostering a culture of social responsibility while leveraging the company's human resources for community support. Innovative funding mechanisms. Explore innovative funding mechanisms, such as disaster relief bonds or setting aside a contingency fund for humanitarian efforts, that allow for immediate response without detracting from essential long-term investments. Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, alignment. Align relief and reconstruction efforts with broader sustainable development goals, ensuring that the company's contributions support long-term sustainability and resilience in the affected communities. CSR reporting and accountability. Incorporate the company's disaster response efforts into its GSR reporting, demonstrating accountability in the integration of social responsibility into its core business practices. Conclusion. By embracing a multifaceted approach to corporate social responsibility, the company can navigate these challenges, demonstrating leadership in crisis response while safeguarding its strategic interests. Through strategic philanthropy, partnerships, employee involvement, and innovative funding mechanisms, the corporation can effectively contribute to relief efforts, bolster its reputation, and fulfill its obligations to both its stakeholders and the broader society. UPSC Optional Course 2025 English OSR. Anthropology Yin Sir Y History. Sociology Y Geography J Public Administration. Address coupon code 38999. MAIL for extra discount. Our content 02H. I carried up Squela. Books. OHL via asterisk Uden Jinwi 7020. Januar Priams 20J4. IBs M 1 UDN Caradoq and 2Z3 in 23. CURRENT. Free material. Comprehensive coverage 11-year PYQ solution prelims plus mains. Uden prelim static revision. Current affairs. Monthly editorial Wallah. November 2nd 023. H for UPSC Civil Services Exam. Uden plus 500 prelims current affairs revision. Free material. Mains revision monthly current affairs magazine. Monthly editorial compilation. Quick revision booklets. 0 and pound. Prelims wallet test. T. IOFM Polydine Certi. TM-STMH. Test series. Integrated daily prelims plus mains year-long tests. 35 plus tests for prelims. Daily class notes and practice questions. UPS Prahaar. Compilation of PA-FLY class notes science and technology. Classroom content. All content available in ID in English ISBN 978-81-19192-02-1Q Carolbach, M. Mukherjee Nagar, Lucknow. Patna 9788100.